challenged young graduate student, for inviting her to Pylos to study wall paintings, and for letting her continue to come back for 21 years. You both mean the world to me, and Jack, while I refused to name my daughter Jacqueline, as you requested, she does share your birthday, so I think my work is done. Okay, this morning we have a busy schedule, so we'll go ahead and get to it. Our first paper is by Dr. Maria Andreadaki Vlazaki, Honorary General Director of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage in the Ministry of Culture, and Chair of the Historical, Ethnographic, and Archaeological Society of Crete. Her paper is entitled Neopalatial Chania, Kydonia. Maria.
Good morning. Thank you very much. In this brief overview of Chania during the Neopalatial period, I will try to focus more on the region's connections with the Peloponnese, since today we are honoring Jack Davis, the excavator in Pylos, dear friend and colleague, with whom we grew even closer due to the discovery of the Griffin warrior tomb. As Crete, Western Crete, is the part of the island closest to South Peloponnese, I shall try to describe the situation in Chania Palatial Center around the mid-period of the warrior Griffin tomb. This same period was characterized by the complexity of the relationship between the Minoan civilization and the newly emerging Mycenaean one, that would end in the gradual weakening of Crete in favor of mainland Greece. As a result, the Minoan thalassocracy came to Mycenaean koine. Cretan influence on Mycenaean civilization was decisive. Skilled Cretan craftsmen contributed to the construction of the Mycenaean palaces, and Cretan artisans brought their knowledge to them. Interactions between Minoan Crete and the mainland, first with Messenian Laconia and then with Mycenae, had increased greatly from Middle Minoan III through Late Minoan IB, developing gradually a Creto-Helladic syncretism in material culture and social life. At first, the effects of the Thyran volcano eruption and then the great catastrophe in the final Late Minoan IB phase brought a dramatic end to the cohesion of Minoan Crete. Whatever the true causes may be, the fact remains that shortly after 1450 BC, characteristic Mycenaean customs were adopted simultaneously in Central and West Crete, and a Greek-speaking administration was established at Knossos and Kydonia, where linear bead tablets record personal names of Greek protohistory common to the Pylian archives. The geographic position of Chania favored people's movement. As a powerful, remarkably multicultural center, every now and again it received waves of settlers, mainly from the Peloponnese and the islands of the Aegean. Kydonia was a point of convergence of the Cretan and mainlander cultures as early as the 3rd millennium BCE and reached its acme during the 14th and 13th centuries. The island of Kythera was instrumental in this communication. According to ancient sources and tradition, the inhabitants of Kydonia have connections with those of mainland Greece, the Arcadians, the Eleans, the Argives. The myth of the marriage between Atreus and Aerope, daughter of Catreus, son of Minos and king in western Crete, reflects a practice of intermarriage between royal lines. And according to analysis of the Max Planck Institute on quite a few skeletal materials from Chania, the first indications suggest that in the 14th century BCE, the great majority of the individuals had already had mixed mainlander and Cretan origin. During the Neopalatial period, the town of Chania served as an important administrative center and palace. The settlement was restricted to the Castelli Hill and the Splanzia quarter. The rich linear archives betray a centralized power and bureaucratic organization. The characteristic elements in the Chaniot Neopalatial architecture, such as the Aditon or Lastral basin, the Polythyron halls, the mason marks cut on blocks of stone, all these are constructions and techniques that were first used in the palaces and were quickly applied to the area around them. The palaces were more than political centers, they were hubs of religious activities as well. Based on this information, we can identify and propose for interpretation specific structures and constructions that seem to belong to the Chaniot Palatial building complex and its surroundings. In the area of Catre Street, two important finds lead us to the hypothesis that part of the palace existed at this point. First, the large concentration of administrative documents from the Linear A archive at the Catre 1 excavation, number 7 on the plan. Second, during the recent research at the Catre 10 excavation, number 8, on the other side of the street, a mortar floor that appears to belong to part of a Neopalatial and Proto-Palatial open-air space was identified underneath and to the east of the late Mainon 3A and B hypostyle hall. It extends to all directions, and it could be part of one of the courtyards of the Minoan Palace in Chania. Buildings associated with dignitaries, officials, priests, in the area of Agia Ekaterini Square. They constitute structures developed around the palace complex and were in direct contact with it, giving them an administrative or religious character. Among the most notable finds is the master impression found in a late Minoan 2/1B deep dump. Religious and ceremonial complexes on the Skalogiani Street. Excavations on the main Skalogiani Street in the Splanzia district established that in this flat location, southeast of the Castelli Hill, a very important building complex of the Minoan Palace was built in the Neopalatial period, heavily damaged by extensive digging in pursuit of building materials in later periods. The complex displays typically palatial architectural elements that give evidence of ritual and religious use. It seems to be part of a shrine of the Neopalatial Palace of Chania. The complex was entered from the south. The ingoing person was directed to cult rooms that included 2 Minoan halls and an impressive outdoor stone platform, number 14, which had been organized around an Aditon or Lastral basin, number 5. A representation of the Aditon adorns today the new Chania Archaeological Museum. All the above mentioned constructions were destroyed by the Great Fire of 1450 BC. The pottery development in Neopalatial Chania followed exactly the above-mentioned rhythm. Its abundance and a wide range of shapes and decoration indicate a blooming of the local ceramic workshops. The influence and the imports from central Crete and the mainland hint to close relations and commercial contacts. The famous late Minoan 3A and B Kidonian pottery workshop is noted for products of white clay, yellowish white, lustrous slip, and orange, sporadically red to black paint. The tendency of the canyotes to such a white surface could be traced earlier on and goes back to the pre-Palatial and proto-Palatial period. In the Neo-Palatial period, except for the white products, the local wear is characterized by yellowish red and brown to brownish sand clay with various inclusions. The pottery was similar to that of other major centers, the same evolution of shapes and the same decorative motifs. MM3A, pottery, and MM3B, pottery. The Middle Minoan III settlement was destroyed by a powerful earthquake at the beginning of late Minoan 1A period, a turbulent time across the entire island. There were many seismic events and other disturbances down to the end of the Thera volcano eruption. It was a period with an intense religious atmosphere. In the early late Minoan 1A, the Lastral Basin was converted into a ground floor in Chania. The great bulk of conical caps associated with ritual activities in the Skalogiani building complex and in Drapaniaski Samos may be linked to this atmosphere of unease where ceremonies were held to appease the gods. As for the volcanic eruption, there is no ash in the far west of Crete, but in Chania, conical caps, but in Chania there are some traces of the eruption's effects. The Mathiudaki excavation on the foot of the Castelli Hill and near the sea, piles of late Minoan 1 sherds, many worn, others containing fossils and pumice as well, were found. This may be the result of a tsunami and may have accumulated as floor substratum in late Minoan 1B phase. The late Minoan 1A pottery is characterized by the small conical caps in massive numbers from the very beginning. A great number of bell caps, miniature jugs, high-footed caps or calathoi, the typical Vafio cap, medium-sized syrup jars with 3 handles and 2 holes on the disc, tortoise shell ripple pattern in a debased linear execution, dark on light decoration, floral patterns, reed, dots, and spirals in several variations. The main bulk of primary deposits of Neopalatial pottery belong to the late Minoan 1B phase. The deposits connected with the final catastrophe contain more developed pottery. In the local workshop, the examples of white clay multiply in number. The workshop also experiments with the whitish lustrous slip or chalky walls. The pottery is of harder quality. I don't speak more about them because I have no time. Well, the local fine ware pottery is characterized by hard clay. The decoration of tangent-linked running spirals of the fresco type with dotted center and of dotted waves is typical of this style. The above-mentioned local workshop is contemporary with the well-known alternating style technique, since local examples of that style are of exactly the same fabric. Two are the main groups of imports together with imitations. The first one includes late Hellenic II pottery, mostly squat jugs and alabastra, decorated by the ogival canopy design, and the second one, late Minoan 1B Gnossian pottery, decorated in the special palatial tradition style, the marine style, and the alternating style. We should note here that according to the results of excavation, the palatial center of Kenya sustained two destructions in late and final late Minoan 1B. Indeed, probable attempts to strengthen against an imminent attack have been observed, such as blocking entrances and building walls. The unique master impression found in Greek-Swedish excavations dates to this last phase. It bears a representation unique in Minoan art. A multi-story building complex occupies a hill by the sea with a harbor with a rocky and abrupt shoreline. It depicts a landscape identical to the Castelli Hill as seen from the present lighthouse of the old port to the north. The two gates on the right and left of the building complex are certainly not located on the northern part of the hill, which is inaccessible, but on its sides, just like the gates of the Kydonia Acropolis in historical times. Until the end of the late Minoan 1B period, the depiction of male chieftain figures was rare in Crete. The scene with a male god chieftain, protector and lord of the building complex, with gates decorated with half-rosette design, refers more to Mycenaean than Minoan prototypes. Nevertheless, the fact that we find ourselves not in a Mycenaean, but rather in a Minoan context is indicated by the multi-storied complex and the horns of consecration on top of it, although the Mycenaean word did borrow the symbol. Since the clay ceiling is dated to the end of the late Minoan 1B phase, it seems to be in the spirit of the reformer leader in LM2 and 3A1 Crete, that is, using a two-way flow of influences and providing a strong social organization in a composite society with a mixed population. The famous tomb of the warrior griffin of the 15th century BCE in Pylos is part of this same tradition of long-standing relationships and influences, according to Jack Davis and Sharon Stoker. On the masterful seal, we see the Minoan triumphing. On the above-mentioned master impression, Cretan Zeus is likely depicted, a product of Minoan and Mycenaean religion, a typical example of syncretism, who was born in Crete and was visited every 9 years by Minos of Creto-Mycenaean tradition. At last, the late Minoan II seal from the Kydonia cemetery characteristically illustrates the final fusion of the two worlds, the Mycenaean word represented by the lion and the Gnossian by the bull. I would not close my presentation without referring to the Greek Ministry of Culture and first to the long-time valuable support of INSTAB to the systematic excavations on the Castelli Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Our next paper is by Cyprian Broodbank, Disney Professor of Archaeology at the MacDonald Institute for Archaeological Research at the University of Cambridge, Toby Wilkinson, Senior Research Associate at the MacDonald Institute, and Vangelio Kyriazzi, Director of the Fitch Laboratory at the British School at Athens. Their paper is entitled Late Bronze Age Small-Scale Farmers as Analytical Individuals: The Microdynamics of Ceramic Production, Acquisition, and Consumption Among the Farmsteads of Second Palace Period, Kythera. The paper will be delivered by Cyprian.
Emily. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, all. In a recent communication with one of us, Jack astutely emphasized, quote, the density of data available to researchers in the Aegean, the masses that continue to be produced, as do new perspectives. In my view, he continued, the challenge now is to interpret the data at micro level. Whether or not this is indeed the primary challenge for Aegean archaeology in our time, we might all happily debate. But Jack is undoubtedly right to draw attention to this extraordinary wealth of information and its remarkable granularity. This is your day, Jack. So we follow your lead with a modest demonstration of what might be done. We do so through an example that pays tribute to three lasting influences that you have had on Aegeanists collectively, as well as specifically on the two of us here today. First, as one of the drivers of the emergence of intensive field survey, having a rather bad morning of it here, as an integral part of diachronic Aegean archaeology. Second, in melding traditional and innovative approaches to Aegean material culture, here exploring the incidence of specific decorative motifs on the LB1 ceramics from successive levels at Philippi. That's Davis and Cherry, 1984 originally, published in the final volume, and to this day a pioneering paper and one of the very few uses of battleship curves, I think still, in Aegean archaeology. And thirdly, in the unfailing support given to so many of us during the earlier and often more vulnerable stages of our careers, when stalwart friends in higher places are really badly needed. Thank you for that. To draw these points together, please now indulge a brief anecdote from fair Kythera, where we lay our scene. It was about 3 a.m. on a short, balmy summer night in the little village of Mitata, Kythera, sometime in later July 1998. One of us, that's actually me, was fast asleep at the end of another long and tiring day in the first season of fieldwork by Kythera Island Project. And suddenly, in my dreams, I heard the voice of Jack Davis calling me by name. Knowing that Jack was far away in Pylos or Athens or Cincinnati, I rolled over and I went back to sleep. But the voice called again in a slightly more anxious tone. Again, back to sleep I went. But as we all know, when the gods call, we mortals must answer. So on the third occasion, with the god now sounding very anxious indeed, I staggered sleepily outside, and there, bathed in the moonlight, were Shari Stocker and Jack Davis. It transpired that they had very kindly decided to visit us at short notice, and in those days, before internet and mobile phones, they had passed this message on to one of our team who had promptly, completely forgotten to relay it. They disembarked on Kythera in the depths of the night. The ferry deposited them, unbeknownst to them, at the Akofti rather than Pelagia, and so setting them off in completely the wrong direction with the rest of the disembarkees. And I think only genuinely divine intervention can possibly have led them to us. They got my slightly gritty bed. I slept in the apotheke. But the real moral of the story is that by good luck, the first sherds from our Bronze Age farmsteads, including the minoanizing finewares seen here on the top row, were still actually on the drying racks for display the following morning. And from that day forth, our funding never failed. So thank you again, 28 years later. So, given the granularity of our information that Jack has so rightly highlighted, it's perhaps a pity that so much of our investigative point of view within Aegean prehistory tends to be top-down, from centres or palaces outward, and nowhere more so than in models of Bronze Age economy, and in particular artifact production, circulation and consumption. As we'll try to show today, the data from mid-2nd millennium BC, or as we call it, Second Palace period Kythera, can provide an alternative window into local production, dispersal, selection, preference, and agency at a scale close to that of the individual in a kind of non-neoliberal sense, or at least of tiny, probably familial groups of rural people, what Charles Redman long ago in 1977 termed the analytical individual, in the sense of the smallest unit of action that we can actually archaeologically discern. Intensive survey by Kythera Island Project has identified some 113 sites of the Second Palace period, over 16% of the island. You can do the math yourself. Of which 83 have been sampled through rigorous gridded collection, creating perhaps one of the largest directly comparable cross-site samples in Aegean archaeology. Among these sites, of course, is the coastal centre of Castries, revealed to be some 6 or 7 hectares in settlement extent, as well as an immediate penumbra of other extensive areas of occupation and activity in the surrounding Paleopoly zone. Yet, the vast majority of Second Palace period sites consist of far smaller rural scatters widely spread across the survey area. These, typically 0.1 to 0.2 hectares in surface extent, we term farmsteads. Their size suggests occupation by maybe 1 or 2 families apiece. And as has been argued previously, the analysis of their assemblages alongside their pairing, in several cases with single tombs, does tend to suggest that they acted as primary points of rural residence. Equally interestingly, while Andrew Bevan's analysis of their micro-locations in the landscape strongly suggests that each independently farmed a small patch of arable land, often cross-channel terraced, with surrounding areas of pasture, in material terms, each unit was the opposite of self-sufficient. Grinding stones and other lithics came from outcrops across or beyond the island. The metal tools that we can infer from surviving whetstones were clearly not manufactured on site. And above all, the pottery assemblage was made by specialized producers in two main locations in the island. And it's on the supply and the selection of pottery that we will henceforth concentrate. For today, we've chosen a sample of 11 broadly contemporary Second Palace sites to explore, selected both for their reliably large artifact sample size. On the right, you probably can't read the scale, but the ones with the larger collections there, and for their different locations and roles. These include 4 farmsteads on the Mitata Plateau, seen in red, top left, Site 1A, 2, 28, and 83, the second of whose finds, incidentally, were those that Jack and Shari saw in 1998, Site 2. These are closely spaced a few hundred meters apart and are elements of an exceptionally well-preserved network of intervisible, sometimes even intervocal, and surely often interrelated families. 2 similar farmsteads, but at a greater distance from this cluster, are also selected. That's in the mauve, in the southeast, Site 105, and the southwest, Site 150. For contrast, and obviously requiring scaling for their larger size, we add Castries itself, Site 64, plus 2 all but contiguous settlement areas, 60 and 93 in blue. And lastly, we also consider 2 further sites, Site 72, a discrete small settlement in the Paleopoly lowlands, and Site 121, a substantial and rather interesting near-coastal scatter below the peak sanctuary of Aos Georgios, and those 2 are in yellow. And all this variation is encompassed within an area of about 10 by 10 kilometers. We've previously established 2 principal traditions of pottery manufacture on Bronze Age Kythera. One used pale Neogene clay, either untempered for fine paste or tempered with sand, or by the Second Palace period, mainly mudstone. This has been spatially located by clay sampling, replication experiments, and finds of wasters to the Paleopoly lowlands close to Castries and Site 93. The other is associated with pottery in a reddish micaceous fabric, securely geologically provenance to a small area of northeast Kythera, a few kilometers beyond our survey boundary. Site-by-site quantification and analysis of our total sample of Second Palace period sites reveals a distinct, localized pattern of uptake of the products of both these fabric families. As seen here, there is much greater use of the Neogene mudstone tempered fabric closer to its production zone in coastal Paleopoly, while red micaceous fabrics dominate inland on the Mitata Plateau. Interestingly, in the far southwest, which is most accessible overland, red micaceous again dominates, while the southeast, with short overland and coastal links, aligns more with Paleopoly. So how to explain all this? We can suggest 4, probably non-mutually exclusive, potential reasons for this patterning. One is simply the distance-based cost of transport by donkey or by small ship to different parts of the island, as explored here, and, as you can see, clearly explaining part of the overall pattern, including some perhaps of the coastal inland distinctions. But interestingly, the Mitata Plateau farmsteads are more or less equidistant, 2.5 hours from both, and yet in the main veer strongly towards red micaceous products. So, what else might be at stake? Another possibility is microchronology within the Second Palace period. The pottery from the 1963 to 1965 excavations by Coldstream and Huxley at Castries reveals a cumulative shift across the range of shapes encountered from a preponderance of mudstone tempered in MM3 to LM1A towards red micaceous products in LM1B. Very little of this course material survives to study today, but you can capture that single quote, if you look hard enough, in the 1972 publication volume. If we zoom into the Mitata Plateau on the right, we can see substantially more of the mudstone tempered fabric at Site 2 than elsewhere. So, taking this line of investigation, perhaps this was the first founder settlement for internal colonization of this micro-region, which we know had lain previously empty for several centuries. A third possibility is differential specialization by vessel function between the two production traditions, with the northern workshops focusing primarily on storage jars and cooking pots, while the workshops closer to Castries concentrated on tableware and medium-sized dark on light painted vessels. This interpretation remains tentative, of course, and such production patterns are being inferred primarily from consumption-led evidence, so there's a danger of circularity, or at least a bias there. But if this was indeed the case, a further question arises. Was island-wide organization of production coordinated, in some sense, by a center such as Castries, or was it being shaped primarily by individual initiative and agency responding to patterns of demand? So thinking of the possibilities, the last but not least, and I think a real possibility, is that some of this microvariation actually reflects social choices among decision-making and consuming individuals at each farmstead, concerning preference, affiliation to wider networks within the island, and relations to particular potters and their mechanisms of distribution. This in turn would raise intriguing, if unanswerable, questions as to how pots were actually obtained, at what spatial nexus of actions in the landscape, from what range of product options, and how, quote-unquote, purchased, given our ignorance of economic practices of local exchange and value equivalence. Now, in a sense, such granular approaches may have many applications within our data set, enable the exploration of a range of questions. Here, for example, is the proportional usage of all fabrics per site, including in beige, in blue, the fine wares, which of course strongly correlate with small drinking and decorated shapes. And we see that this kind of commensal activity is far more common at and around Castries than in the farmsteads of the interior. To take another approach, Here is the total distribution of cooking pot legs, at this time almost exclusively in red micaceous fabric and uniformly desirable apparently across the entire survey area, probably due to their superior performance. And we might note there's a very surprising number of these from coastal site 121, which actually has the largest count of any. Given its proximity to Agios Georgios and the high count of fine wares too at this site, we wonder whether this may have served as some kind of hosting place or potential for off-island groups who are not accessing the sanctuary site via the harbour at Castries. We can derive further insights into the microbehaviour of product producers and consumers from the morphological and the stylistic details of the bulk storage jars, to judge by their diameters, many, but not all, pithoi. In terms of minimum numbers of vessels and rim diameters, as a rough proxy for vessel volume, the small inland farmsteads stand out as strikingly more intensively invested in bulk storage than the Paleopolis sites, including Castries itself, both in absolute terms in some cases and proportionate to greatly different site sizes. A few of the very largest rural pithoi, mainly in red micaceous, might have served as water tanks, but overall, together with a number of grinding stones, it does look as if crop production, processing and storage were heavily concentrated in the farmsteads rather than at and around Castries. So, let's look a little closer at what actual options in terms of storage jars, what options were available to people in these farmsteads. If we compare the rim forms, upper row, of all large jars and pithoi from the survey, alongside lower row, the raised, impressed and incised decoration types found on some shapes, probably as well as a few basins, we can see that our two main fabrics, red for micaceous, beige for Neogen mudstone, they match with different microstyles of rim, form and body decoration. In other words, the two main contemporary pottery traditions on the island made jars and pithoi that looked very different. Now, for obvious reasons, across the survey as a whole, the uptake of these two traditions broadly aligns with the total distribution of products in both fabrics, as seen in this quantification for our 11 sample sites of rim and decoration types, rims on the left, decoration on the right, with each horizontal line representing the sites within a microregion. Even in this slide, we can see distinctions within microregions. For example, Castries obtained more red micaceous fabric pithoi than site 60. So that would be the second row on the left. And as a final exercise, we focus on just 3 of our closely neighboring farmsteads back on the Mitata Plateau, representing small clusters of people who ostensibly should have had access to very similar supply options, perhaps with a slightly earlier chronological start at site 2. So here we see 3 farmsteads, upper row their rim forms, lower row their decoration types. Now, what we actually see in the profiles of these bar charts, showing the frequency of the rims and the decoration types at each of these, is actually quite thought-provoking. On the one hand, all of them do indeed share similar elements in their repertoire, particularly the relative quantities of the main rim forms on the right-hand side of each graph, which is suggestive of perhaps similar access and similar choices available to each farmstead. On the other hand, it can be seen that each farmstead was also differentially accessing or consciously selecting a number of other storage vessels of diverse shapes and appearances, creating a slightly different overall repertoire of such at each site. Exactly what this means we could debate, but it seems to us quite likely to represent, at least in part, some form of social or individual choice at the micro level. So, I'm afraid this one will come back and back in various iterations. Analytical and other individuals in Aegean prehistory can of course be found in many forms. To date, however, the bias has tended to be towards the elite end of that spectrum. But don't let us forget the 99%. Here we've tried to shed light on the very different lives and forms of agency and choice as visible in the rich Aegean archaeological record, those of potters, here as producers, and rural farmers, here as consumers. In an age of ever-increasing inequality, that may be a salutary reminder from the past of the basic grassroots freedoms that are in such vital need of defense by all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cyprian. Our next paper is by Tracy Cullen of the American School of Classical Studies at Athens and editor emerita of Hesperia, and Lauren Talalay of the Kelsey Museum of Archaeology at the University of Michigan. Their paper, which will be read by Natalie ABELL, is entitled Hitting the Jackpot, a Curious Vessel from Neolithic Placari. Natalie.
Hi. Aegean prehistorians spend countless hours sorting, describing, analyzing, and sketching mounds of unglamorous pottery. Now and again, amid the tedium of sorting unsightly piles, a particular vessel or sherd captures our attention. This talk focuses on one such item, a clay vessel excavated at the site of Placari on the southern coast of Evia. Admittedly, somewhat crude and unadorned, it is the largest and most complete pot found in the settlement's final Neolithic deposits. Especially noteworthy is its context, which has spawned debate and speculation. We have affectionately named this find the Jackpot, in honor of Jack, or perhaps in revenge, for his having left such pots behind in favor of gold and ivory. Before we turn to the jackpot, I'm not going to laugh every time. Before we turn to the jackpot, a bit of information about Placari. The site is located on a low ridge at the northeastern corner of the Paximadi Peninsula, west of modern Charistos. Unobstructed sightlines offer wide vistas to the surrounding land and sea. East to the Buros-Castri Peninsula, south to Paximadi and the harbor, and north-northeast across the Charistos plain to the heights of Mount Ochi. Situated above a safe harbor near the intersection of the Evian Gulf and the Aegean, Placari was surely a desirable and strategic place to settle, occupying a critical location for trade, especially with Attica and the northern Cyclades. Current evidence indicates that the site was first occupied in the final Neolithic, most likely with sporadic habitation. A number of other prehistoric sites have been discovered in the area, though none as extensive as Placari. Ongoing excavations at the nearby site of Gouramadi, however, may soon alter this picture. Following the final Neolithic, or possibly EB1, attested by a tiny schematic antler figurine, Placari was apparently deserted for more than a millennium. Intensive use of the ridge does not start again until the beginning of the early Iron Age and extends through the late Classical period. Rich finds reveal an early cult site with hundreds of votive objects. The site ranks as one of the earliest Iron Age settlement sanctuaries in Greece. Details about the prehistoric occupation of Placari were scanty until Don Keller carried out a 2-day salvage excavation in 1979 on the southern side of the hill, revealing a short stretch of dry stone wall, 2 prehistoric floors, a small collection of faunal material, abundant obsidian, and an arrowhead of imported honey flint. Pottery included fine Final Neolithic pattern-burnished sherds, large courseware bowls, and a few fragments of possible early Hellenic I date. The pottery is strikingly similar to that from the northwest Cyclades in Attica, which, along with obsidian from Milos and honey flint from an unknown source, attests to networks of trade and alliance. Given the promising nature of the site, new excavations were undertaken in between 2011 and 2015 under the aegis of the Placari Archaeological Project. This is a synergesia between the VU University Amsterdam, represented in Greece by the Netherlands Institute at Athens, and the 11th Effort of Prehistoric and Classical Antiquities of Evia, now the Effort of Evia. The project has been co-directed by Jan Paul Krielaar and the late Maria Kozma. In addition to the later sanctuary just mentioned, Grillard and his team also recovered prehistoric remains concentrated on the northeastern part of the ridge in trenches 10, 11, and 12. The tumbled condition of many sherds suggests final Neolithic habitation higher up on the ridgetop. Additional final Neolithic finds came from Trench 13 and elsewhere across the site. The picture that then emerges for the final Neolithic is one of dispersed nuclei of habitation. Inhabitants participated in the household production of pottery, stone tools, and woven items. The virtual absence of patterned burnished ware, so plentiful in the 1979 excavation on the south coast or on the south side of the ridge, suggests that the two areas served different functions, or they were not strictly contemporary. Finally, an intermittent perimeter wall may indicate concerns with defense and also functioned as a terrace on which to build structures. Against this background, we can consider the jackpot. SF-31, as it is officially known, stands about 30 centimeters tall. Conservators from the Eretria Museum reconstructed the vessel from dozens of sherds, not all of which could be placed on the pot. Shown here in four views. The jackpot is a biconical jar with a slightly flaring neck, the uppermost part of which was missing. A large horizontal handle, oval in section, was attached at mid-body. A second handle, shown in the drawing on the left, was found nearby and probably belongs to this vessel, but no joins could be found. Our assumption is that the second handle was placed symmetrically opposite the first, as shown in the reimagined view on the right. The lowest group of sherds in this drawing also could not be situated on the pot, but may indicate the tail ends of vertical lugs near the rim, as found at nearby Kefala on Kea. The jackpot can be assigned to the medium coarse variety of the locally produced handmade final Neolithic redwares. The fabric contains abundant schist and quartzite inclusions typical of the local geology, and the dark core is characteristic of an incomplete firing, probably in an open pit. Similar vessels are known from nearby final Neolithic settlements, such as Controgliate in eastern Attica, from wells on the north and west slopes of the Acropolis, and especially at Kefala, where comparable jars come from the cemetery. Further afield at Alapotropa in the Mani, we find on the left a similar shape associated with secondary child burials, and on the right a jar interpreted as a water jug, and daringly suspended in a fashion impossible to imagine for our jackpot. One of the more intriguing, though vexing aspects of the vessel from Placari is its context. The pot was found in Trench 11 on the northeast side of the hill, shown in this plan on the left. It was situated within a cluster of stones in Unit 363, in line with the south wall of a modest structure abutting a broad plaza of bedrock. Although much of the structure was disturbed by erosion and Iron Age building activities, a floor surface was recognized in Unit 368 that included a circular stone hearth and the remains of a small jar, basin, and a spindle whorl. The structure may have been entered through the gap between Units 363 and 369. Emerging from a site characterized by heavily fractured ceramics, our jackpot caused some excitement. Excavation records suggest that the pot was deliberately inverted and placed in a cavity dug into bedrock on the western side of the hut's entrance. The top of the vessel rested on a large flat stone. The pot was then surrounded by stones interspersed with orange-brown loam, shown here in Unit 363, seemingly with the intention of sealing or hiding the vessel. Our working hypothesis is that Units 361, 363, and 367 were all part of a foundation trench or stone socle that supported the south wall of this structure. If we could invite Lévi-Strauss in to survey the situation, he would be quick to point out the liminal nature of the pot's location, near a threshold and exterior wall, dividing inner and outer space between the inner domus and the outer plaza. It seems plausible to us that SF-31 served as a principal piece related to the construction of the hut, whether as a foundation deposit or other kind of special deposit. Foundation and special building deposits have been recovered at numerous archaeological sites in the Mediterranean and are mentioned in the ancient literature. Unlike SF-31, however, the examples of prehistoric sites usually derive from elite or ceremonial structures, and include high-status items. Two examples, one from late Cypriot Aradiu, the other from Proto-Palatial Malia, hold interest in light of the Plakari piece because neither is a high-status object. Like our piece, both are simple clay vessels. The Cypriot deposit consists of a single plain-ware water jug, perhaps broken intentionally and placed beneath a wall. The Cretan example is described as a single teapot deposited in a stone cyst. As Louise Steele has suggested, the simplicity of these two examples may reflect concerns with daily practices within a ritual setting. Several foundation deposits from Neolithic Thessaly are also of interest. The most famous example comes from a late Neolithic domestic structure at Plataea Magula Zarku, a clay model of a house containing several different sized figurines found in a pit below the house floor. More relevant to the Plakari examples are deposits found near the outer edges of structures. An adjoining yard of a Middle Neolithic house at Sesklo contained a large vessel with charred animal bones placed inside a post hole and covered by stones. At Late Neolithic Dimony, foundation deposits occur only in residential areas and consist of various objects, including large pottery fragments placed at select points. While most are found inside houses, one example in House 23, the largest red dot in the upper right, consisted of a bowl and a chisel embedded within the lower part of the exterior wall beside the threshold, bringing to mind the Plakari vessel. While the context and nature of the jackpot do not precisely match any of these examples, foundation and special house deposits are certainly attested in the Greek Neolithic. Some consist of modest offerings, presumably to protect all or parts of a structure and the lives within. None of these examples address what seems to us a defining feature of the jackpot, its inverted position. The purposeful inversion of vessels is found throughout the world in a variety of contexts, both ancient and modern, and is seen as symbolically powerful. That power may derive from the notion that inverted containers defy or contradict proper or expected orientation. Moreover, inversion suggests that a vessel has been emptied of its original contents, allowing it to capture or contain new elements. Inversion is key to the ritual pouring of libations and, more prosaically, to the practice of divining the future. Modern examples of inverted vessels from various cultures are often connected to the catching of demons or evil spirits. The so-called witch jars, popular in 17th century England, were thought to serve as traps or to cure the cursed. Often filled with nails, pins, and bodily fluids, they were turned upside down, buried beneath hearths, or hung from trees as protection against witchcraft. Elsewhere, an upside-down bowl at a household threshold is thought to stop wandering spirits from entering a home, and flipping and emptying a water vessel assures that malevolent forces cannot reside in or drink from the pot. Ancient examples can also be cited. Especially intriguing are the so-called demon or incantation bowls from the Near East. These 6th to 8th century ceramic bowls often show images of bound demons, magical symbols, and writing, including pseudoscripts. Largely confined to sites in Iraq and Iran, they are reportedly found in houses, under thresholds, or under floors in room corners. Those found in situ are commonly discovered, like SF31, positioned face down. Although interpretations vary, they too may have served as traps to lure or neutralize malevolent forces. Bronze Age Crete provides a rich tradition of inverted pots in a variety of contexts: cemeteries, houses, and at least one palace. Santo Privitera has documented some 50 cases from 17 sites across the island, spanning more than a millennium. Deposits below house walls are of particular interest. At Pelekastro, a number of vessels, many of them pouring vessels, were found upside down and beneath wall footings and are interpreted as foundation deposits. The excavators suggest that the jars and cups belong to a ritual involving liquids, perhaps poured as libations onto the earth or raised as a toast to the patron deity of builders, invoking the protection of the building. Similarly, at Psira, in House AF, a conical cup was found upside down beneath an internal dividing wall. The inverted position has relevance for mortuary contexts as well, in Crete and beyond. In a courtyard outside Tholos A at Kamilari in southern Crete, vessels have been overturned on a possible altar dated to Middle Minoan 1B. Pre-palatial cemeteries at Sisi Bufo and Archanis Fourni revealed upside-down pots associated with skeletal remains. And graves from the Kerma culture in ancient Nubia often contained inverted pots accompanying the deceased. Archaeologists have speculated that these represented the emptying of life and a surrender to an afterlife. The function and circumstances of deposit of our jackpot remain an intriguing mystery. Was the vessel meant to entrap or remove evil spirits, or intended as an offering for prosperity and protection when the small structure in Trench 11 was built? Could it have held funerary significance, given its similarity to burial pots at Kefala? Was its partial state significant? Was it designed as a ritual vessel, or taken first from domestic use and repurposed, thereby removing it from circulation? Could it have been upended and broken as part of a libation ceremony to consecrate the building? Alternatively, did it serve some other purpose that we have yet to imagine? Although questions remain, we suggest that at a minimum, the placement of the vessel below or within a wall near the entrance to a domestic structure seems to have been a deliberate, meaningful act. Its position suggests that it was placed there when the structure was being built, and it may have been a foundation deposit like other examples from Neolithic Greece. Unparalleled in the Neolithic, however, to our knowledge, is the inverted position of the vessel associated with domestic architecture. For now, we propose that our jackpot was part of a community or a household ceremony writ small. To you, Jack, we propose a toast writ large, our heartfelt gratitude and admiration for all you have given us and so many others in the field. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Our next paper is by Paskalis Safariadis, Senior Advisor and Researcher at the Norwegian Institute at Athens and the University of Bergen. His paper is entitled Separate Ways but Not Worlds Apart, Southern Euboea in Cycladic Prehistoric Context. Paskalis.
All right, so good morning. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and, of course, congratulate Jack for a distinguished career and a huge impact on Aegean prehistory. I'm sure there is more to that. Southern Euboea, known as the Charistia, occupies a key position between Attica and the Cyclades, making it an ideal case study for exploring prehistoric interactions and local responses to shifting regional conditions. Building on previous work by colleagues, some present in this session, and incorporating recent collective research, this presentation discusses through a selective diachronic perspective how Charistian communities responded to regional developments, at times engaging with wider networks and at others following divergent trajectories or even, in certain cases, missing from the map. The Charistia corresponds to the southernmost part of Euboea. Its landscape is rugged and sparsely vegetated, though internally diverse. In environmental terms, it closely resembles the nearby Cyclades and eastern Attica. These affinities are also reflected in the prehistoric record, which differs from that of the rest of Euboea, justifying the treatment of the Charistia as an island within an island. The local archaeological record is shaped by field surveys, island-wide projects until the 1970s, and systematic, region-specific onwards, following the work of Donald Keller and the establishment of the Canadian Southern Euboea Exploration Project. The successive SHIP projects, and more recently the Norwegian Archaeological Survey in the Charistia, rank the area among the most extensively surveyed in Greece. In contrast, the excavation record lists limited rescue excavations and only 3 systematic projects at the Aegetriada, Gourimadi, and Plakari, targeting prehistoric sites. The area comprises 66 prehistoric sites and find spots, including 21 that are clearly prehistoric but cannot be assigned to a specific period because of inconclusive or absent pottery. Concentrated mainly in the 2 plains, these consist almost exclusively of obsidian scatters suggestive of ephemeral and task-oriented use. Current evidence places the earliest habitation in the later late Neolithic, with settlement increasing during the final Neolithic and early Bronze Age 1. Early Bronze Age 2A is also represented, whereas Early Bronze Age 2B, typified by the Anatolianizing Lefkandi 1 cast-3 types, is almost entirely absent, as is the Early Bronze Age 3. The Middle Bronze Age is represented by only two sites, Agios Nikolaos Milon and Lefka, while possible Late Bronze Age evidence is limited to a few finds from the former and unconfirmed sherds from Cape Philagra and Styra. Although southern Euboea is regarded as a stepping stone in the initial colonization of the Cyclades during the late Neolithic, material of this date is not only known from Agia Triada and Gourimadi, and is entirely absent from surveys, suggesting the effects of post-depositional processes or limited habitation. Agia Triada yielded scant but stratified late Neolithic 1B pottery, including specimens with a characteristic white-on-dark decoration of the Saliagos tradition. An anthropomorphic protom further reinforces Cycladic connections, while the pottery itself appears to have been produced locally. Other sherds, including examples resembling the black burnished wares of the southern mainland, point to context extending beyond the Cyclades. The presence of a single matte-painted sherd is also noteworthy for both chronological and networking considerations. The small quantity of pottery and associated lithics suggests limited use of the cave with a difficult-to-determine function. The ongoing excavations at Gourimadi produce substantial late Neolithic 1B remains within one of the largest settlements in the region. Alongside extensive stone-built architecture cutting through the stratigraphic sequence, Gourimadi has yielded stratified pottery with a characteristic white-on-dark decoration and a small number of matte-painted sherds associated with a possible adobe-made feature. Based on absolute and relative dating, the onset of habitation in Gourimadi and in the Caristia as a whole can be placed around the beginning of the 5th millennium BCE, if not slightly earlier. In any case, the absence of pre-late Neolithic habitation in the Caristia, in contrast to the rest of Euboea, persists. This pattern is, however, consistent with the Cyclades, where permanent settlements likewise emerged during the late Neolithic and increased during the subsequent phases. The new evidence from Gourimadi suggests that the Caristia participated in the same process of settlement establishment as the nearby Cycladic islands and may confirm its role as a stepping stone in this development. The early appearance of white-on-dark pottery further suggests that the Caristia was not merely participating in emerging networks, but may have been an active component in the formation of the Neolithic Cycladic world. The final Neolithic Early Bronze Age sees a marked increase in landscape use, with numerous new settlements established in coastal or upland areas, with access to agricultural resources and extensive maritime use, suggesting a seaward orientation. Similar patterns are noted in nearby northwestern Andros and Milos. Most sites identified through survey belong to this broad time span, and except where diagnostic pottery is present, cannot be securely assigned either to the final Neolithic or Early Bronze Age 1, particularly the latter, as several characteristic final Neolithic pottery types continue to the following period. Comparable problems of early Cycladic 1 visibility has also been noted in the Northern Chaos survey by Davis and colleagues and elsewhere in the region. Nevertheless, several Caristian sites show evidence of occupation during both periods, although continuity remains unconfirmed. A good number of sites have yielded substantial final Neolithic Early Bronze Age 1 material and can probably be interpreted as settlements, with distribution densities comparable, for example, to those of northwestern Chaos. Although precise synchronization is unattainable, at least some were likely contemporary. In some cases, complementary relationships among sites have been proposed, for example, between Plakari and Kazara, the latter interpreted as a location of seasonal or specialized use. Better evidence comes from the two plains, where find spots dominated by obsidian scatters suggest specialized activities. The cases of Agia Paraskevi in Paximadi and of find spot 07935 in Campos, associated with the Early Bronze Age 2 site Phagos Georgios, and yielding thousands of obsidian pieces, are particularly indicative. Notably, apart from Agios Georgios, the two plains remain devoid of substantial settlement throughout prehistory. Functionally dispersed settlement patterns and possible complementary relationships among sites are also attested in the Cyclades. Examples include Kefala and Paura in Kea, together with lithic find spots interpreted as special purposes sites. Similar cases are also suggested for northwestern Andros. The final Neolithic Early Bronze Age 1 architectural record remains limited. The most extensive evidence comes from Gourimadi, with Plakari yielding limited remains. Material culture, however, is relatively rich and homogeneous, displaying affinities primarily with the nearby Cyclades, especially Andros and Kea, and secondarily with the mainland in both final Neolithic and early Helladic contexts. These patterns fit within the framework of intensified Cycladic interaction networks, in which the Charistia likely occupied an important position along regional maritime routes. The local early Bronze Age II record reflects the culmination of these interactions within the early Cycladic II international spirit. The involvement of the Charistia in Cycladic exchange networks during these periods is reflected in the large quantities of obsidian, both raw material and artifacts, recovered both by surveys and excavation. The distribution of sites specializing in different stages of obsidian reduction, as noted in the plains, suggests a degree of inter-settlement coordination supporting an industry that formed a major component of local strategies. The more than 17,000 of obsidian pieces from Gurimadi processed by 2023 indicate both the import of raw material and the local production of tools. Together with the more than 400 obsidian arrowheads recovered from the site, these finds suggest a significant role in the production and distribution of obsidian artifacts, perhaps even at a regional scale. The site has also produced a small number of chert and honey and chocolate-colored flint artifacts, the latter likely imported from regions as distant as Western Greece or Albania. A similar find from Plakari suggests that despite the predominance of Cycladic connections, exchange networks may occasionally have been more diverse. The ceramic evidence points to the same direction. Material reveals strong affinities with the Cyclades and to a lesser extent the mainland, and particularly Attica. Final Neolithic pottery, including pattern-bearing wares, cheese pots, scoop fragments, rope-decorated courseware, and elephant head lags, has close parallels at Kefala, Phtelia, and sites in Attica. The early Bronze Age I evidence remains less clear, although the ongoing study of the relevant assemblages from Gurimadi, including characteristic features such as red burnist, serge, and T-rim fragments, has the potential to fill gaps in our understanding of this phase. The early Bronze Age II in the Charistia tells two different stories. The few settlements of this period belong to its earlier phase, early Bronze Age IIa, whereas early Bronze Age IIb is represented literally by one vessel. In Cycladic terms, early Bronze Age IIa roughly corresponds to early Cycladic II, with early Bronze Age IIb falling within the Castrile-Lefkandi horizon, whose characteristic pottery is almost absent from the region. Architectural evidence is limited, and the picture is complemented by the burial context in Agia Triada and the cemetery at Gisuri. Apart from the double-faced wall constructions at Agia Pelagia, Aios Georgios yielded remains of multi-roomed buildings. The pottery assemblages display certain mainland threads, including plastic and impressed decoration, yet the local repertoire as a whole finds parallels across the southern mainland, the rest of Euboea, and the Cyclades. Sauce boats, pyxides, and rare occurrences of talcware reflect the wider ceramic koine associated with the early Cycladic II international spirit. Agia Triada offers a good example of how this is expressed in the Charistian record through a unique funerary context. The relevant assemblage derives from a remote chamber of the cave containing possibly secondary burials where human remains of decapitated bones, fragmented pottery, and grave offerings were deposited above a layer of carbonized seeds. The pottery repertoire includes forms widely attested across Euboea, Attica, the Cyclades, and central and southern Greece, such as jugs, pyxides, footed cups, and sauce boats. Several vessels are interpreted as Cycladic imports or close imitations, displaying parallels with assemblages from Haladriani and other Cycladic sites. Access to wider regional networks during this period is further evinced by other finds from the same context, including a small bronze dagger, a pair of tweezers, and incised bone tubes paralleled by early Cycladic II funerary contexts elsewhere. The most characteristic material of this period comes from the cemetery at Gisuri, likely associated with the nearby settlement of Lefka. The assemblage includes 16 partially preserved figurines made of non-local marble, as well as fragments of marble vessels in typical Cycladic shapes. The additional figurines, published by Wolters in 1891, have also been tentatively linked to Gisuri. Notably, all this distinctive material derives from funerary contexts. This pattern provides insights into how such objects were incorporated into local communities and suggests that access to them may have been restricted to certain individuals or groups participating in regional networks. The limited number of individuals represented in the Agia Triada burial context may point in the same direction. The Cycladic orientation and human presence in the Charistia, more generally, appears to stop abruptly after the EBA 2A to the mature Middle Bronze Age. Essentially, only a single Depas amphikipelon from the grave at Gisuri, a type characteristic of the Lefkandi I Castri repertoire, can be assigned to the early Bronze Age 2B. This leaves us with two possible scenarios. either the complete absence of habitation during this interval or severe depopulation accompanied by the continuation of earlier traditions that cannot presently be synchronized with regional comparanda. If the latter scenario holds, then Caristia appears to have remained outside the early Cycladic 2-3 interaction sphere and absent from the shifting Cycladic geography, in marked contrast, for example, to Lefkan D. Whatever the explanation for this gap, the next substantial evidence for habitation comes from Agios Nikolaos Milon and from Lefka, where survey has identified grey Minian surge. Although unexcavated and relatively small and interpreted within the context of nucleation observed elsewhere in the Cyclades, for example on Kea and Milos, Agios Nikolaos preserves substantial architectural remains and movable finds indicating connections primarily with the Cyclades and secondarily with the mainland. The assemblage includes Minian ware, matte-painted pottery, and coarse-incised wares, while approximately 9% of the material appears to be Cycladic imports, particularly comparable to Aegean Irene Phase 4. This contrasts with the stronger mainland orientation generally observed in Central Euboea during the Middle Bronze Age. It should be noted in this occasion that although Agios Nikolaos seems to have had access to Cycladic networks, as suggested by imported pottery and abundant obsidian finds, neither the site nor the Caristia as a whole fits with Davis's Western string model or Belzas's recent interpretation of it, as the local record lacks any evidence for Minoan contact or influence. This contrasts with nearby northwestern Andros, only about 12 kilometers away, where such material, although scarce, is attested. Closing this brief overview, the absence of confirmed late Bronze Age sites in the Caristria remains a puzzling peculiarity, despite its mention in the linear B ceiling from Thebes, the extensive survey coverage of the region, and its strategic position along the north-south maritime routes, unless, of course, we have been looking in the wrong places. Apart from a couple of Mycenaean surges reported in earlier surveys, the only relevant evidence comes again from Agios Nikolaos. This consists of Kylix stems dated to the late Helladic 2B, 3A2, and a rim fragment, probably from a crater, with parallels on chaos, alongside scarce finds associated with metallurgical activities tentatively assigned to this period. To conclude, although the local record is still defined by survey results, recent evidence from systematic and rescue excavation fills important gaps, at least for the earlier prehistoric periods, revealing the Caristia as a dynamic component of the Cycladic world, maintaining variable ties to it and responding, not always successfully, to shifting regional conditions. The excavations at Agia Triada and Gourimadi place the Caristia within the core of earlier Cycladic prehistory, while the material contributes to the refinement of local and regional sequences. Together with the survey evidence, they demonstrate how interactions and networks linking local communities with the Cyclades, while never excluding connections with the nearby Attica and more distant mainland regions, co-shape the trajectories of habitation in the area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Pascalis. Our penultimate paper is by Chris Hale of the Polish Academy of Sciences Institute of Archaeology and Ethnology. His paper is entitled Potsherds from a Different Edge, Alternative North-South Connectivity in the Middle Bronze Age Aegean. Chris.
Thank you very much, Emily, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to participate today. It's been a privilege to interact with Jack and Shari over the years while working at the Pylos pottery tables, and I've certainly learned a lot. So thank you for everything, Jack. My paper's title today references an inspiring paper that Jack and Evi Gorgiani published in 2008, but it approaches an entirely different geography. Their paper mapped the edges of what they called a new environment, where Cretan imports and influence could be detected in local material cultures of the late Middle Bronze and early Late Bronze Age. The northern boundaries of the new environment were broadly delineated by Kea in the northwestern Cyclades and Izmir in western Anatolia. These edges were key places of identity construction, but were far from passive. Communities on the edges selected, they emulated, they rejected, and in some cases they integrated other ways of doing into local behavior and practice to create something new. Beyond the northern edge, evidence for Cretan interaction remains rare, and questions of connectivity and negotiated identity in central and northern Greece have remained untethered from the prevailing narratives focused on Crete and the south. New results from central Greece are filling that gap. The edges here are also proving critical, but the emerging data are challenging some prevailing paradigms. The central and northern Greek mainland have long been treated as passive, peripheral, or parochial because of the perception that critical developments for the southern Aegean story, like Cretan interaction in the Middle Bronze Age, or the arrival of Mycenaean lustrous decorated pottery in the early Late Bronze Age, or even the appearance of wealthy elite burial practice, seems largely absent, somewhat delayed, or at least very different. Mycenaean lustrous decorated pottery as a marker holds particular power in this narrative. In a recent summary of the state of scholarship concerning Southern Aegean and European links, Joseph Moran has juxtaposed the rarity of LH1 pottery in central and northern Greece against its abundance in southern Italian sites like at Vivara or Castello. He argues that a central Mediterranean route to Central Europe was more important to early Mycenae than any northeastern route via central Greece or the northern Aegean. We saw the same argument summarized eloquently yesterday by Julia in her paper on the importance of Corinth and Korakou and the Corinthian Gulf to Western connectivity. Moran sees this Ionian Tyrrhenian Sea route as the likeliest source for Central European objects in the early Late Bronze Age Western and Northeastern Peloponnese, including amber, such as what we saw in Birgitta's paper on Kakavotos yesterday, or for raw materials like European or Atlantic sources of tin. While Moran does acknowledge the presence of a different central to northern Greek network which may have existed independent of the southern Aegean, I argue that the discussion on the nature of this network, its agents, and potential importance to early Mycenaean identity formation along its southern edge needs additional consideration. Significant evidence is now emerging of a highly connected Middle Bronze Age Central Greek world with consistent links both south and north. The evidence is harder to see in the elite objects which dominate so much of Shaftgrave period scholarship, but it shows more clearly in pottery types that sit outside the Mycenaean lustrous decorated and Cretan spotlight. An additional northeastern route running from the southern Aegean through central and northern Greece into Central Europe should be taken seriously in our understanding of interregional Aegean networks, but this requires a real paradigm shift about the nature of the Middle Bronze Age in Central Greece. An ongoing regional program of chemical and petrographic analysis is providing some new ways of looking at this region and period. More than 600 pottery samples from across the Middle Bronze Age have been sourced from 10 Central Greek sites so far. I sincerely thank my many collaborators who I list here, but who are too many to name in such a short paper. In the context of today's talk, I would like to particularly thank Johannes Sturba, Tobias Krapf, Maria Fotini Papakonstantinou, Despina Skorda, Iro Mathiodaki, and Trevor Van Dam for their valued partnerships. Primary results have already been and will continue to be published under different cooperations, and I sincerely thank you all. We have a lot to talk about. The first significant finding is about Central Euboea. The analysis of so-called grey minion or fine grey burnished pottery has turned up the same answer across almost every site analysed so far. The dominant production zone increasingly seems to be Central Euboea, with much smaller numbers belonging to dispersed producers elsewhere. Samples from the Fila clays just north of Lefkandi anchor chemical groups termed EUA and now EUB. At Lefkandi itself, almost all analysed samples belong to this local production. At Mitru, 60 kilometres up the Euboean Gulf, 75% of sampled fine grey burnished pottery is Central Euboean. Utresis in Boeotia shows a similar dominant pattern with some smaller Boeotian production. Pevkakia in Magnesia, far to the north, still has Central Euboean fine grey burnished as a significant component within a more heterogeneous assemblage. At other sampled sites elsewhere in Central Greece, patterns seem similar. As I will argue elsewhere, Central Euboea hosted a specialized, intensive, and export-orientated ceramic industry for most of the Middle Bronze Age, and especially from MH2 to LH1. Its primary product, fine grey burnished pottery, was coil-built and wheel-finished, highly burnished, fully reduced fired, and produced at scale within a restricted, standardized shape repertoire that facilitated a specific commensality that was quite different to the southern Aegean, especially Crete. The second finding is directional. The new data helps significantly to contextualize previous and emerging results from elsewhere. Likely Central European products have increasingly been recognized in the South, though sample sizes are often small and earlier analytical programs have used different techniques, making direct comparison challenging at times to the NAA data. Nevertheless, at Colonna on Aegina, 9 of 11 analyzed wheel-finished fine-grained burnished sherds have belonged to the Central European NAA patterns. The same provenance is compatible with some of the results that have been published and talked about in various contexts from most wheel-finished fine-grained burnished samples at Thebes, Lerna, Tungiza, and probably also at Eleni and several Attic sites. In fact, wherever wheel-finished fine-grained burnished has been analyzed, a major group often emerges which is consistent with Central European production, with other less cohesive groupings suggesting some additional production elsewhere. The takeaway is that Central European products have a large distribution footprint, hinting at deep intra-regional networks linking central Greece to the north and the south. While published quantitative data is uneven and difficult to compare due to wide-ranging methodologies, this footprint likely exceeds that of the better-known contemporary Aeginetan pottery industry. Southern Aegean imports are regularly present in central Greece from Aegina, but also from multiple Cycladic islands and also the northeast Peloponnese. The interaction is thus multidirectional, but unequal. An important point worth emphasizing is that, as Walter Gauss has previously observed, there are very likely far more Central Greek imports on Aegina, Chaia, and in the northeastern Peloponnese than there are exports from those regions in central Greece during the Middle Bronze Age. The wheel-finished fine-grained burnished footprint extends north as well, with a concentration on the Thermaic Gulf coast and in the Chalkidiki, where Aslanis's 2017 volume on Aias Mamas documents the class in substantial numbers. None of the northern material has been chemically sampled yet, but Aslanis interprets these as likely imports from the south on technological and fabric grounds. In his review of Aslanis's volume, Moran is slightly more cautious. Some shapes at Aias Mamas tie clearly to central Greece, but others sit awkwardly with southern typologies. Moran therefore has argued for a more heterogeneous origin, leaving the door open for some local production. If central and northern Greece were connected during the Middle Bronze Age, then a key interface should be expected at Pevkakia Magula on the Gulf of Volos. The site featured an important Middle Bronze Age settlement and offered a safe harbor, roughly 1 to 2 days' sail south of the Thermaic Gulf. Preliminary results from the chemical analysis of samples sourced from Pevkakia are now giving some insight. Pevkakia received substantial Central Euboean and Boeotian products, including fine-grained burnished and matte-painted pottery. But it also hosted nearby production and sent products southward in small numbers. In particular, the magnesian polychrome class, defined by Moran, belongs to a consistent group labeled PEFK. It's concentrated at Pevkakia, but it's now also been detected south at Aia Paraskivi, at Mitru, and Lefkandi. And macroscopically, candidates have been identified at Orchomenos, Kira, Eutrysis, and potentially as far as Koukounisi on Lemnos. Pevkakia is thus clearly multidirectional, and additional NAA groups may hint at important northward connections towards the Thermaic Gulf. At Aios Mamas in the Chalkidiki, both Horace in 2007 and Aslanis in 2017 published pottery from strata now understood to be contemporary with the Middle Bronze Age in the south. Of particular interest are Aslanis's Ware 2, which is handmade with a reddish fabric that is smoothed and sometimes polished, and his Ware 6, which is handmade, slipped, and highly burnished with black, red, or intermediate colors. Their analysis also identified increasing wheel-finished fine-grained burnished from stratum 15 onwards, and from approximately stratum 13, a handmade category termed imitation minion. Both of these categories have also been identified by Trevor Van Dam at Methoni on the opposite shore of the Thermaic Gulf. All studies note strong parallels in the Pevkakia material for these classes, and Aslanis considers most to be likely imports from central Greece or the southern Aegean because of the clear differences in technology compared to the more consistently frequent classes likely to be local. Horace interprets some of this material slightly differently, and instead argues for potters near Aias Mamas working to imitate fine-grained burnished pottery reaching the region from elsewhere, with mixed success in approximating its techniques. New NAA results from Central Greece include several possible imports from Northern Greece that closely match some of these Agios Mamos categories. Most of these chemical groups have yet to be precisely provenanced, but other members of the respective groups in the Bonn-Vienna database, often sourced from later material, have concentrated around the Thermaic Gulf and or Chalkidiki in their distribution. The new Middle Bronze Age samples derived from Central Greece include some handmade, black-slipped and highly burnished material with a range of red to grey cores from Pefkakia and Kira, and handmade red-slipped or dark orange open shapes from Pefkakia. Both groups find close matches in the described Agios Mamos material. More striking still, some material from these possible Northern Greek NAA patterns is much closer to true fine-grey burnished in technique. Numerous samples spanning MH2 to MH3 and LH1 from sites including Evthrysis, Elion, Pefkakia, and Leonokladi show better control over reduced firing and in some cases evidence for wheel finishing. One example is an oxidized fine unpainted cup from Lefkandi 6, datable to LH1, and in another LH1 case, a similar profiled fine-grey burnished stemmed cup from Elion, which has a chemical group that is more firmly tied to the area around Syndos in the northern Thermaic Gulf. This NAA group, termed Sin-A, is defined by samples taken from the clay lining of an early Iron Age kiln at the site, and it more firmly suggests a provenance from the immediate area. These cases show that technically sophisticated fine-grey burnished, including the fully reduced firing and the wheel-finished formation process, was likely being applied in northern Greece in some cases. These specialized techniques do not travel easily through casual observation of an imported pot. They require sustained face-to-face interaction between craftspeople or perhaps the mobility of specialists, suggesting a close relationship between these regions. Given the frequency of fine-grey burnished around the Thermaic and Gulf and the Chalkidiki documented by Horace and Aslanus, together with this new evidence for local production in some cases making use of Central Bubian techniques, it is reasonable to hypothesize a clear coastal Northern Greek demand for these Central Greek shapes and a shared consumption practice that involved them. Future Northern Greek analyses will be needed to determine the local import mix, but Moran's hypothesis of a heterogeneous origin for some of these classes, including some local production, looks likely correct. The Central to Northern Greek network was multi-directional and active during the mid to late Middle Bronze Age. Given Horace and Aslanus' arguments for Agios Mamos links to the Balkans and the limited evidence for Carpathian-Danubian links in some elite objects recovered from Central Greece and further south, this relational architecture could well have been an alternative route that facilitated some movement from Central European material towards the southern Aegean, alongside the steady flow of Central Greek pottery exports. Furthermore, the presence of some of these possible Northern Greek exports at Kira, alongside other well-documented common types shared with the Spercheios Valley and Magnesia, like Delta and Avita matte-painted pottery, suggests that the gorges connecting the Spercheios Valley to the Kephissos Valley and onwards to southern Phocis and the Corinthian Gulf were an active land network alongside the Euboean Gulf maritime route. Crucially, while highly interactive with the south, this network may well have been rather independent of Cretan and Peloponnesian agency. The rarity of Cretan Middle Bronze Age pottery and early Mycenaean lustrous decorated material in central and northern Greece may be because other agents were involved, at least until well into LH2A, when a firmer Mycenaeanization process begins to take hold in central Greece. During the Middle Helladic and Late Helladic I periods, central and northern Greece operated as active agents within their own independent networks, with consistent interregional relationships persisting through centuries. The emerging Peloponnesian elites may have sought alternative networks they could better control via the Ionian and Tyrrhenian seas, as Moran and others have argued. But relegating central and northern Greece to the periphery of Middle Bronze Age and early Late Bronze Age networks, defined largely on southern Aegean criteria, strips the region of its agency and risks overlooking the critical role that they may have played in processes of early Mycenaean identity formation. As Davis and Gorigiani argued, edges were critical zones where identities was negotiated. In recent treatments of Lerner 5 and 6 material, Lindsay Spencer and particularly Michael Lindblom have shown that the Argilla during the Middle Bronze Age and early Late Bronze Age sit at the edges of different orbits of engagement, including Aeginetan, Southern Peloponnesian, Cretan, and Central Greek. Thus far, I suggest that the central Greek orbit has not been sufficiently taken into account within Peloponnesian-centric narratives of the Middle Bronze Age to Late Bronze Age transition. When treated on its own terms, outside the lens of markers we have come to expect from within the southern Aegean, the southern orbits, the region has much to reveal. Thank you very much for your attention, and my congratulations to Jack on such an impactful career.
Okay, home stretch, last paper this morning. Our sixth and final paper is by Nicholas Papadimitriou of the Paul and Alexandra Kanalopoulos Museum, Iro Mathiodaki of the Université Catholique de Louvain, Anthi Balitsari of the National and Cappadocian University of Athens, Sylviane Dederix of the University of Warsaw, and Robert Lafrenière of the Université de Liège. Their paper, which will be delivered by Nikos, is entitled Thorikos and the Cyclades in the mid-2nd millennium BCE, the Western String from an Attic Perspective. Nikos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we're very glad to be here to honor Jack for his lifetime work and achievement, and would like to thank warmly the organizers for the invitation to be in this celebration. For me, I will speak personally, the two things that I admire Jack for was, of course, his large-scale vision, and this is what we're going to speak about today, but also his ability to bring people together. As students, I remember admiring the PILOS Regional Archaeological Project team, which was a constellation of bright minds. It was a dream team of Aegean archaeology by that time. So, in 1979, let me change my glasses, thank you. I'm not a student anymore. In 1979, Jack Davis introduced the notion of Western String, a network of exchanges between Crete, the Western Cyclades, and mainland Greece, which was established in late Bronze I, and was aimed, among others, to supply Neopalatial Cretan centers with metals from Lavrion in Attica. A year earlier, Noel Gale had introduced lead isotope analysis to Aegean archaeology and suggested that Lavrion was a major source of lead for the Bronze Age. Jack combined this information with the distribution of Minoan pottery in the Cyclades and Cycladic pottery in central Greece to build his model. In 1984, he worked with the Gales and studied lead artifacts for Eleni. They proposed that by late Cycladic I, Lavrion was the only lead-silver source in the Aegean that was exploited on a large scale. In 1991, Colin MacDonald and Sophiastos Gale confirmed that from Middle Minoan III onwards, Lavrion, here in orange, was the most important source of lead and silver for the entire Aegean. And in 2007, the Gales and Maria Kayafa proved beyond any reasonable doubt that Lavrion was also a source of copper and the most important supplier of Crete from Neopalatial times onward. You can see here the rise. Now, speaking about Lavrion, we need to clarify two things. First, from the entire region that was mined for silver in classical times, only two sites have produced evidence of presence of activity in the Bronze Age, a site near Sunion and Thorikos, and only Thorikos have metal exploitation. Second, silver was produced in Attica at least since the late 4th millennium BCE, as proved by the considerable quantities of litharge discovered in more than 10 final Neolithic early Bronze Age sites. Despite the importance of Lavrion for the Western String, Thorikos has enjoyed little attention in relevant studies. In the latest series of papers, it is mentioned only 5 times, by contrast to Acroteria, Yerini, and Philakopi, whose mentions are counted in the hundreds. Today, we'll try to fill this huge gap by approaching the Western String network from the perspective of Thorikos. We will discuss ceramic imports from Kea, Milos, and Thera, metallurgical finds with parallels in Kea and Crete, and other artifacts from the prehistoric layers of the site. Our paper is part of a project filling gaps in prehistoric Thorikos, which was launched in 2018 by the Belgian School at Athens, with the aim of publishing old excavations and conducting fresh research. The course is located on a hill with two summits known as Velaturi, north of modern Lavrion. It has a double port and a commanding view of the southern Euboean Gulf. Prehistoric habitation is concentrated on the higher parts of the hill, with parts of the settlement on the left of the slide and the cemetery here. In the 1890s, Valerio Stais excavated the highest summit and revealed a dense cluster of habitation with two phases of occupation. Pottery suggests occupation from early Helladic III to late Helladic IIa, with early Cycladic inputs and later ones, probably from Kea, including red burnished, footed kilikes, mud-painted bichrome jars, and pithoi with relief and dark on light decoration. A possibly Cretan late Minoan 1b stirrup jar and a wide-mouthed jar with horizontal handles with parallels in Chaos area B were also identified. An exceptional find was this clay tube, which has a broken end but resembles closely clay tubes of possible metallurgical use, dating from Middle Minoan 3b to late Minoan 1 at Palekastro and Koukonisi, and also from Chaos. Recent investigation on the hilltop brought to light new finds, which are unstratified, but can be stylistically attributed to two major periods, Middle Helladic 1-2 and Middle Helladic 3 late Helladic. This table summarizes the distribution of pottery across fabrics and wares. Aegina predominates among inputs. Kea, or more broadly Cycladic pottery, is present at 4.5%, while Theron or Milian is far less common, as would be expected by Zach's model. Key and Cycladic inputs include burnished, light and dark painted, and yellow slipped wares, while Milus and Thera are represented by Cycladic white. Another part of the settlement to the east of the summit was excavated in the 1960s by Jean Servet of the Belgian school. 3 trenches were opened and all yielded prehistoric finds, but only the central one had architectural remains. Of special interest was Area L, where Servet found the grave of 3 infants, as well as evidence of workshop activities. Finds included lead cakes and pieces of litharge, metallurgical ceramics, tools, and unprocessed antler pieces. Another grave was discovered in the eastern trench, containing 4 infants, one of whom was radiocarbon dated at the Max Planck Institute, and it was dated at the 19th or 18th century BCE, which should correspond to Middle Helladic 2 or 3. This is important because otherwise, ceramic material from these trenches is mostly late Helladic 1-2a, with a few deposits dating later. Here you can see a selection of diagnostic search and a few inputs, which are also summarized in this chart, including much Aeginetan, as always, with very few Cycladic and Cretan search. But Kea may be underrepresented because Kea and Eastern Attica have similar geological backgrounds, so distinguishing Kean from local is not always easy. The tombs. 5 tombs have been unearthed at the top of Velaturi, including 2 tholoi, a tumulus, 2 built chamber tombs, which altogether create a dramatic funerary landscape. Tombs 1 and 2 date to late Helladic 2b or later and are thus unrelated to the Western String, so we will focus on the 3 larger tombs. Number 5 is a tumulus, possibly incorporating an earlier tomb. It has a perivolus, a rectangular central structure perhaps of a later date, and a central schist grave. Among offerings, most notable is the handle of a Minoan marble jug with Middle Minoan 1 to late Minoan 1 parallels. Perhaps this can be more specified because the jug was found together with pottery of largely late Helladic 1 date. From the disturbed upper layers of the tumulus came Cycladic inputs, including a possible heirloom, as well as Aeginetan cooking jars and late matte painted with good parallels in Lerna and Kea. Tomb 3 now is a proper tholos with structural similarities to the tomb of Aegisthus at Mycenae. It contained 3 pits and a thiki. The offerings are typical of wealthy early tholoi and include, among others, palace-style jars and a glass nuzi pendant, which could only have arrived via Crete. Robert Laffiner has long noted that the content shows similarities with Messenian tholoi, which means that by late Helladic IIa Thorikos participated in the same networks that supplied the elites of southwestern Peloponnese. You'll have the opportunity to see many of these in the National Museum exhibition. No Cycladic pottery was found in the tomb, but the presence of a bronze balance disc and a decorated lead weight of a value that is also encountered in Cretan acrotiri and corresponds to 24 units of the Minoan standard suggests transmission through the western string route. Such weights are common in Thera and Kea, but very rare on mainland Greece. The elongated Tholos Tomb 4 is an impressive experimental piece of funerary architecture that fuses pre-existing mainland traditions with the idea of a circular tomb possibly arriving from Crete. It is the earliest Tholos outside the Peloponnese. Although repeatedly looted, it yielded gold jewelry with parallels to grave circle A in Messenia, weapons, objects made of imported materials, many palace-style jars, some of possible Cretan origin, and other late Helladic IIa pottery, as well as a possibly late Minoan one oval-mouthed amphoras, not one. Surprisingly, next to the prestigious offerings was another clay tube of the type we saw earlier interpreted as metallurgical, this time with burned interior. Lina Kassianidou has demonstrated that similar tubes were part of a bellowing system for copper smelting, which was developed in Cyprus at the transition from the Middle to the Late Bronze Age. And elsewhere, I have suggested that the new technology may have arrived in Crete together with the earliest copper ingots from Cyprus in late Minoan I. And from there, it spread to metalworking sites with Minoan affinities like Eleni, Thorikos, and Koukonisi. The dromos of the tomb had a blocking wall, in front of which a pit was found. It contained pottery of an early date, late Helladic I, or transitional to IIa, which consisted of many drinking vessels, mostly aeginetan, suggesting a possible ritual or foundational use. The assemblage presents similarities with the Lerna soft graves. The last example is the most unexpected. In the same area as the pit, more than 10 fragments of a Melian basin or bath have been found. They have straight sides, attached discs on the plain exterior, spiral decoration in the interior, and a wavy band on the flat rim. They resemble the more common circular basins, but the exact parallels are with the so-called elliptical baths of Susan Serrat or the late Cycladic I tabs of Davis and Cherry, all from Phylakopi. The bath fragments were dispersed as seen in this slide, and although this is the result of disturbance, the concentration of so many pieces around the dromos and the pit suggests that this was their original setting, and they also suggest an originally ritual use. To summarize, long before late Helladic I, Thorikos was connected to areas beyond Attica, including central Greece, Aegina, and Kea, very much what Chris has just showed to us. But in late Helladic I, or the transition to late Helladic IIa, a major change took place. Thorikos connections were reoriented towards the Aegean and the Peloponnese. The site now participated in networks that brought Oriental luxuries in mainland Greece. A large part of these provisions were certainly made via the Western string. Best evidence for this is the presence of Lavrion lead in Kea, Milos, and Thera in late Minoan I layers. Exchanges continued until the end of late Helladic IIa, proving that the Theran eruption did not affect this part of the network. By the same time, we have evidence of metal working at Thorikos, including the use of these peculiar tabs, which are usually associated with copper smelting, not silver production. And if something is new at Thorikos in the early late Bronze Age, is the production of copper, not silver, which was produced there since the final Neolithic. It is thus possible that Thorikos became a polymetallic center at this stage, and this might explain why it was preferred to other metal sources in the Aegean. Relations with Kea were always strong and remained so in late Helladic 1-8. However, the idea that Kea controlled Thorikos or that it acquired lead ores at free will seems unlikely given the wealth of Thorikos and the evidence of local metal working. The Milian elliptical bath, which is not an item of trade and was found close to a ritual context, suggests an exchange of perhaps religious ideas across the Aegean, or perhaps the presence of people from Milos at Thorikos. Other cases that exemplify the exchange of ideas along the network include the Minoan-type lead weights that spread in that period, and the presence at Kea of tomb types which are unusual in the Cyclades but known at Thorikos, a tumulus and built chamber tombs. The exchange of ideas, technologies, and people across the Western String was probably as important as the circulation of metal resources and other material goods. Renfrew had termed this information flow, and Jack, in his 1979 paper, stressed emphatically its significance. The Western String network brought wealth to the elite of Thorikos and transformed the life of people in the same way that mining transformed the life of Lavrion in the late 19th century, making it one of the most economically viable, technologically advanced, but also hugely exploitative areas of Greece by that time. The Western String is, of course, hypothetical, is a model, is a construct, but it is a model that, despite the time and its attacks that it has suffered, it still explains the archaeological material of the period better than any other, so far at least. It was not an exclusive network, as we saw. There were others, but it was a meaningful network. That is a network with an economic purpose. And I hope we have demonstrated that Thorikos was at the heart of that. Our work was possible thanks to the foundational work led by Jack Davis and the support of various institutions and colleagues, which you can see on this screen, and which we thank warmly. Thank you very much for your attention, and time for coffee.
Okay, we are a little behind on time, but I think we do have a moment or two for a few questions. Are there any questions for the first paper? Dr. Andrea-Jackie-Lazaki? Questions for the second paper, delivered by Cyprian Broodbank? Yes, in the back.
Thank you to all the speakers for this wonderful session. My question is, could we extend this bottom-down approach to local ceramic production to inform theories about the influence of Kytherian ceramic production to early Mycenaean pottery in general, and perhaps lustrous decorated ware specifically? Would we see elite material culture being the result of multiple small-scale interactions of the 99%, like you called it? And I guess the big picture question here is, are we undermining these complicated local networks when we assign Kythera the role of the intermediary between Minoan Crete and mainland Greece?
And I'm now going to pass over to Vangelion, who's far better placed than I am to talk about the pottery dynamics. She's giving me a look with that passage.
Could you bring the mic to Vangelion?
Julia.
Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. Kythera seems to have had an important role in the development of what we call Mycenaean pottery tradition. Maybe not just pottery tradition, but other technological traditions. But right now we understand better what is going on with pottery. What can I say? We have published about this a lot recently. I don't want to repeat ourselves, but it seems that there is evidence for mobility of potters, transfer of technology in aspects. We see this in aspects of technology that we can infer securely mobility of potters, because we can't simply talk about visual imitation of aspects of pots. And it seems that there was a focus and a strong connection with the Northeast Peloponnese, mainly Argolid, but maybe this is because this is the area we know better. We need to understand better Laconia, we need to understand better Western Peloponnese. Our recent work with Birgitta Eder and Georgia Kordadzaki in Western Peloponnese in Triphylia shows that there is evidence there too, maybe not that strong as for the Argolids, for mobility of potters, but there are connections that we need to understand. And what we try to stress with our presentation today is that we tend to focus more on elite groups, and the majority of the population is not included in this group, and there is strong evidence that the majority, I mean the rest of the population was involved in these connections. And there are things that we need to understand better and try to do more work on. For example, I always think how all these people communicated. I mean, how about language? We have a lot of connection during this period between Crete and the many sites, mainly coastal areas of the Peloponnese. Kythera had an important role. There were relations, marriages, routine, instances in everyday life that bring these worlds closer, and we need to understand this better.
In the interest of time, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to pass by Tracy and Lauren's paper. If you have questions, I'm sure they'd answer them over email. We can arrange that. Let us know. Are there any questions for Pascalis? For Chris? Yes, Ben.
I suppose we could continue the conversation from the last question, because it seems to me, and I've been thinking more about the architecture, that Chris, what you've done is, and looking at Michael's orbits of engagement, you really made an argument for a mainland tradition. And I don't want to be teleological, but I mean, if we really are thinking about what the 99% are doing, there's a lot of deep mainland traditions in the customs, the habitus of house construction, the use of space within residential areas, the way sites are organized. And, when we get around to these elites doing their thing, when they get to Knossos, they want to have a very different architectural way of thinking about how elites are going to manage spaces, which we talked about yesterday. Does it make sense then that, I love that you're pushing up into Aios Mamas in these areas first, because we can maybe discard this notion of periphery. But would you be willing to say that whatever language these people are speaking, they're going to be speaking Greek pretty soon, that we're seeing a process by which pottery is showing us the way in which families, kin networks, and so forth are balancing between the the archipelagian nature of living in the Aegean on the one hand, and people who are sitting at home, particularly in places like Thessaly, and they're out there farming. Because if we're going to look at micro data, then we should be looking at isotope data for farmings and pastoral strategies. Does this make sense to you?
Thanks, Jim. Absolutely, it makes sense to me. The thing that strikes me about a lot of the networks that have emerged from my data set and continue to emerging from my data set is most of it involves the movement of everyday objects. I mean, these are the eating and drinking vessels primarily that dominate the assemblages in most of these locations. So what we're looking at is the 99% underneath the surface, I think, and the fact that this material is also moving through these regions is fascinating. It gives us an insight into an entirely different strata of society in that sense. And yeah, this idea of a mainland kind of practice. I think there's a lot more work to be done about identifying regionalisms. I think there are certainly very strong regionalisms to consider. But I think it's only by understanding those regionalisms where we'll be able to come to a more mainland understanding of what that might look like. Yeah, I mean, the similarities in the architecture, the similarities in the use of space, all of these other things as well. Part of my project is not just interested in the distribution patterns of objects, I'm also interested in the distribution of consumption practice as well. And I'm hoping to move into a consideration of different morphometrics, different assemblage compositions when it comes to the use of pottery, not just, and how it was involved in commensality, and what regionalisms there might be with regards to that. So absolutely, it makes sense to me that there is this, you know, sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit there, but it's encouraging. I like this idea that most of the material, I want to circle back to the idea that these are networks that are visible within the everyday objects, not just elite goods.
Every graduate student should spend their time reading Pefkakia auf Deutsch.
Oh, yeah.
You really need to know this. It's absolutely Grundforschung. And what's fascinating is the end of Pefkakia. Mm-hmm. Because and now we have the new excavation, so we're going to see more. But that termination bespeaks the moment that Moran's notion of structural change, and which we also just saw with Nikos's paper, really grabs hold, and suddenly things shift.
Yes.
But the mainlanders hang on to their habitus.
They do.
That's my contention. You know, and that just seems to be so critically important how we understand it.
I agree with you 100%, and I'm hoping in a future paper later this year, perhaps at the EAAs, to explore this idea of the persistent strength of a Central Greek kind of identity as a counterweight, essentially, to why a lot of the Mycenaeanization process in Central Greece seems to be delayed. There is a very strong, established Central Greek way of doing things. Anyway, I won't take more time.
Can I jump in very quickly?
Very quickly.
So I wonder, I don't want to shift attention again to the slightly later periods, but I was wondering, there is this interest that we see in some part of central Greece, Mitru especially, for Ignetan practices slightly later than we see them elsewhere. So there's been comparison with the Lernarschaft grave now in Nikos' paper, but the other thing is we have a couple of interesting deposits with feasting activities in Mitru, in communal consumptions, in LH2A, early and late LH2A, where Ignetan is still prominent, together with Mycenaean. Do you think this could be because some mainland taste is still stronger within these patterns of central Greece, because Aeginetan pottery still has a, if you forgive the banal way I'm expressing this, some Middle Helladic flavor still in LH2A compared to this stuff that is coming from the south in Mycenaean pottery. Could this be a Middle Helladic taste that is still strong in central Greece and is part of the circulation of idea that is still strong there and that you are wonderfully bringing to our attention, Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Salva. It's an interesting observation. I think absolutely you're probably correct there in the sense that there is a close relationship between Central Greece and Aegina in many respects, and it goes both ways. And I think we underestimate perhaps the Central Greek influence on Aeginetan material. I note that there is a lot of imitation minion material on Aegina as well. Handmade fine grey burnished material is quite prevalent, and the two, in terms of matte painted style, share some very similar decorative syntax in many respects. So there's clearly a strong relationship. So I don't have any problem with that idea. What I'm very interested in is these dramatic shifts that seem to take place in Nikos's paper before about Lavrion, and the dramatic shifts in these networks that seem to occur right at the point of sort of the LH1, LH2A kind of period. And that seems to really affect things, and I think is a critical part of the story when it comes to the transition to the Late Bronze Age. And Aegina and Central Greece and its relationship is definitely part of that.
Thank you. That seems a nice segue to our, if there are any questions for our final paper delivered by Nikos? Yes. There's a...
Okay, I have a question as somebody who's not at all a Bronze Age person, but I'm just wondering, all of this discussion, Paros, Naxos, and the sort of central Cyclades are completely missing, and I just wonder if this is a matter of a lack of data, or if they're really missing from these networks.
You have to blame Wise Jack for this. Jack Davis wrote for this. I mean, this is based on the distribution mostly of Minoan, primarily pottery, but also other finds in the Cyclades. So there is a greater distribution of all kinds of Minoan trades in these three islands, and this is the reason why, I believe that is the main reason why Jack started studying this thing, why this thing happens. There are, of course, Minoan in Paros as well, but not that much, not that systematic. And here you have a concentration in this very early period, which is the Neo-Palatial period, the Second Palace period, as Cyprian was saying before. That's a crucial period this takes place.
Okay, with that, I think I will close this morning's session. Continue conversations over a coffee break, and let's give our speakers one more round of applause. We'll see you back at 11:35.
Please. We are about to start the session, please. Hey, Jack. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. We are moving on to session 9 on the Cyclades. We are running a bit late, but I will first like to take this opportunity to thank you, Jack, for your advice and support ever since I was a young student, including, of course, my time at Cincinnati as a Margot Titus Fellow. And briefly, I want to point out from a personal point of view that Jack was one of the two people, the other being Robin Barber, who first published Cycladic pottery in a systematic and contextual way. And of course, Jack's publications of Aegerini and Philakopi remain instrumental and essential to the handful of us studying Cycladic pottery. And while I know that your heart now lies in Pylos for very good reasons, I do hope I can lure you back to Akrotiri for a visit to show you how much we have benefited from your work over, of course, a few glasses of good wine. So here's to you, Jack, and thank you very much. So we now move to our session, and I will invite our first speaker, Todd Whitelaw, Professor of Aegean Archaeology at the UCL Institute of Archaeology, who will present a tally of two cities, the island towns of Aegerini and Philakopi, in comparative perspective. Thank you.
Right, good morning. As everyone else, I'd like to thank the organizers for this event and for inviting me. I'd also like to thank wise Jack Davis for not canceling that invitation once he heard of it. I hope he won't, after I've presented my paper, consider that decision unwise. I met Jack 49 years ago at Philakopi, and here we are before the annual soccer match with the local team. We didn't know we had a future award-winning professor of field sports with us, but I note that that was in American football, not English football, and despite this, we lost. Now, I didn't get to know Jack then, since he was only visiting that year, but I got to know him well on Kea and the first season at Nemea, doing the field work and while developing the field strategies that we used, and over the following years analyzing and interpreting the chaos data. On Chaos, Jack and John gave me a team of 4 for one day to survey the ancient city of Coruscant. And I've been doing that ever since. That morning, Jack, not that site, thankfully, that morning, Jack told me not to collect anything. They didn't have the time to process it or the space to store it. I cheated. I brought back about 130 sherds. But in retrospect, having spent the last 21 years studying sherds we collected at Knossos, I regularly wonder whether I should have listened a bit more attentively to wise Jack Davis. The excavations as extensive as at Philakopi on Milos and Aegerini on Chaos are impossible today, so they provide unique information about the nature of Bronze Age Aegean communities. The 1890s excavations at Philakopi cleared nearly a hectare out of the upper stratum, about a half of the preserved site, and represent most of what has been excavated to date, providing the most complete picture of a prehistoric Cycladic site. But with the early standards of excavation and documentation, this can only give us a selective, biased, and low spatial and chronological resolution picture, but it is still worth consideration. It is possible to analyze spatial and stratigraphic patterns at Philakope, but this is much more effective for the 1960s to 70s excavations at Irene. Jack led the way on considering distributional data, and along with Liz Schofield, thinking about Irene as a community. This perspective is now being developed by Evi Goroyani and Natalie ABELL, among others, working on households, production, and material elaboration at the site. At Philakope, Mackenzie recognized three principal architectural strata defined by major site-wise destruction horizons. He also noted smaller-scale rebuildings to define a sequence of 10 phases. Based on his 1970s excavations, Renfrew redefined these, but assumed that pottery types, site-specific architectural phases, and Aegean-wide chronologies aligned directly. They don't. He shifted two major monuments of City 2, the fortification wall and the pillar rooms complex, to a distinct late Cycladic 1 to 2 City 3. However, these structures were integral to their surroundings during the last phase of City 2. So, in my opinion at least, he should have shifted the entire, or brought the end of City 2 down to into late Cycladic 1, not extracted these particular contexts. Along the south of the site, there were two distinct late Bronze Age strata, which Mackenzie distinguished as City 3 Water 2 and City 3 3. To the north, many houses remained in use throughout the late Bronze Age, though with rebuilding. But there wasn't a site-wide destruction and debris level to define two distinct major occupation levels. Much of this confusion can be resolved by recognizing the City 2 destruction was early in late Cycladic 1, though all information, of course, in studying any particular context needs to be considered in detail. The fundamental problem is that the very limited, small 1970s stratigraphic tests do not allow correlation with the full excavated record, or enable a detailed reevaluation of Mackenzie's architectural sequence and phasing of the entire site. So today, I will use Mackenzie's more comprehensive three-city scheme. Study of the 1890s documentation enables detailed phasing of some parts of the site, such as much of the fortification wall. This is well documented in the West, less so in the East, which applies as well to the 1970s test trenches. Renfrew dated the fortification by late Cycladic 1 sherds dumped up against it, but in the clearest trench, KKD, these overlie a level of middle Cycladic sherds also against at the base of the wall, corroborating Mackenzie's observations, and also more closely aligning the history of the fortifications at Philakope with the work Jack did at Irene. In the east end, it's not clear how the late Cycladic wall uncovered related to the sequence of constructions. Most interest in City 2 focuses on the pillar rooms complex with its two pillar rooms and Minoan-style frescoes. Renfrew redated these to his late Cycladic 1 to 2, City 3. If relevant, this relates to their destruction, but is assumed also to date their construction and everything found in them, including the frescoes. The date actually applies to a collapse fill in which fresco fragments were recovered in the ruins of a distinct structure immediately to the west. But the stratigraphy and dating of the fill and its relationship to the construction and use of the neighboring pillar rooms remain unclear. As I suggested at the lower right, it's complicated. In City 2, the structures formed one or two associated buildings which opened off the only public court in town. They were the focus of nearly all Minoanized architectural elements and artifacts other than pottery in late City 2. The Pillar Rooms complex has the most significant concentration of fresco fragments in quantity and complexity at Philakope of any phase. Oops, let's see what's happened there. There we go. I previously compared the Pillar Rooms complex to House A at Irene in terms of scale, integration of Cretan architectural details, and the concentration of frescoes. This also applies to their comparable positions, opening off the only courts at the core of each of those communities. Renfrew identified an early City 3 mansion underlying the late Cycladic 3A megaron on the basis of a linear A tablet in the foundation trench of the overlying megaron. But such a fill need not be derived directly from any underlying building. Oddly, for a major mansion, no fresco fragments were recovered in the extensive excavations throughout this area. Unfortunately, the main room of the megaron was thoroughly excavated by Dawkins and Droop in 1911, but very poorly documented. In the 1970s work, several large walls that were originally identified in 1899 were recognized as predating and were reused in the megaron and seemed to echo its layout. But the interior, if you look at the Dawkins and Droop excavation notebooks, was crossed by numerous small walls, disrupting any similarity between the structures. The megaron was focal within the town, with a significant court in front of it, the only known well, and an elaborated entrance to the court from the east. There was no such court in Lake City II, but whether any of these elements predated the construction of the megaron is not known. So was there a major mansion serving as a predecessor to the megaron? The evidence seems less than fully convincing. The largest structure in either City 2 or City 3 has received little attention. It was constructed early in City 3, was central within the town, had a large interior court and a built portico, potentially Minoanizing features, and an elaborate threshold from the street, which was the main axial route through the town. But it had no particularly notable finds nor frescoes. I draw attention to it simply as a better documented alternative to the putative mansion. The shrine complex at the south dates firmly in late Cycladic 3A to C. Limited soundings were excavated below the shrines to date their construction. We do not know whether the walls in different trenches were precisely contemporary or what sort of structures they represented. However, a surprising number and variety of fresco fragments were recovered from such limited soundings. This may suggest an elaborate structure in this area, but whether a mansion, an earlier shrine, is unknown. The only preserved gate in the fortification was a staircase within a bastion unsuitable for the bulk movement of people, goods, or animals into the town. A gate in the now lost west town wall could have connected it with one of the axial east-west streets through the town. Immediately east of the shrine, extensions of the eastern fortification wall limited north-south movement through this area. A narrow gap in the walls to the south was uncovered in 1897, though only the tops of the walls were exposed, and whether it was part of a gate system remains unclear. A gate here would have been at the west end of the likely harbor, immediately south of the town, so a very effective point for access. If there was a gate here, and a predecessor to the late Cycladic III shrine, this would parallel the temple immediately inside the gate at Irene and the later situation at Mycenae. Outside the fortification at the west, a major rock-cut feature, likened to a tomb dromos, was found filled with Middle Cycladic sherds. This is visually prominent on approaching the town and is similar in form, but longer and deeper than the dromoi of the tombs in the cemeteries west of the town. If intended or used as a tomb, it has a direct parallel in its position outside the gate at Irene and at other sites such as Colonna and the grave circles at Mycenae. Still there. Oops, going backwards, sorry. It is not clear how much of the town has been lost to the sea. Here I've allowed for one more row of houses, possibly a minimum, making the site about 2 hectares in extent, compared with 1 hectare at Irene. In terms of structural features, the two communities are very directly comparable. There probably was an inlet of the sea immediately south, providing a sheltered harbor and making the community a defendable promontory. These characteristics likely contributed to why the early Cycladic hamlet developed into the only town on Milos. Tombs were cut into the soft tufa slopes southwest and in the higher slope to the south. The rows of dark triangles depicted on the hill near the destination town in the flotilla fresco from Akrotiri remain enigmatic. Do they represent visible entrances of gable-roofed tombs, as on the hillsides around and above Philakopee? Various Aegean archaeologists have tried to identify their site as one of the towns depicted. Joe Shaw made a case for Irene as the destination town. I think a better case could be made for Philakope. But more importantly, the fresco shows us what was important in an islander's own representation of an island town, with a sheltered harbor, fortification wall, an open space for public ceremonies, and well-constructed houses. Here are both sites at the same scale, with the reconstructed shorelines and my minimum estimate for Philakope. If we assume 5 occupants per house at each site, the density of houses indicates something like 200 occupants at Irene and 400 to 500 at Philakope. And my question at the lower right, can we really consider these communities to have been urban? Here at the same scale, I've drawn Philakope and Irene, along with Lake Minoan Knossos, with its extensive suburb on the Elias Ridge, Lake Atlantic 3B Mycenae, and 2 contemporary large island towns, Trianda on Rhodes and Castries on Kythera. And as Cyprian reminded us earlier, Castries is surrounded by a series of smaller communities, making the sort of greater Castries considerably larger. Most definitions of urban centers, modern and ancient, stress scale, social and occupational differentiation, and centralization of functions for a wider region. While they were the largest communities on their islands, Philakope and Irene were extremely small settlements. On any definition of urbanism, neither Philakope nor Irene come close. These towns and their regions are more comparable with the small polity centers of a few hectares or so in East Crete, such as Gornia and Patras. These were also not urban, but shared many ways of life with the much larger urban centers on Crete. They adopted, to varying degrees, urban social and material culture characteristics of the larger communities. Recent work elsewhere in archaeology links house size to household wealth and social status. While the samples from Irene and Akrotiri are very limited, house sizes point to differences among these Cycladic towns. At Akrotiri, the abundance of wall paintings has suggested to many people that the excavated area, with, I would add, exceptionally large houses, was a particularly wealthy quarter of the town. Though a more thorough integration of Akrotiri and Thera into trade networks might mean that the community as a whole was wealthier than Philakope. We can calibrate these differences. Am I going to hit myself there? We can calibrate these differences through a comparison with much larger and better contextualized samples of households for Crete. The house size distributions align the Cycladic towns with smaller villages rather than large towns on Crete. In the Lorenz curves on the right, lines closer to the diagonal represent communities with more equal distributions of wealth. Increasing inequality relates directly to community size on Crete, and Philakope fits with the small and relatively undifferentiated villages on Crete. There were only a very small number of communities of any date in the prehistoric Aegean that can be considered urban by generally accepted criteria, including populations greater than 5,000 individuals. Expectations were distorted by Renfrew's argument that urbanization had to be downscaled in the Aegean compared to East Mediterranean and Near Eastern societies. But the major palatial towns on Crete are directly comparable in scale, centralization, and differentiation with their contemporaries to the east. In particular, Renfrew claimed the development of proto-urban society at Philakope by the end of the early Bronze Age was representative of developments elsewhere in the Aegean with communities on the threshold of state formation and civilization. But to illustrate that, he used the plan of Philakope 3, then 3 on the bottom, where he was actually talking about Philakope 1, which I've indicated at the top. Clearly quite different. A detailed examination of the characteristics of Philakope and Irene and comparisons with examples elsewhere in the Aegean and beyond can help us to understand the nature of these societies rather than just put a label on them. Thank you. And thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Sod. Our next paper is by Jim Newhart and Charleston Barton from the College of Charleston, and it will be read by Jim Newhart, Director of the Center for Historical Landscapes. And the title is Developing Cross-Comparative Frameworks for Land Use Histories, Northwestern Care in Context.
Great. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful conference and the invitation to speak to you all today. So, Jack, Tina Supo. I have the extreme honor of being one of Jack's students. That sentence is in the present tense. Long after I left the bosom of the other Blagan Library, Jack's works and thoughts have had a continuing and lasting impact on my work in Greece, Turkey, and the United States. To recount the ways would not only take up my time, entire projects, courses, curricula, and programs have been built and strengthened by the example, mentoring, and offhand comments of our NESTOR. Jack, on behalf of the students, faculty, programs of archaeology and classics at Charleston, thank you for everything. So this paper, we're going to work this? Yes, good. This paper grows out of two projects. The first is the Chaos Survey, published as Landscape Archaeology as Long-Term History. The second is a comparative method that I developed with colleagues for working across legacy survey data sets. The impetus for the second project arose from scholars' interest in integrating survey techniques and evidence, rather more evidence than the techniques, into broader narratives exploring the intersections between human and paleoenvironmental history, with particular regard to the impacts of climatic fluctuations on societies. I grew concerned about how studies tended to reduce regional variation in pursuit of broader, more macro-regional narratives. So using information from the northeastern Peloponnese as a test case, we asked a familiar question: how do we compare, not necessarily combine, surveys conducted in different places by different teams with different collection strategies, chronologies, artifact categories, and interpretive aims? Our work developed a common analytical framework rather than a simple standardized data set, enabling comparisons of regional data sets within a common vocabulary. The goal was not to replace deep, regionally specific narratives, but to devise a means to compare general patterns observed in one space with others. Today, we bring chaos into that framework. Regional surveys are among our strongest tools for observing long-term histories of land use, but regional survey, particularly in the Aegean, has a comparative problem. Projects differ in field methods, artifact collection strategies, chronological resolution, feature definition, publication formats, and spatial coverage. In the Aegean, many intensive surveys are small in area, rich in local detail, and deeply shaped by their own research questions. This creates a tension. These data sets are among our best sources for reconstructing long-term land use, but combining them directly can produce false precision. Apparent differences may just as easily reflect survey intensity, visibility, period definitions, or how projects define features, sites, posies, whatever we call them today, as much as historical processes. Our idea was not to ignore these issues, but rather it was to transform each data set internally before engaging in broader regional comparisons. The framework tries to preserve local structure while enabling comparison. Some basic steps to our workflow. We first begin with the catalog record, a wonderful example here from the Chaos volume. A feature, or site if you will, it's assigned material if provided. Some legacy data sets don't give us a lot of detailed information on that. It's assigned periods in the chronological ranges implied. We then convert those observations into feature presence while we determine presence by ceramic counts and other evidence. As you can see here, at the end, we are determining presence. If a feature shows activity in a period, it receives a value of 1 for that period. As found in our earlier study, focusing on artifact counts accentuates periods with highly visible, abundant, or diagnostic ceramics. We then distribute those presence values across time using heuristic values. A feature that dates to a 400-year span, for example, contributes its value equally across those 400 years. Heuristic sums address chronological uncertainty. As we know, archaeological material rarely, if ever, dates to a single year. A feature may be assigned to a period, a broad phase, or multiple phases. Those periods differ in duration, and those differences can distort a simple count process. Heuristic sums make that uncertainty explicit by spreading presence values across the years to which the observation can reasonably belong. By using feature presence rather than artifact totals, a handful of Neolithic sherds count the same as 50 classical sherds for establishing activity within a period. This does not remove all imbalance, but it reduces the dominance of raw artifact visibility while preserving chronological information. The result is a disciplined approach for moving from cataloged observations to a continuous, internally normalized activity pattern for a given feature. This translation necessarily simplifies part of our survey's richer treatment of off-site distributions, agricultural features, settlement hierarchy. Here, feature presence is used as a comparative proxy, not as a substitute for the full landscape interpretation. We then aggregate those values to produce an activity pattern for a given regional data set. An example here from our work on the 2025 article for Methana. Only after each data set has gone through this internal process can we compare across region. This activity curve here is only just the beginning. It gives us a measure of activity through time, but not the kind of change taking place. To move from activity to process, we ask 3 questions. Within each transformed data set, as we move from one period to the next, we ask about continuity. Which features remain active? Expansion. Where does activity appear where it had not been present before? Abandonment. Where does previous activity disappear? A 4th measurement, potential, compares expansion and abandonment. Is the landscape overall gaining new activity, losing activity, or holding these processes in balance? Continuity suggests persistence. Expansion suggests new areas of activity. Abandonment marks a measurable break in the use of specific places. These measures move us from asking whether there are more features or fewer features to processes of reorganization, expansion, conservation, release, which brings us to the adaptive cycle, which provides us a comparative vocabulary. Borrowed from ecology and adapted for socio-environmental systems, the framework describes recurring phases of organization, expansion, conservation, and release. In organization, or the alpha phase, systems are forming. There may be experimentation, instability, new configurations that are different from previous phases. In expansion, or R, successful arrangements intensify and systems grow. In the conservation phase, or K, systems tend to stabilize, continuity is high, and the landscape reflects persistence rather than transformation. In the release phase, or omega, established systems break down, abandonment becomes more visible, and previous patterns are disrupted. The point is to provide a shared language for comparing kinds of change. When we see high abandonment, low expansion, and declining potential, release becomes a useful interpretive category. When we see continuity, stability, and limited new expansion, conservation becomes useful. When new features appear after a disruption, we may be looking at reorganization. In the northeastern Peloponnese, we used the Barbati survey, the southern Argolid survey, the eastern Corinthia archaeological survey, and the Methana survey to test out this method. The approach identified broad historical patterns, including release phases around the EH2 to EH3 and the late Bronze Age to early Iron Age transitions. It also preserved regional variability. Different regions did not all move through the same phases at the same time. In the original paper, we found that the correspondence with the 4.2 Ka event, the 3.2 Ka event, and the Roman climatic optimum was uneven and suggestive, but not determinative. The patterns raised questions that did not support a simple climatic explanation. Bringing chaos into the framework is the next step. Northeastern Peloponnesian surveys were relatively proximate. Chaos is not. It is an island landscape with its own historical trajectory and its own relationships to connective systems. Applying the framework to chaos tests whether the method can travel beyond its original test case and intent, and whether it can be used more broadly to compare regional histories within a common vocabulary. As we all know, the chaos survey was conducted in the early 80s in the northwestern part of the island. It recorded surface material from the earliest prehistoric settlements through modern farming installations and villages. The original interpretation framed northern Kia as a bounded landscape through which long-term changes in settlement, land use, centralization, and rural exploitation could be explored. Its engagement with wider Aegean systems was recurrent but uneven. Its local patterns depended on central place organization, landholding, and the social control of production. Our goal was to ask whether the initial findings of the survey team could be restated through our fancy pants' use of math. Could the published data be translated into the same terms as the Northeastern Peloponnesian surveys, and what would that comparison show? For chaos, this meant taking the legacy data, assigning date ranges to archaeological observations, distributing those values through time, and creating an heuristic sum function for the survey area. We then derived measures of abandonment, expansion, continuation, continuity, and potential. As in the previous study, those measurements were then classified and used to assign phases of the adaptive cycle. This allowed Kea to be placed beside ECOS, Barbati Lemnes, the Southern Argolid Survey, and Methana. Again, comparison happens after each landscape has been processed locally within its own data set. I want to be clear about what this classification is and what it is not doing. The adaptive cycle framework doesn't replace the chaos survey's period-by-period interpretation. It abstracts it into a comparative model. For Kea, the model registered long-lived regimes of continuity, especially around central place organization and repeated land use structures. Conservation does not mean stasis. These phases still contain shifts in intensity, visibility, landholding, and control. Viewed through the adaptive cycle framework, the chaos data can be restated as a pattern of long periods of conservation, punctuated by episodes of reorganization, contraction, or structured, renewed rural expansion. This does not replace the original interpretation. Rather, it translates its central insight into a comparative vocabulary. The comparison with the Northeastern Peloponnese shows that chaos does not strongly correspond with the mainland surveys. These surveys move through multiple phases of the adaptive cycle, although not always at the same time. Chaos, by contrast, tends to remain in conservation for longer stretches. This suggests that Kea's landscape history was mediated by the conditions under which wider systems influenced settlement, landholding, settlement hierarchy, and production. Wider Aegean systems were important, but unevenly. In some periods, these pressures produced reorganization. In others, they were absorbed within relatively persistent local patterns of land use. Within this transformed adaptive cycle profile, the closest Peloponnesian comparison is Methana. The comparison should not be pushed too far, but it shifts attention to the issues of connectivity, to the conditions under which a landscape was connected to wider systems, and what forms those connections took. Methana is useful because both landscapes may have experienced connectivity as structured and episodic rather than continuous and evenly distributed. In that sense, Kea and Methana suggest a broader comparative category. Let's call it landscapes of selective connectivity. The method allows us to build larger regional frameworks without collapsing local histories into a single master narrative. Each survey maintains its local level of evidence. After this internal transformation, we can ask whether landscapes experienced similar processes. We're not asking whether Kea has the same number of features as the Argolid in debating the impact of a 15-meter versus 10-meter field walking interval. We're asking whether these landscapes moved through similar historical processes and whether those processes occurred at similar or different moments. So 3 takeaways. First, the methodology gives legacy data sets analytical life. They cannot be made into data sets they were never designed to be, but they can be translated into comparative frameworks. Second, it places focus on whether landscapes experience similar processes, continuity, expansion, abandonment. Third, it helps bridge local and macro-regional histories. We can identify broad patterns, but we can also recognize when a landscape deviates from them, and in both of those cases, it provides us the opportunity to ask why. So when the KS survey was being carried out, I was a punk-ass kid playing Pac-Man in a dusty Midwest farm town. Jack and many people in this room were already thinking hard about landscape archaeology's long-term history. Between then and now, we've continued to ask about broader patterns across regional narratives. When I first attempted this back in the day, and this is a failed paper in one of Jack's infamous seminars, the results were disappointing. I and others tried to make surveys comparable at the wrong level. The raw data, methods, and periodizations were all too different. But by transforming each data set to a similar framework and vocabulary, we move from viewing activity to observing process. The current approach brings legacy data into conversation with more recent studies and develops a cross-comparative framework useful for larger regional histories. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. More on care, water management at Eleni by Rodney Fitzsimons, Anna Belcher, David Wilson, and Carol Hershenson, who will present the paper from the University of Cincinnati.
Thank you. It is a privilege and a pleasure to offer this diachronic view of water management at IE to Jack Davis. How's that? Whose connection and devotion to the excavations at IE hardly need restating in this forum. It is likewise our great pleasure to thank the organizers of this excellent conference. Securing and protecting a supply of fresh water and disposing of excess and/or wastewater, 2 aspects of water management, are richly documented at the prehistoric settlement of IE on Kea and were repeated concerns to its inhabitants. This paper discusses the evidence for the supply and drainage of water at prehistoric IE throughout its history of intermittent occupation, from the first signs of human activity in the latest final Neolithic, period 1, through the cessation of habitation in late Helladic 3A to early 3B late. We begin with securing access to fresh water. There may have been as many as 3 successive water sources at IE. The first, named the Great Cleft, was a spring in deep bedrock cleft located within the area of later settlement. The second, dubbed the Spring Chamber, was a spring located just downslope to the north and a short distance outside the area of occupation. And the third was an underground structure that might have been a well, located farther from the main area of settlement to the north and west. Based on the pockets of eroded latest final Neolithic pottery, period 1, in crevices surrounding the deep bedrock main cleft, this source was utilized in the earliest period of human activity at IE, if only on a seasonal basis. The largest deposits of period 1 pottery were found around the main cleft. After a hiatus of around 4 to 5 centuries, IE was again chosen for settlement in early Bronze Age too. The water basin in the main cleft appears to have been the primary, perhaps only freshwater source during the initial resettlement phase, phase 2A. Potable water from 1 or more fissures in the bedrock walls of the cleft collected at its bottom in a natural basin and was accessed by 3 steps, much worn from use, roughly hewn into the bedrock that descended to the water basin from a small paved square bordering the cleft, the western square. Shortly after the EB2 resettlement of the site, in Phase 2B, the freshwater basin in the main cleft was filled in, which took it permanently out of use as a water source. A large paved and ramped road, the Western Road, was built over it, leading downslope toward the spring chamber, which replaced the main cleft as the primary water source for Eleni. This Western Road provided access to the spring from the Western Square and the center of the settlement. The deep natural crevice in the bedrock slope at the spring was cut back and vertically trimmed at the southwest to form a water catchment chamber of irregular shape. This rock-cut chamber appears to have been supplied year-round by underground aquifers in the surrounding coastal plain. Built directly on top of the bedrock at the southwestern end of the chamber was a wall whose neatly laid masonry of small stones strongly resembles that of other EB2 buildings at the site. This wall may have been part of a once taller EB2 structure to protect the water catchment basin from contaminants. After another roughly 5 centuries of abandonment during the end of the early Bronze Age and beginning of the Middle Bronze Age, Eleni was again reoccupied and was successively rebuilt after each in a series of destructions, apparently by earthquakes, through to LH3A2 late, 3B early. The spring chamber appears to have been the sole water source throughout that time span, and convenient access to it from within the town was repeatedly provided, then blocked, and then restored. Over this long span of occupation, the settlement had 2 successive fortification walls. The first, with a horseshoe-shaped tower, was built in the earlier Middle Bronze Age, period 4, when the site was first resettled. And the second, called the Great Fortification Wall, on which Jack Davis, our honoree, wrote his dissertation, was built in the later Middle Bronze Age period, or period 5, on which Jack wrote his first monograph, which was volume 5 in the Chaos series of final publications. Each of these walls initially had an opening providing easy access to the spring from within the town. In the period 4A wall, a gate and a ramp initially led toward the spring. The horseshoe-shaped tower beside that gate would have provided protection for the gate and the pathway to the spring, positioning defenders on the unshielded side of potential attackers. Similarly, a corbelled portal in the period 5 Great Fortification Wall provided convenient passage to the spring with a possible paved pathway through the area of the later room EJ3, giving access from within the town to the corbelled portal. In the following periods, that is, Phase 4B and Period 6 respectively, the gate and the portal were each filled in. The Period 5 portal was further blocked on both sides by a wide buttress built during Period 6, or LH1, against the Great Fortification Wall on its northern side, which had collapsed, and by the contemporary enclosure of room EJ3 south of the former portal. It is unclear how or whether the spring was accessed after the blocking of the gateway beside the Horseshoe Tower during Period 4B. During Period 6, or LH1, after the blocking of the portal, a makeshift pathway from the town may have led over the Great Fortification Wall to the spring chamber. The Period 4 fortification wall subsequently went out of use altogether, restoring access to the spring from within the town in the final phase of Period 4. The defensive usefulness of the Great Fortification Wall was also compromised in its next period, Period 7, or LH2A, by an extensive building program to facilitate access to the spring. Inside the town, a series of terraced courtyards provided a pathway leading to the new stairway of 13 steps, descending to the spring chamber from what remained of the top of the fortification wall. Walls and a roof consisting of 10 stone slabs surrounded and covered the basin of the spring chamber itself. Most of the pottery from the use levels within the chamber dated to Period 7, although some later pottery suggests that it remained in use even after the particularly devastating earthquake that ended Phase 7B, after which occupation at the site was greatly reduced and recovery was apparently slow. The spring chamber, thus enclosed and accessed, appears to have remained the town's main water source as long as Irene remained a place of habitation, and the final abandonment of the settlement has long been associated with the loss of that source of fresh water. During LH3A2 late, 3B early, rising sea levels likely caused the water in the spring chamber to become brackish with intrusive seawater. At that time, the spring chamber became a dump for an assortment of fine decorated pottery, permanently obstructing access to the spring. The only possible alternative source of fresh water is an underground structure discovered by the K excavation team across the modern road from the site. It was not excavated, but was found to contain water. It is unclear whether the structure was affected by the same sea level rise as the spring chamber, or if it was constructed in response to the loss of the spring chamber. The structure's date and function also remain unclear, and Jack himself suggested an alternative interpretation as a tomb. We now turn our attention to the control and drainage of rainwater runoff from the slopes of the low hill that comprises the peninsula of Irene, which was also a repeated concern to the inhabitants. At the beginning of early Bronze II settlement at Irene, a network of drains to manage and drain rainwater from the hill was built on or cut into the bedrock, which was largely exposed. Remnants of those drains were found in all excavated areas of the site and are the best preserved architectural evidence for the initial settlement phase of Irene in period 2A. Drains 5 and 6 in the western square, for example, had stone-built walls to increase their depth and capacity. In addition to simply removing rainwater from the hill, these two drains also protected the freshwater basin in the main cleft from contamination by directing rain runoff to the north and south. A few of the period 2A drains remained in use during periods 2B and C, but there were none in later phases of early Bronze II, or period 3. After the second resettlement of Irene in period 4, the drains show considerable continuity in their placement and uses and are most efficiently described by type of location and function rather than by date. Each of the two successive fortification walls had one or more culverts to discharge water from inside the town. An example is the square-built drain through the Great Fortification Wall, which is approached from the south by an open channel. The drain was built in period 5 with the wall, and the channel, which was rebuilt twice, it was still in use in periods 6 and 7. This same drain also illustrates an uncovered channel, a type that usually crossed open courtyards and terraces, like this one in the western sector. Also in outdoor public spaces, stone-built drains underlay most of the relatively narrow alleys and lanes around House A. Their slab covers forming the pavement of the alley. These period 6 and 7 under-street drains do not have known predecessors at Irene. Once built, however, they were regularly cleared of debris and kept in operation as long as Irene was inhabited. Some drains led from rooms inside houses to exterior space. These are attested from period 4 through the end of settlement at Irene. During LH3A1, a particularly elaborate example was constructed in a 2-room structure, Building M, located east of the former fortification wall of the site. Water collected in a catchment basin situated against the exterior of the former town wall and flowed through M2 in a covered meandering channel constructed of schist slabs. The channel ultimately exited through the eastern bounding wall, dumping onto the town road. 3 bathtub fragments found in room M2 are contemporary with the construction of the drain in LH3A1 and suggest the use of the space. Indeed, drains from inside houses are particularly, although neither consistently nor exclusively, associated with rooms on the site that have been identified as bathrooms in periods 6 and 7. This LH3A1 evidence from Irene therefore appears to represent a continuation of an existing practice predating parallels at Pylos, Tiryns, and Koukanarias on Paros during the palatial and post-palatial periods. Finally, one vertical drain is preserved. a stone-built shaft situated in the southwestern corner of the basement room N20 beneath the banqueting hall in the northeast bastion. It descends vertically from the floor level of the upper story and turns south where it cuts through the wall and empties outside the building. A stone-lined drainage channel built against the south face of the wall may have helped evacuate the contents of the downspout farther away. The early Bronze Age drains, built on or channeled into the bedrock of the Rocky Peninsula, which were not replaced as the height of the tell rose, stand somewhat apart from later drainage practices at Aegienne. After the site was resettled during the earlier Middle Bronze Age, however, considerable continuity in drainage strategies can be traced. If the EBA drainage practices at Aegienne differed from those of its inhabitants during other periods, however, their water procurement strategies were linked to those that both preceded and followed. Initially, the EBA settlers used the same spring in the main cleft around which their predecessors in the latest final Neolithic had gathered, and after they buried that spring, they drew their water from the spring chamber farther north, which was used again by the next people to settle Aegienne in the Middle Bronze Age. At the end of human activity, when it was no longer a settlement, a possible well still farther north across the modern road might have been a third but much less convenient water source. These springs appear to have been used successively. The efforts exerted at different periods to protect them from contamination and to facilitate access to them attest to their importance for the selection of this site for habitation on 3 separate occasions during prehistory, after gaps of nearly half a millennium each. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the last paper of this session by Kalliopi Evklidou and Evi Gorogianni. Evi will present the paper from the University of Akron. More on care, guarding the bounty, agricultural harvests and storerooms of Aegienne.
Thank you, Eleni, and thank you to the organizers. I mean, what can I say about Jack? I went to Cincinnati and followed him to Albania, and then eventually to Kea. And then in a really weird luck, turn of my luck, I am teaching at the University of Akron, where Jack got his BA. I need to figure this out. This sounds like a conspiracy. So our paper, I know that the Mandarina is super anachronistic, but I wanted to express the exuberance of this occasion. So our paper takes us back to the Cyclades, where Jack made his first splash into Aegienne. Aegienne has long played an important role in discussions of minonisation and interregional contact in the Bronze Age Aegean, as you all know. It has often been described as a wealthy port of call on the so-called Western String, linking the Cyclades, Crete, and the mainland. Yet, key questions remain underexplored. So, where did this wealth come from? If they were so wealthy, how was the community fed? And so Aegienne was prosperous and interconnected, as its architecture and wall paintings and imported material suggests. But could this population be supported, and this activity be supported on the architectural base of the island? Or did it depend on imported staples, just as Donald Jones was trying to argue in 21? To address this question, we combine 3 lines of evidence. First, the storage capacities from excavated houses and published houses. Second, the population estimates based on settlement size and household organization. And third, GIS-based model of the site's agricultural hinterland. Storage at Aegienne, as elsewhere in the Bronze Age Aegean, relied primarily on large ceramic jars or pithoi, supplemented, of course, by containers made of perishable materials such as baskets and sacks. Although pithos fragments have been found throughout the site, the best studied storage context comes from room N18 in the northeast bastion. The northeast bastion, located at the northeastern corner of the site, was added to the fortification wall at the end of the late Cycladic I. Architecturally, it resembles a Minoan hall complex with formal rooms above and service spaces below. The upper floor, as I'm going to show you in a little bit, included a richly decorated reception rooms, while the lower level contained a food preparation area and a storeroom. Excavation of the storeroom revealed as many as 19 jars, of which 6 were found in situ. Most appear to have lined the walls, and some were partially sunk into the floor, indicating permanent installation. The reconstructed assemblage includes at least 3 sizes of pithoi. The largest group, which is represented by this largest jar, consists of 4 nearly identical locally made jars, each with an estimated capacity of around 375 liters. Other locally made pithois that are represented on the slide by these 2 held between 280 and 320 liters, while a smaller group, probably imported from Naxos, had capacities of about 140 liters each. The reconstructed vessels alone, these are in the first 3 rows of the table, account for approximately 2,380 liters. If we estimate conservative capacities for the more fragmentary jars in the storeroom, the pithoi of N18 could have held 3,200 liters. And once we add the likely capacity of smaller containers, and the total storage capacity of this room may have reached 4,330 liters. But as we mentioned already, the Northeast Bastion was not unique, just the best studied today. Other important concentrations of pithoi have been documented across the site, and I'm showing them here on this slide, namely in House A, House C, and several other additional structures. And by the way, the 2 oval area on the maps indicate no data zones. In House A, storage appears to have concentrated in multiple rooms, though the building may have comprised of 2 separate household units, one in the eastern part and one in the western. The eastern side of the house was more elaborate, with upper story formal rooms and lower level service and storage areas, actually comparable in layout to the Northeast Bastion, i.e. another Minoan hall. At least 22 pithoi of varying sizes were found here in House A. If we apply the same size range that we observed in N18, the eastern unit of House A may have held approximately 5,700 liters. The western side of House A was more modest, but it still had a substantial storage capacity, with at least 7 pithoi and a total estimated capacity of between 2,500 and 3,200 liters. House C, one of the largest houses, again, in the northern sector, presents another substantial storage assemblage. Its architecture is complex, and it may also have served 2 household units, much like House A. At least 25 storage jars were recovered from this area, and if these were broadly, again, comparable to the sizes that we found in the Northeast Bastion, the house may have had a storage capacity of about 5,000 liters. When we add the storage evidence from these and other published parts of the settlement, we arrive at a minimum estimate of 18,700 liters of long-term pithos-based storage. Since these published houses, plus N18, which is soon to be published, represent only 1/3 of the residential area of Aegean, this figure should be understood as a minimum rather than a total. Yet, these storage capacities, what do these storage capacities mean in human terms? Let's find the people there. So the storms of Aegean likely stored the main staples of a Bronze Age diet: cereals, pulses, wine, oil, and perhaps some dried fruits. Studies of Aegean diet suggest the cereals formed the dietary core, mostly barley, around 70%, and wheat, giving wheat a lesser portion, around 30%, accounting for roughly 2/3 of the caloric intake. And they would, and the dietary, the cereals would be primarily stored in bulk inside these pithoi. If we assume that 10% of the total storage was used for oil and wine, then around 16,825 liters remained available for cereals. So based on historic and ethnographic estimates, an adult male might require around 230 kilograms of grain per year, while women, children, and the elderly might require around 155 kilograms. Using a simple demographic ratio of one adult male and two other household members, the storage capacities of the published houses, the ones discussed here, could have supported around 62 people. And extrapolated across the full extent of the settlement, this suggests a minimum supported population of 86 people. There are, so at first glance, I have to say, this seems surprisingly low for a site that is so prominent in the discussions of trade and wealth in the Aegean. So we had to compare this estimate with other demographic methods. There are three main approaches to estimating ancient populations. The first is an area-based extrapolation. Aegean covered about 1.2 hectares, including areas now lost to erosion and to sea level change. Earlier estimates of the population proposed populations as high as 780 to 1,250 individuals, but these are implausibly dense for the Bronze Age Aegean. More realistic models proposed by Whitelaw and refined by Bintliff suggest between 125 to 225 people per hectare, producing a total estimate of roughly 150 to 270 individuals. The second approach is household-based extrapolation. Previous analysis of domestic activity areas based on the clustering of hearths, cooking vessels, and storage jars at Aegean identified around 10 to 12 households. So if we estimate that each household included 4 to 8 individuals, this yields anywhere between 40 to 96 people for the published portion, and then approximately 120 to 280 people for the settlement as a whole. The third approach, and the one developed most fully in this paper by Calopi and I, is the regional systems modeling through analysis of the agricultural catchment. Taken together, the previous methods converge on a likely population of about 180 to 290 people. At this point, the question becomes, could the landscape of Kea actually support that population? So we used a catchment analysis within a GIS framework, and our model focuses specifically on cereal agriculture, since cereals, as I mentioned earlier, were the main staple and the principal components of long-term storage jars. The model takes into account factors as elevation, slope, soil type, aspect, distance from water sources, exaggerated here to show you how the island is covered with waterways, and erosion risk. It also takes into account the likely constraints of Bronze Age farming, rain-fed agriculture, the use of art plows and animal traction, and the probable absence of extensive agricultural terracing at this date. Kea today is famous for its terraces, but if such intensively modified landscapes did not yet exist in the late Bronze Age, cultivation would have been concentrated in their relatively limited alluvial valleys, coastal basins, and gentler foothills. The results of our study are revealing. Across the island as a whole, the areas suitable for cultivation are relatively limited and fragmented, with only about 1,400 hectares of the island suitable for cultivation and only 154 hectares of very high quality. And Eleni, of course, was founded on one of those very fertile coastal plains, very fertile for the island. Our simulations of the lands accessible from the settlement, based on time, effort, and different traveling modes, show that the community could reach on foot about 80 hectares of land of average to very high suitability for cultivation within an hour. But once we factor in the practical use of ox carts or pack animals for plowing and transport, the area accessible within 1 hour actually shrinks dramatically to about 33 hectares, because wheel travel, as we know, is slower and more constrained by terrain. To translate land area into carrying capacity, we estimated cereal yields based on land quality. We assume annual crop rotation between cereals and legumes, no fallow, and cereal yields ranging from 400 to 800 kilograms per hectare, depending on suitability and management intensity. We also subtracted 10% for seed and 10% for crop loss. Under these assumptions, the land reachable within 1 hour on foot could produce enough grain to support about 219 people. But the restricted zone, accessible by cart in the same time, could support only 95 to 105 people. That would not be sufficient even for the lower end of Eleni's estimated population. The picture changes, however, when we expand the catchment to 2 hours travel by cart, with carrying capacity rising to around 236 people. So, enough to sustain the likely population of the settlement. In other words, Eleni could support itself agriculturally, but only if its farmers worked fields beyond the narrow 1 hour logistical zone treated as optimal in archaeological models. This is exactly where archaeological survey evidence becomes important. Regional surveys on Kea, especially the one that was conducted by John Cherry, Jack, of course, and Eleni Majorani, recorded a number of small site or off-site concentrations, the red dots on the map, with middle and late Bronze Age material beyond Eleni's core catchment. Their artifact assemblages include pithos fragments, tripod cooking legs, conical cups, a millstone, and a few drinking shapes. This combination suggests limited by purposeful activity: storage, cooking, eating, processing. Because pithoi are large and immobile, more or less. We saw them on the donkey, but I bet they were empty. So their presence strongly implies local storage rather than casual discard. We therefore interpret many of these locations are seasonal field shelters. These locations would have allowed farmers to stay close to distant fields during labor-intensive periods, store harvested crops, probably temporarily, and stock fodder and water for draft animals. Ethnographic evidence from Kea and elsewhere in Greece shows that such practices are common in landscapes where communities maintain nucleated residence but farm dispersed fields at considerable distance. If these more distant lands are included, Aegean exploitable agricultural catchment expands dramatically and its carrying capacity rises to more than 700 or perhaps 870 people under favorable assumptions. This is far beyond the needs of the settlement itself, and it implies the potential for surplus production. Let us return to the central question of this paper. Could the largely agrarian population of Aegean subsist on the arable land around the settlement, or did it need to import staple foods? Our study, these are conclusions, so yes. So our study has shown that the pithoi included in this study provided long-term storage of approximately 18,694 liters, which could have sustained at least 62 individuals or a total of 186 people. An area-based population estimate produced similar results. Using the most plausible demographic models, the population of Aegean may have been between 150 and 270 individuals. On the other hand, correlation analysis of features and artifacts in the excavated buildings of the site, the published buildings of the site, identified 10 to 12 households of 4 to 8 persons each. This yields a population of 40 to 96, or a total population of 180 to 288. So taken together, these three approaches definitely overlap enough to suggest that the Aegean most likely had a population of 180 to 290 individuals, still tiny. Significantly, the model carrying capacity of the agricultural catchment supports this estimate. In fact, the fields available to Aegean farmers within 1 hour on foot or 2 hours by cart covered about 88 hectares, which could have fed approximately 95 to 219 people. Yet the archaeological record suggests that the community did not rely only on the nearby resources. Legacy survey data demonstrate activity beyond the 2-hour cart radius, and this expansion of the agricultural catchment was supported by seasonal field shelters, if our identification of sites beyond Aegean as seasonal field shelters is of course correct. Expanding the agricultural catchment would have helped meet local needs, as well as additional surplus for supporting the needs of the bustling port of call. But it would have created considerable seasonal pressure on labor and time. This would have been especially acute during the harvest in the summer, especially May to July, which coincided, of course, the summer coincided with the main maritime season and required agricultural work to be completed within a narrow time frame. In such circumstances, effective labor management and perhaps the recruitment of additional workers from neighboring coastal and island sites in the vicinity would have been crucial. The significance of maritime connections at Aegean and its economy is clear in the archaeological and iconographic record of Aegean. It is visible in the range of imports from other places, but above all, in the remarkable frescoes of the northeastern bastion, reconstructed and masterfully published by Livia Morgan. In the upper story of the northeast bastion, Morgan reconstructed a composition of ships in front of buildings, alongside landscape scenes filled with colorful rocks, deer hunts, riverine settings rich in bounty. Some of this bounty is depicted as brought back to town to be consumed in a feast just outside its walls. Note here the cauldron tended by the men in the scene. This bounty depended on a synergy and a delicate balance, I might add, between the natural environment, the local farming community, the regional and long-distance trade and exchange partners who are depicted in the wall painting coming for the feast. Impressing those regional partners was part of the strategy, of course, and the stage was set accordingly in the large mansions of the settlement that used what they would have been, at the time, the international language of prestige and power. Minoan-style architecture, Minoan halls, wall paintings, feasts, served with imported Minoan pottery or the thousands of characteristic conical cups produced locally. HOGUE should therefore be reconceptualized not simply as a bustling port of call enriched by external exchange, just as Jack suggested a long time ago, but as a self-reliant and agriculturally prosperous community whose wealth rested on the careful management of land, labor, and storage, and of course, offshore connections. Thank you very much to Jack and our many supporters along the way.
Thank you, Evie. I think you will all agree that since this was a heavily Heianized session with a touch of philanthropy, we can take questions for all of the speakers. So please, if anyone would like to start. Yes? Dr. Marthari, please.
Thank you. I would thought, congratulations for another very interesting paper on these matters. And certainly, the main characteristics and the size of these three settlements in the Western Cyclades, these three Minoanized settlements, are very important to understand their status in the hierarchy of the settlements of the Southern Aegean. But I'm wondering if their place in the settlement patterns of each island is also a decisive factor. As first Jack and John Cherry, have shown to us in a very special contribution in the conference of Thera and Aegean World 3.
With the other estimates, is that it was not sustainable demographically. And so we were thinking in terms of trade connections, this kind of thing, or subsistence alone, but it would have had to have been well articulated with other communities on other islands. Then you turn around and say about the internal, John and Jack demonstrated that quite clearly in that overview paper, and that Thera is a very different situation, and that's now backed up by, or extrapolated even further by the work, say, on Kithera and such. So they would have had quite different settlement patterns and degrees of internal organization within the community. And that's why I sort of felt it was kind of interesting, and I was surprised by the difference in the house sizes between Akrotiri, Irene, and Philakopi. And my estimates for Irene were on the small side because they were the core, rather than incorporating those infilling buildings, which I'm waiting for the Irene people to really sort out for me, take a little bit further. But I'm glad that Evie and I were sort of working with similar kinds of estimates. So that literally in the past week has got me thinking a little bit differently about the differences of the populations and the social structure of those different communities in comparison to each other. And I think Plakapi was probably the poor cousin.
And I'll take advantage of my position here to also add that this work has been done, what Evie presented for care has been done for Akrotiri and Thera 25 years ago, so it's perhaps useful to see it for comparative purposes. And population estimates and all what you are suggesting, it's my PhD thesis, what you are suggesting for population estimates also applies to Akrotiri, and it's a similar conclusion that they are, how to say, they can rely on the island for some time in terms of subsistence. So perhaps also you can use it for reference. Okay, someone else. Yes. Ladies, over here, please.
Yes, thank you. In the same vein, I wanted to just make a comment on Evie Goroyani's paper, which I really liked. It's very convincing, your data. Is that, we shouldn't try to sort of get stuck on these models and on what broad ethnographic data tell us, like 1 hour, people don't go further than 1 hour to cultivate their land, or maybe 2 hours. If people need to, or if they own land far away, they will go long distances. I remember talking to a woman in a village about 15 kilometers from Mitru, and somebody had told me, you have to go talk to her. They used to own land on Mitru. And during planting and harvesting time, they would get up with the whole family, children and adults, in the middle of the night and walk 4 hours, work all day at Mitru, and then walk back, sleep a couple of hours, do the same thing, until they had harvested. So, the distances that people can go is quite remarkable. And people in Tragana, for instance, several of them used to own land in the Copaic Basin, and they would walk there and work those lands and come back the same day.
Could I make a comment on coming back to that one just a little bit in terms of the ethnoarchaeological work I did on Kea, in terms of the role of the Spitakia that could be used for overnight staying and such like this, and the very similar extensive use of that landscape initially was just from the Hora, and they would use these as temporary. Now, I talked to Malcolm Wagstaff about this because he was setting up that they were farming the entire island from the communities up around Plaka. And what I found out from him was there was nobody, the season they were doing the work, there was nobody in the fields at the Spitakia. And so there was nobody to interview there about it. So he said, yeah, the landscape has started with Spitakia, but we didn't really know what role they were playing. And he published it as those stupid Melians will walk 6 hours to get to a field and have to walk back as soon as they get there. Whereas in fact, it was a little bit more complicated than that.
All right, so yes, indeed, people can walk long distances, and the ethnographic record shows that it's not unheard of. I think in Milos, they walk up to 5 hours to their fields. The complicated issue here is the animals, which are super expensive and really slow, considerably slower traveling. So yes, thank you. Thank you for your question.
Well, the ethnographic record that Todd amassed is wonderful, and we did take it into account. It was fascinating to see that Spitakia was not one kind of building or facility aiding agricultural activity. There were, small storage spaces just to keep fodder and water for the animals. Some spaces just for temporary storage. Some spaces had some facilities to process part of the yield, the agricultural yield. So we took that into account. And the fascinating thing was to see, we couldn't show it here because we didn't have enough time, but our simulation showed that with every hourly expansion of the agricultural catchment, we had a new set of sites that were identified through the survey that Jack Mangiorani and Cherry did. And it was like using them as stepping stones to open new lands, a new zone, an hourly zone every time. And then you have 3 sites opening at the limits of the 3-hour zone, opening the next hourly zone. The other set was at 4 hours, opening the next zone. At 5, you had almost the entire set of the sites identified through the survey, except 3 or 4 which were very distant, and that must have been something else. But the 5-hour limit opened up to those huge lands in brown that we showed that were pastoral lands and lands that could have been woodlands for other types of exploitation. So it was very deliberate where they used to put these cateches. We say cateches in the ethnographic term, but it must have been something wider, something more variable. But it was impressive to see that it was all planned and very carefully planned and logistically placed at the right place.
Thank you. Cyprian, would you like to?
Thanks. It was a really rich series of papers and they tie together really nicely. I had one observation and one question. The observation is that I think Chaos Survey and Kythera Survey need to start talking really closely, because what you're calling seasonal shelters, in material signature at least, is very much what we're calling farmsteads. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be both right on our own islands. But I think methodologically, given the debate over classical farmsteads and field houses, we should probably really get together. I think I won't go into the reasons why we think as we do on Kythera, but one thing is we do get tombs with them where the geology is right. We get weaving equipment, we get a scale of storage. And also because we're largely in a fairly flat landscape, we've got spatial integrity, which I think is rarer in the terrace landscape of the Chaos Survey. But I think we really need to get together because we're about to write different stories, which is maybe right. The other question, in a way, is an observation about this phenomenon in the Aegean of coastal places that are villages in scale, but not villages in material behavior, in a sense. And I think, in a sense, we might get some insights from standing a little bit back from the Aegean, because you do find generically quite similar sites from the Bronze Age and from the Iron Age along the Levantine coast. And of course, much of the Phoenician diaspora in the West looks exactly like this. They're small, defended, a few big houses, very connected, very wealthy. And in a way, in the Iron Age Phoenician context, you would think of that as a series of family firms and their retainers, in a sense, you know, building a world economy in a local environment, in a way. Whether that's right for the Aegean Bronze Age, I don't know. I think it might work potentially for Irene or somewhere like that, which, as you say, is absolutely tiny, but pulsating in wealth markers and trade markers. So I just wonder whether we can break away from thinking, because of course those sites don't worry about their hinterland. Their hinterland is tiny, they're facing seaward, they're in a different game. And I just wonder whether that might help us to break away from the why don't these look like towns and how do they fit in a hierarchy? You can't really have a hierarchy on the island if there's a nucleated settlement pattern. In a way, they are what they are. Just a thought.
Someone else? Yes, please.
A couple things. I was really surprised by carts. So I'm just drilling down deeper here, right? Because the Kea I know is a donkey-based island for transport. Maybe I'm overly influenced by what I've seen with my own eyes or from ethnographic literature, but carts really surprised me there. I have another question too. Am I right on this that both the spring chamber and the whatever it is in the coal yard that you talked about, that in both this is for Carol, that both those have a niche, don't they, in the back wall? And
the structure in the across the modern road definitely has a niche.
But isn't there one in the spring chamber too, in the back of the spring chamber?
I would have to look. I don't recall one.
In any case, my question is this: Can we get why a niche? And I was just thinking about this when I was listening to your presentation. But also, the reason I suggested a tomb was because I had just reviewed the Corpus Vasorum Antiquorum fascicle for Bonn, number 2, and the Bonn has some Mycenaean vases in its collection, and I believe that they were accessioned about the time that the Michalinos Coal Company was establishing their facilities by I.E. Eleni. So that's why I got the idea, and the fact that building was empty. Which leads me to the next question. Do we have some German colleagues who might be able to get deeper into the Bonn archives and find out if there's any other information rather than the date of acquisition?
Yes,
of
that I
those?
don't know about whether there might be some archival information that at this distance, when everybody who acquired those antiquities is long gone, I couldn't begin to guess.
I mean, it might be worth a
is an
shot.
unusual
Museums are a little more open now and being forthcoming with information about acquisitions. But back
But
to.
as a tomb, it's a very odd shape.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
But everything in the Cyclades is a little weird. But what about the carts?
Carts and oxen have the same footprint in the modeling procedure, so the same speed and the same constraints in topography. So when we say wheeled vehicles, carts, we say mainly the use of oxen for plowing and moving around things back and forth from the center.
But am I not right that oxen's water consumption of oxen is huge?
Yes.
Which is why Kea Schweiz as a breed was introduced and maintained on Kea because of its low water consumption.
But in that time, Kea was Idrusa. They had multiple water sources, and all the sites that you found are very close to water sources, except one. But I'll figure that out. But everything was very close, and if they had some distance, they would have probably kept some type of water tank for the animals to be there.
Yeah, there were also telchinas on the island.
And for Cyprian's question, you all know the problems with the different survey projects having this different methodologies. Perhaps at some point we should come together with Jim, and he would bring everything together in the same system, and then we can discuss off-site scatters and smaller sites, how to interpret them. Could they be farmsteads or something else? But we need a common methodology for all survey projects. At some point, we should start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there one more question we can take? Yes, please. And we are all hungry, I think, by now.
I'll try to be quick. This is in response to Jack. A couple things. The structure in Area X does kind of look like a tomb. It would be weird to put that much effort into building a spring chamber during a period when the site's in such heavy decline. On the other hand, maybe Colin or Jan can correct me, but is there not a niche in the spring chamber in the caravanserai? I'm not suggesting there's Minoan influence there, but on a practical level, it's a nice place to put a lamp in a dark underground well.
I think it's the niche that the water the spring is actually coming from, whereas it doesn't sound, this is necessarily the case here, but it may be a connection. It does look like a tomb if you compare it to the tomb chambers on Kythera, in terms of the size, rather than thinking mainland style chamber tomb or later Mycenaean style chamber tomb in the islands.
And if I may make...
Who did the Iranian animal bones? The answer to that is Jenny Coy at Southampton. But then he goes on to say, are there any traction pathologies on cattle bones as ectonosaurus? And the answer to that is, I don't know, but the bones ended up with Paul Halsted. Carol may know where they are.
I believe they're still with Paul Halsted. They never.
Well, unfortunately, it's not with us.
There's a lot in the apotheke. So he has. Jenny Coy apparently got permission to export some of them for specialized study. Those, by routes that you are familiar with, ended up in Paul Halsted's office. But when the current round of research began in the apotheke, they found boxes and boxes. Looking at what was in Paul Halsted's office, it was judged that you couldn't really, say anything about them, that they were too selected. But with the discovery that there's apparently a lot more in the apotheke, this is a much more studyable collection. That's my understanding, although that question should be addressed. That should be addressed to Natalie, actually.
Yes.
So if...
and Paul's listening.
So
that's my current understanding in any case of
we'll leave the Cincinnati family to sort this out. And we are going for lunch, and thank you to the speakers very much. Thank you all.
North Aegean, Albania, and the Balkans. I'm Lynn Shephardt, the chair, so I'll try to keep this running to the time frame. Our first speaker is Michael Galati, and he will be presenting Applying Greek Survey Methods Outside of Greece, Part 1, the Western Balkans.
Thank you, Lynn. Hello, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch. Feel free to take a nap. Yeah. Okay, so as we all know, Jack made a name for himself in Greece as a survey archaeologist. He directed or co-directed survey projects in Kea, Nemea, and Pylos. What many folks may not know, however, is that Jack also brought his brand of intensive archaeological survey to Albania, having co-directed 2 projects there. The Malakastra Regional Archaeological Project, MRAP, from 1998 to 2003, and the Durrës Regional Archaeological Project, DRAP, from 2001 to 2003. Importantly, many Albanian archaeologists have adopted Jack's methods, and a number of additional survey projects have taken place in Albania in the last 2 decades, including Beko and colleagues' project targeting the Upper Devil River Valley in southeastern Albania, which we will hear about later today. I myself have co-directed 2 Albanian survey projects, both in northern Albania, the Shala Valley Project, the SVP, and the Projekti Arkeologjik I Shkodrës, PASH, as well as one in Kosovo, the regional archaeology in the Peja and Istag districts of Kosovo, Rapid K. This survey lineage, a large number of related projects employing identical methods, allows us the relatively rare opportunity to compare survey data directly across a wide range of regions in a single large culture zone. It also allows us to address various vexing problems in survey archaeology related to the so-called hidden landscapes model. Thus, for this presentation, I compiled and compared survey data from 4 different projects, MRAP, SVP, PASH, and Rapid K, producing interesting results and conclusions. I want to pause, though, and thank Janetta Jusia, a PhD candidate at the University of Michigan who helped generate statistics and all the maps, and who will be a co-author on the published version of this paper. Recently, Beko and I published the results of PASH in a 2-volume, 824-page report, which won the Archaeological Institute of America's Anna Marguerite McCann Award for Fieldwork Reports in 2025. The book has been reviewed in print a couple of times so far, by Maya Gori in the Bryn Mawr Classical Review, and by Damian Donev in the Journal of Greek Archaeology. Both reviews were generally positive, but also critical. Usually I read reviews and I just move on. But one sentence in particular in Donev's review caught my eye and stuck with me. Quote, "Personally, I am fully confident that the PASH dataset contains evidence of many open rural settlements, especially from later periods, which are either subsumed under the nebulous category of places of special interest or activity areas, or are simply ignored." Reading this sentence caused a bit of a crisis of conscience. Did we really miss a bunch of sites? But then I thought more about its larger implications, which must have something to do with how archaeologists conceive of and practice survey. So, picking up the gauntlet thrown down by Donev, in this paper I ask, is it really the case that PASH missed or failed to define many open rural settlements? If so, how and why did this happen? Or might it be that how humans inhabited landscapes, for example, in nucleated versus dispersed settlement systems, does in fact vary from place to place and time to time? The idea of hidden archaeological landscapes, that is, that in some periods, especially prehistoric periods, the surface archaeology of a region does not accurately represent, for a variety of reasons, the actual degree of settlement that existed there in the past, goes back to a series of papers written by members of various different regional survey projects, beginning in the 1980s, mostly focused on Greece, but also Italy. It's strongly associated with John Bintliff, a co-director of the long-running Boeotia project. The debate about whether the hidden landscapes model is correct and useful came to a bit of a head in the Journal of Mediterranean Archaeology in volumes 12, 13, and 15 in articles, responses, rejoinders, and updates, published in 1999, 2000, and 2002. I won't rehash the debate here, but rather will review Jack's position. Most clearly articulated in a chapter written for the side-by-side survey volume, edited by Sue Alcock and John Cherry, and published in 2004, titled, Are the Landscapes of Greek Prehistory Hidden? A Comparative Approach. In it, Jack questions the applicability of the hidden landscapes model beyond Boeotia. He points out that, generally speaking, in any region, different phases may produce more or less surface artifacts in different degrees of density. Some phases may produce none. This fact, variability, forms the basis for comparative diachronic settlement pattern studies the world over. Jack goes on to dismiss, for the most part, Bintliff and colleagues' explanations for why surface artifacts and therefore sites seem to be missing from most, if not all, Greek surveys. These include insufficient survey intensity, erosional effects, whether concealing or revealing sites, the inability of surveyors to see and recognize certain classes of archaeological material, such as coarse prehistoric pottery and lithic artifacts, and problems with visibility. Ultimately, as Jack asserts, at the crux of the perceived problem is a disagreement about what surface artifacts, especially when found in small quantities, actually signify. The true debate is not really about whether landscapes are hidden, but rather whether the data we do collect are meaningful, and if so, what they mean. For Bintliff and his colleagues, small numbers of surface artifacts represent the tips of very large buried icebergs. Thus, their call, largely rejected, for application of mathematical correction factors to the survey data. For Jack and his colleagues, small clusters of surface artifacts are themselves one very important unit of regional study. In his side-by-side chapter, Jack goes on to demonstrate, using data from Greece and Albania in comparative fashion, that survey data, as recovered, do in fact provide a clear reflection of past human behaviors. People live differently in different places for innumerable reasons. Identifying these differences and similarities and explaining them is, it seems to me, the whole point of doing modern archaeology. The 4 projects I will discuss today were all conducted in Albania and Kosovo using identical methods. Tracks were walked by teams of surveyors at 15-meter intervals, all pottery and tile were collected, and diagnostic pieces were all pottery and tile were counted, and all diagnostic pieces were collected. All small finds, including all chipped stone tools, were collected. Environmental conditions in the 4 regions are quite different. MRAP took place in rolling hill country adjacent to a large Adriatic coastal plain that was once a marsh. The climate is classified as Mediterranean. The SVP took place in the Shala River Valley of the Bieshket and Namuna, the accursed mountains of northern Albania. Home to the Shalafis, or tribe, the climate is continental to mountain. Pash took place on the Shtoi Plain, located to the northeast of Shkodër Lake, in the city of Shkodër, as well as in the surrounding hills and in the upland valley of Shkrel. The climate is Mediterranean. Rapid K took place in western Kosovo, on the Dukagjin Plain. The climate is moderate to continental. The historical context in all 4 regions is also quite different, the most important difference being the presence of the large Greek colony of Apollonia, which was MRAP's focus. In the case of MRAP and Pash, extensive geological surveys were carried out. In all 4 cases, survey was accompanied or followed by gridded surface collection, geophysics, and excavation at select sites. Perhaps one of the main concerns most archaeologists have when it comes to finding artifacts and identifying sites is visibility. As a result, survey teams are typically asked to record tract visibility on a scale of 0 to 100, with 0 being no visibility and 100 being full visibility. There are, of course, various problems with this approach, but it does allow visibility effects to be assessed to some degree. We compared visibility to artifact numbers by tract across all 4 projects. The Spearman's row calculated for each project was positive and highly statistically meaningful, but the correlations were weak to very weak. This means that for all 4 projects, each of which operated under very different environmental conditions, higher visibility did not lead to the discovery of more artifacts. It seems likely, therefore, that sites of all sizes were located regardless of visibility. These results match those found by other researchers, such as Rob Schoen, who studied survey biases for his 2003 Bryn Mawr PhD dissertation. Additionally, we examined the correlations between different artifact classes across projects. In all 4 cases, we found positive correlations between pottery and tiles. This relationship was particularly strong in the vicinity of Apollonia, where MRAP identified many small Hellenistic sites, characterized by large numbers of pottery and tile found together. The relationship between pottery and tiles was weak in Shkoder, where the settlement system was highly nucleated. Pottery was sometimes found off-site in tracts without tiles, often in association with tumuli. The relationship between pottery and tiles was similarly weak in Shala, where there are prehistoric and late medieval to modern sites, but nothing in between. Finally, in Kosovo, we found very few tiles overall, an interesting result we hope to explain. As might be expected, there are weak or negative correlations between lithics and pottery in all 4 regions. The upshot of all of this is that in all 4 regions, artifacts are not randomly distributed across the landscape. They are found in places, in numbers, and in combinations that make intuitive sense. Having determined that in all 4 regions, visibility had no effect on site discovery, and that artifacts were meaningfully, albeit unevenly, distributed across space, we next generated density maps. In each region, the kernel density function in ArcGIS was used to bound statistically meaningful clusters across all survey zones. In all 4 regions, identified sites matched identified clusters exceedingly well. That is, in all 4 regions, very few clusters lack site identifications, and those that do often are very modern tile scatters. As a result, we removed tiles from the cluster analysis and focused on pottery and small finds, including lithics. Beginning with MRAP, we surveyed 3 zones: the hinterland of the Greek colony, Apollonia, the hinterland of an Illyrian hill fort, Margalich, and in the no man's land in between. All 3 zones present very different settlement patterns. In the first zone, the effects of the colony are clearly evident. The city itself stands out, as does its large, unfortunately badly looted, tumulus cemetery. The vast majority of these small clusters that you see scattered throughout are single-component Hellenistic sites, one of which, named Shkoza Ezez, we test excavated, revealing a small farmhouse. Its destruction by burning and abandonment was AMS radiocarbon dated to sometime early in the 3rd century BC. Similar small sites are absent during the Archaic to Classical and Roman periods. In the years following the founding of the colony, citizens lived within the city walls. By the Hellenistic age, population had dispersed into the colony's hinterland. Like much of southern Albania, Apollonia and its hinterland were decimated by Paulus in 219 BC. Unlike Apollonia, there were very few artifact clusters and sites identified in the hinterland of Margalich. Settlement was nucleated at the hill fort. Likewise, there were very few artifact clusters and sites identified in the no man's land between them. Instead of assuming that the archaeological landscape of Margalich is somehow hidden, we posit that the settlement patterns associated with Apollonia and Margalich were, in fact, very different. Greek versus Illyrian, dispersed, at least in some places, phases, versus nucleated. Turning to the SVP, we surveyed in 2 zones, the village of Theth in North Shala was surveyed in full. South Shala was sample surveyed focusing on certain neighborhoods. Many of the identified artifact clusters are scatters of medieval to modern pottery associated with houses and churches. Prehistoric settlement was largely nucleated at two hill forts, Grunas in North Shala and Dakai in South Shala. We excavated at Grunas and confirmed that it was occupied during the Late Bronze and Iron Age. As was the case with MRAP, we identified two very different settlement patterns, medieval to modern versus late prehistoric, dispersed versus nucleated. In our book, Light and Shadow, we go to great lengths to explain this difference. Turning to Pash, we surveyed three zones: the upland valley of Shkrel, the plain of Shtoy and surrounding foothills, stretching up the valley of the Kir River, and the hinterland of the large hill fort of Gaitan. Both Shkrel and Shtoy are home to large tumulus fields. In all four zones, kernel density analysis identified very few small artifact clusters. Rather, settlement was nucleated and largely confined to hill forts. Importantly, we conducted systematic surface collections and excavated at all Pash sites, and in every case, they were extremely long-lived. In the case of Gaitan, the hill fort was occupied, perhaps continuously, from the late Neolithic through early medieval times. Beginning in the late Iron Age, settlement expanded beyond the fort's walls to encompass the nearby Fashine Hill, growing to a maximum size of 44 hectares during the Hellenistic period. A similar process of continuous occupation and expansion occurred at Shkoder Castle, which was outside our survey zone, but which has been subjected to extensive excavations in recent years by a joint Polish-Albanian team. Despite Donov's assertion that small sites must have been missed by Pash, it seems more plausible that the Shkoder region followed the wider indigenous Illyrian pattern of highly nucleated settlement. Even after Shkoder became a Roman colony, this settlement pattern continued. In fact, as was the case with Malakastra, Pash found no small Roman sites scattered about the countryside, as is common elsewhere in the Mediterranean. The residents of the Shkoder region also appear to have rejected many of the Roman imported pottery types commonly found elsewhere in conquered territories. They were indeed a rebellious bunch. Finally, in Kosovo, we surveyed in four zones, each associated with different modern cities. Cluster analysis reveals a complex settlement landscape characterized by numerous small and large artifact scatters. Some of these are associated with hill forts, but many seem to be flat, densely occupied settlements. Moreover, site locations changed through time, and unlike the Shkoder region, few sites were occupied over very long lengths of time. A primary example of this is the late Neolithic site of Luga, discovered in 2019 and excavated by Janeta Jusia for her dissertation. Luga, Rapid Site 38, appears in the survey data as a dense, well-bounded cluster composed of pottery and stone tools. Surrounding fields, all of which were plowed, with high visibility, produced zero artifacts. Jani conducted a gridded surface collection with 5 by 5 meter squares across the whole site and a magnetometry survey, which identified an enclosing ditch and as many as 19 buried structures, many of which could be associated with pottery and lithic clusters identified during the surface collection. 2 structures, one associated with very few stone tools, the other associated with lots, were excavated. As it turns out, the former was a house, and the latter was a lithic workshop alongside an altar. A series of 8 radiocarbon dates indicates that the site was occupied for a short time during the late Neolithic. Luga demonstrates well the main problem with the hidden landscape model. It falls just above the clustering threshold for rapid. Excavation proves it is a site. Artifact scatters below the clustering threshold in any region, when excavated, are demonstrably not the tips of much larger buried sites. They are, in fact, not clearly sites at all. Rather, they must result from other difficult-to-identify formation processes. For example, many very small classical to Roman artifact scatters identified in Shkoder, the very same scatters Donev says we ignored, are found literally on top of tumuli. They are not iceberg tips or sites. We interpret them as offerings left by individuals who lived elsewhere in nearby hill forts. To close, in this paper, we hope to have demonstrated that, as Jack argued 22 years ago, the landscapes of Albania and Kosovo, like Greece, are not hidden. They are very much still present in modern landscapes, and intensive survey methods, as developed by Jack, do a damn good job of finding them. That said, in my opinion, survey is a relatively blunt instrument. It can be used to sketch a very rough picture of the past. Focusing that picture requires subsequent excavation and absolute dating of sites, two things rarely done, unfortunately, in Greece. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William, or Bill Parkinson, as we know him. Applying Greek Survey Methods Outside of Greece, Part 2, the Carpathian Basin.
All right, my goal is to do this before Lynn stands up. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real honor to be here to celebrate Jack's impact on Aegean archaeology. I want to start by thanking Natalie, Emily, Florence, Eleni, Shannon, and Joe, Murph, for organizing this amazing conference. I don't know if Murphy's watching online, but we all miss you here and we wish you a speedy recovery. I also want to thank Lynn for chairing this afternoon. I regret that I haven't been able to be here, but we're currently conducting fieldwork in the southern Monte, and we're in the last week of our field season. So I was only able to slip away for today and tomorrow morning. This is a regional survey that's run through the Canadian Institute that I co-direct with Chelsea Gardner of Acadia University. And as I've been working in the field, especially with the conference coming up, I've been thinking a lot about how much Jack has influenced my career trajectory over the decades that I've known him. This is incipient ponytail Jack. I met Jack in 1990 when I took his Introduction to Greek Archaeology class at the University of Illinois at Chicago. I was a 20-year-old second-year undergraduate student with little direction and even less motivation. I'd fallen into archaeology accidentally through classes in the anthropology department with Larry Keeley and Jim Phillips, who initially got me interested in Old World prehistory. They urged me to take Jack's classes, even though they were taught in the classics department. I was very lucky. Jack was just starting to work with John and Sue to plan the Pylos Regional Archaeological Project, and he insisted that I participate in the project for the duration, from the pilot season through the study seasons. He wanted me to see the entire arc of how a project's run, from planning the research design to securing the funding, carrying out the field work, studying the finds, and publishing the results. I thought it was ridiculous at the time, and I was a little petulant about it because I wanted to gain experience working on other projects. But of all the things I learned from Jack, having this unique opportunity as an undergraduate to gain insight and experience into the inner workings of a big multidisciplinary project has proven to be absolutely invaluable. When Jack left to take his fancy position as the Blagan professor at the University of Cincinnati, I made it clear that I wanted to continue my graduate studies in anthropology. So I went to the University of Michigan to study Aegean prehistory with John Cherry. As my research interests evolved, I soon found myself working in the Balkans and then eventually the Carpathian Basin, where I ended up doing my dissertation research. I didn't realize it at the time, but the experience I had gained during my time working on PrEP early in my academic career had a tremendous influence on the research methods we came to employ in the Carpathian Basin. And these methodological techniques, which had become standard on regional surveys in the Mediterranean by the 1990s, were seen as significant methodological innovations when they were applied to the deeply plowed prehistoric sites on the Great Hungarian Plain. These innovations ended up rewriting our understanding of the later prehistory of the Carpathian Basin, and this is the focus of my talk today. Starting in the late 1950s, Hungarian archaeologists from the Archaeological Institute of the National Academy of Sciences started carrying out systematic township-by-township field surveys. The project was a unique combination of Germanic-style meticulous documentation and Soviet-style wild ambition. The goal was eventually to publish all the archaeological sites in the country. For each region, the plowed fields were systematically walked. Diagnostic samples were collected from the sites that were identified during the surveys, and brief syntheses of the research that had been carried out at the sites previously was documented. Study collections for each site were housed at local museums for future analysis, and comprehensive bibliographies were provided for all the previous work that had been done at the sites, making an immense diachronic regional database of the archaeological landscape. By the early 1990s, several volumes had been published, including 3 massive tomes that covered Békés County along the Kurish River Valley. When I started my dissertation research, I had a database of nearly 7,000 well-documented sites to work with. Using techniques I'd learned on prep, I started revisiting plowed sites of the late Neolithic and early Copper Age. While extensive research had been carried out at late Neolithic tell sites on the plain, the early Copper Age was a period that was known almost exclusively from cemeteries, such as the type site of Tisza-Polgár-Basatanya. In contrast to the nucleated stratified tell sites of the late Neolithic, Hungarian archaeologists presumed that the early Copper Age was characterized by ephemeral pastoral settlements. When I showed up as a snot-nosed American graduate student saying that I wanted to conduct systematic, intensive surface collections on plowed early Copper Age sites, my Hungarian colleagues thought I was nuts. Adopting techniques that I had learned on prep, including intensive gridded vacuum collections and dog leash samples, I worked with a small team to document early Copper Age sites throughout the Kurish region. These techniques, which were developed on Aegean surveys like PrEP to glean as much information as possible about chronology and settlement organization, worked incredibly well in the deeply plowed fields of the Great Hungarian Plain. Several of the sites we revisited had clear surface distributions in the plow zone. In some cases, the burnt rubble associated with wattle and daub houses was clearly visible, and distinct from other parts of the site where fauna-rich middens were exposed. 2 sites located adjacent to each other on either side of a modern drainage canal seemed to be single-component early Copper Age sites that warranted additional investigations. And in 2000, my colleague Attila Juha and I started excavations at the Békés sites to investigate the organization of these early Copper Age settlements. Geophysical prospection at the sites, performed by Apostolos Saris and his team from IMS 4th on Crete, confirmed many of the features we'd identified during the intensive surface collections and permitted us to excavate specific features, including houses, hearths, wells, middens, burials, and fortifications. Our results indicated that instead of turning to pastoralism, early Copper Age farmers on the Great Hungarian Plain continued many of the economic and social traditions that had been established in the late Neolithic. They had year-round fortified agricultural settlements that were occupied for several generations, and they buried some of their dead in and around their settlements. Not everyone was buried in separate, discrete cemeteries. But the settlements were significantly smaller compared to some of the large nucleated tell sites of the late Neolithic. They also were not inhabited as long. Many of the Neolithic tell sites were established at the end of the Middle Neolithic, around 5200 BC, and remained occupied throughout the late Neolithic until about 4500 BC. Early Copper Age settlements, by contrast, were relocated more frequently, and this was also supported by the regional scale data set, with nearly 7 times more settlements that are dated to the early Copper Age. Our research at early Copper Age settlements in the Kurish region was surprising to many of our colleagues, some of whom were reluctant to shift their thinking about the end of the Neolithic in the region. But eventually, other projects started replicating our methods, combining intensive surface collections with geophysical prospection in advance of excavation, yielding similar results. Having wrestled with early Copper Age settlement organization, Attila and I then became intrigued with late Neolithic tell sites. If the late Neolithic farmers didn't simply shift to a more mobile, pastoral-based economic system, then why did they stop building tells? Why were their settlements relocated more frequently? Why were their settlements smaller in the early Copper Age? What led to the dissolution of the late Neolithic tell-based system? We chose to focus on the settlements of Sekhalom, Kovachalom, and Veistu Magor. Veistu Magor is located just a couple kilometers north of the early Copper Age sites at Bikari, and Sekhalom, Kovachalom is located 12 kilometers north of that, along the edge of an extensive wetland. Like other Neolithic tells on the Great Hungarian Plain, both were established towards the end of the Middle Neolithic and were abandoned at the end of the Late Neolithic. Veistu Magor is the exception to the rule because after a phase of abandonment at the end of the Neolithic, it was reoccupied again during the early Copper Age. This is unusual because most early Copper Age settlements are not on tells. In fact, they seem to have actively avoided tells during the early Copper Age. Using techniques we had adapted to investigate the early Copper Age sites, we conducted intensive gridded vacuum collections and large-scale geophysical surveys at these sites to guide our excavations. Veistu Magor proved to be a standalone tell site with multiple ditched fortifications. You can see this in the geophysics. But as we started to work at the site of Sekhalom, Kovachalom, we noticed that the Hungarian survey teams had documented several other late Neolithic sites in the vicinity of the tell, which does not have multiple ditches and ramparts, but instead was encircled by a trench to create a moat around the tell. As we were walking back and forth between the tell and these adjacent settlements, we realized that we were dealing with a massive site that included a tell and a large horizontal site that extended over nearly 100 hectares, including over 150 longhouses. At the time, the only other parallel for a complex late Neolithic settlement like this, a tell surrounded by a large horizontal settlement, was the site of Polgar-Csúzhalom in the northern part of the Great Hungarian Plain. In addition to the gridded surface collections and geophysical surveys, by the way, this was before ATV-based multi-sensor systems were available. This was all walked by hand. We also re-excavated previously excavated trenches at the site and sampled the profiles for radiocarbon dating, fauna and flora analysis, and micromorphology. Thanks, Takis. Through these methods, we've been able to reconstruct the complexity and variability of late Neolithic settlement organization in the Kurish region with minimal targeted excavation. In contrast to previous projects at late Neolithic sites, which focused exclusively on results from excavation units, and it was usually one big trench in the middle of the tell. We can now model how tell-based settlement complexes like Sekhalom, Kovachalom evolved diachronically from their founding during the Middle Neolithic through their flourishing and ultimate abandonment at the end of the Late Neolithic. At the same time, we can model how the role of the tell itself changed over time as the site evolved. In this case, from a settlement to a communal area, and finally to a cemetery as the site was being abandoned. Many of the methods we developed to investigate prehistoric sites in plowed contexts on the Great Hungarian Plain in the late 90s and early 2000s were adapted from research strategies developed by Aegean survey pioneers like Jack at places like Kea, Nemea, and Messenia. These methods are now commonplace in Hungary, Serbia, and in other parts of the Balkans. And these non-invasive, surface-based methods have become standard practice for investigating sites prior to excavation. As a result, these techniques have transformed our understanding of prehistoric sites by adding an important micro-regional perspective of settlement dynamics that helps us understand tell sites as just one part of much more complicated settlement systems. In closing, I want to point out one other thing that I personally have learned from Jack, and that is a long-term commitment to investigating specific regions. While Jack bounced around early in his career, from his famous study of a single wall at a prehistoric site on Kea to the Nemea Valley survey in Albania, he and Sherry have dedicated the last 3 decades of their lives to the in-depth study of Messenia. As a result of PRAP and their continued commitment to excavating sites around Pylos, I almost made it, as well as all of the work their students and colleagues have generated, we now have a much richer, nuanced understanding of the long-term history of that region. I've tried to establish a similar commitment to the regions where I work. Attila and I are celebrating 25 years of collaboration in Hungary, the longest-running international collaboration in the country. And I've been working in Mani since 2010, when Mike and I first got involved in work at Alapotripa Cave with Anastasia Papatanasiou and Yorgos Papatanasopoulos and others. Our current project in southern Mani is a continuation of this same kind of legacy. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Now, Mike is going to come back to read the next paper because we all missed him. And he's helping his colleagues out from Albania. This next group of scholars, Lawrence Bejo, Murigazia Mori, Skender Aliu, and Elena Thomas are not able to present for us today, but Mike has agreed to read their paper.
Okay, here we go. I got this at 1 a.m. in the morning last night, so I'll do the best I can. You're out there, Lawrence. Thank you very much. The Korcha Basin Archaeological Project, KOBAS, is a direct offspring of the Malacastor Regional Archaeological Project, MRAP, co-directed by Jack Davis in the late 1990s. Needless to say, this work has inspired, influenced, and is a recognition of Jack's legacy in the archaeology of Albania. It focuses on a large section of the Upper Devol Valley in southeastern Albania and involves systematic field walking, site collection, environmental, and ethnohistoric research. As most of the research in the area has been oriented towards single site investigations, KOBAS takes a regional approach to settlement patterns, land use, and territorial organization in the Upper Devol using a diachronic perspective. This project developed gradually as a collaborative endeavor between the University of Tirana and the University of Zagreb, following several years of commitment of several of us to the exploration of the rich prehistory of this part of Albania. Previous research had documented a large body of archaeological evidence for long-term human occupation of southeastern Albania. Large Neolithic sites of the early farming communities, such as Vashtami, Podgori, Proger, Dersnik, Burimas, multi-layered settlements such as Malich and Sovjan, tumulus burials such as those excavated at Barch, Kuchizi, Kamenica, Shuets, or several fortified hilltop sites of the late Bronze and early Iron Ages, such as those at Belavod, Ventrok, Traian, Tren, Shuets, Bilisht, are fundamental in understanding the social and cultural dynamics of the prehistoric communities in the wider region. However, much less research is dedicated to the post-Iron Age periods. Sites where Hellenistic through to late Roman occupation is observed include Hia Ikorbit, Polen, Zaradisht, and Traian. Very little evidence is reported for the early medieval period, and some of it comes from the recent excavations at the cemetery of Rembets. It is quite clear that the late Byzantine and post-Byzantine period is much better represented in the area, particularly with some major churches and works of art from Bobashtits, Mboria, Vithkuch, and particularly Vaskopoya. Several specific research questions were articulated since the inception of the COBOS project: settlement pattern, land use, and territorial organization of Korcha Basin in the Devol Valley and prehistory, its change and evolution from the Neolithic to the developed Iron Age, sediment, tumulus, spatial relationships during the Late Bronze and early Iron Ages, the understanding of the landscape and its impact on cultural developments. Our research interest, however, has not been restricted to prehistory, but has included necessarily all periods represented until modern times. The Devol Valley between Bilisht and the Tsanggoinya Pass were selected as the focal area of our survey during 4 seasons, 2005 to 2008. The River Devol itself and the Prespa-Evogel Lake to the east represent the most dominant natural features of the whole area, which is well connected with, even if well distinguished from, the Korcha Basin through the Tsanggoinya Pass. The valley ranges in width from 1 kilometer to the north to greater than 4 kilometers in the south. The alluvial valley is composed of a wide floodplain and terrace sequences. The alluvium in the valley was found to have a wide range of ages from recent to mid-Pleistocene. The upland area is dominated by limestone bedrock with generally shallow soils. Other upland regions have sedimentary rocks such as mudstone, shale, and mixed sedimentary sediments with clay and gravels. Other large upland areas have greenstone, serpentinite as the major bedrock type. The soils investigation by John Foss of the University of Tennessee consisted of using a bucket auger to obtain soil samples to depths of 2 meters when feasible. Several traverses were established in the floodplain and terrace sequences to determine the range of soil development and approximate age of the alluvium. The objectives of the soil investigation included: A, study the soils and stratigraphy of alluvium in the valley; B, study the more mature landscapes, such as those on the colluvial fans and older terraces; C, development of the age relationships of the major soils and landscapes in the valley; D, integration of soil landscape data to the archaeological data. The field seasons have resulted in a good reconnaissance of the major soils occurring in the Devol River Valley. The map that has been prepared shows the general soil associations occurring in this complex valley. Additionally, 66 landscapes and profiles have been described. The age of the soils will have a major impact on the plan for excavation of archaeological sites. For example, Unit 1 has 50 to 100 centimeters of recent deposits overlaying paleosols of a greater age. Thus, the surface collections will not give a complete evaluation of habitation. Other landscapes, such as those exposed in Unit 3, will provide a land surface that has remained stable for many thousands of years, except for recent surface additions. Integrating the soils information into the archaeological investigation of the area becomes essential for the understanding of the settlement patterns and the cultural development of local communities. Methods adopted during field walking, site collection, as well as the approach towards issues such as definition of sites, intensity of survey, and artifact collection and counting are not different from those used in the course of the MRAP survey. A wide discussion of these methods and their theoretical background is given by Cherry, Davis, and Mansrani in the case of the Northern Chaos Survey. A total of 22.5 kilometers square has been covered by 5 surveying teams during 2005 to 2008. Overall ground visibility was good, even if not equally distributed throughout the area. Particularly low visibility values have been recorded around main villages, where the ground was heavily planted or built. 40 locations have been given site numbers. More than 60% of them are new, unknown sites, while the rest are well-known and sometimes extensively researched sites such as Tren, Schuetz, Ventrock, Traian, Proger, or Borimas. The distribution of sites follows to a great extent the density map of finds from the survey area. However, there are several sites identified out of areas with generally quite low densities of finds, which might be explained by the stratigraphy of the alluvial plain. 5 major areas of finds concentrations can be easily identified from the map. They include the core area of the Wolf's Pass at the tip of the Little Prespa Lake, the area of Schuetz, the area between Bilisht and Bintinska, the area of the Goritsa Hills, and the area around Burimas. In fact, these major areas represent human activity throughout the historical periods, with little topographical shifts from one period to the other. The largest concentrations of Neolithic pottery are located along the Devil River Valley, around the site of Progur. There are clear indications for early Neolithic occupation here, even if the only absolute date obtained from the upper layer of the exposed profile of the site reads the middle of the 5th millennium BCE. A few later Neolithic sherds come from areas around the sites of Tren, Burimas, and the Goritsa Hills. The distribution of the Bronze Age finds is quite similar with the preceding period. The main difference is in the scale of occupation of the same areas and the much larger quantities of finds that have been produced. Various classes of pottery fabrics and forms are represented in the collection, including one example of a Mycenaean import that comes from the bottom of the Traian Hill. The Iron Age is represented in broad lines in the same areas populated since the early Neolithic. However, the extensive coverage of the central area of the survey between Progur and the Wolf's Pass indicates a much more extensive use of territory and resources. It does also suggest a demographic increase of the Iron Age communities if compared with earlier periods. Devolian ware and cantharoi and jugs with matte-painted decorations are well represented by the assemblage. Hellenistic, Roman, and late antique periods really show some kind of return to the distribution patterns of the pre-Iron Age. Other than the Goritsa Hills, significant concentration of finds are to be found also in the higher terraces behind the modern village of Progur. Most of the finds are still represented by pottery sherds, but small finds are certainly more numerous than in the preceding periods. For the first time in this area, we see a picture of the distribution of the medieval finds, which compared to the previous periods show signs of a shift in the settlement pattern. This picture might well be conditioned by the chronology of the alluvial depositions in the valley. However, more finds in the lowland areas of the valley are recorded. This picture really changes dramatically in the post-medieval period, when a wide distribution of finds is in stark difference with any previous time. Glazes of different kinds and comb decorations are quite commonly found among the post-medieval assemblages. A special mention deserves the large number of fortified hilltop sites located in and around the Wolf's Pass at the tip of the Little Prespa Lake. Tren, Ventrock, Schuetz, Muria Moket, and Traian represent a very heavy investment in defense and control of a vital route of communication between southeastern Albania and the Upper Macedonia and beyond. Once established in the late Bronze Age, these sites have played a key role in the life and history of this area through the Illyrian-Macedonian conflicts and the Upper Middle Ages. Together with the tumuli burials of the Bronze and Iron Ages, these hill fort sites represent important landmarks of the social and cultural landscapes of the larger area. Now there's a couple of pages about the ethno-historical survey. The goal of this survey was to gather modern historical and archaeological information from both oral testimony and documentary research. The purpose, to generate a study that is both complementary to the archaeological surveys, excavations, and soil studies of the region, and also to serve as a basis for later detailed diachronic interpretations of the entire human settlement of the Korcha Basin. In total, 15 villages from the commune of Progur, Bilisht, and HOGUE were surveyed. The study focused on the following categories: geographic position, toponymy, demography, economy, architecture and urban planning, cultural features, and cemeteries. The picture that emerges from the ethno-historical data is quite informative. First, in terms of settlement pattern, this remains unchanged until the post-communist period. Still, traditional concepts of village layout continue to persist. On the other hand, radical changes are observed in the architecture of individual structures and the building materials and technologies in the post-communist period. Economy. Because of the same geographic and climatic conditions, the economy in the villages of the Devol Valley is mainly based on the same activities. However, some of the villages have had other opportunities, being on the border like Buzalichan, Shuets, Vernik, being near the lake like Shuets, Tren, being privileged from the governmental system in Proger, Hochist, etc. In terms of social identity, competition, and solidarity, the case of the neighboring villages of Proger and Montrichet exemplifies how complex and fluid social identity and the concept of community can be, how they affect the material record, and why it is important to try and understand social phenomena in their historical context. The social, cultural, and economic factors of both Proger and Montrichet are so intertwined and dependent on each other that it does not make sense to speak of these villages as separate villages. Yet, within this larger village exist multiple complex and fluid communities. And while there are some important distinctions between the villages, it is noticed that where one takes on a specific role, the other village enacts another role that interacts with this binary relationship. Not all relationships are equal, but overall, both villages tend to balance themselves out. Where one village lacks in one aspect, it makes up in another. In terms of conflict, a history of resource conflict in the Little Prespa Lake between villages of Tren and Buzlichen is recorded. This conflict was over fishing rights on the lake and has conditioned the relationship between the two communities. To conclude, some conclusions might include: number one, there was no pre-Neolithic evidence of human activity identified in the area. Number two, the settlement pattern of the early farming communities is consistent with open-air sites and river plains near sources of water and alluvial landscapes. Number three, there is a shift in settlement preference towards higher ground and low hills in the Chalcolithic, as at Burimas and Tren. Number four, hilltop fortifications and tumulus burials become central features of the social landscape in the later Bronze Age and Iron Age, even if most of the members of the communities conduct their lives and everyday activities outside the walls of the hilltop sites. Number five, investment in defense and control of communication routes goes parallel with increased social complexity, as shown by tumulus burials and imported goods. Number six, conflict plays an active role in shaping communities, behaviors, and community decisions. Number seven, competition and cooperation seem to have been part of social strategies for success and resilience. And last, number eight, social and cultural identities are not only carefully constructed, but become active factors in conditioning social and community relationships. Thank you very much.
Our next paper is by Iris Poyani. It's The New Discovery of the Circuit Wall, Insights into the Boundaries of Archaic and Hellenistic Epidamnos Dyrrachion. And David Hernandez is going to read it for her. Thank you.
As Lynn Shepard's mentioned, Professor Iris Poyani from the University of Tirana is not able to attend the conference today and asked me to read this paper on her behalf. Honored colleagues, in my talk today, I will present the recent discovery of a section of the ancient circuit wall and its integration into the Durrës Urban Archaeological Park. There we go. Excuse me. In 2022, rescue excavations were organized by the Ministry of Culture. Preventive interventions follow the framework and established by the 2008 amendments to the Cultural Heritage Law and are supervised by the National Institute of Cultural Heritage. The work is carried out by qualified archaeologists, licensed contractors, or university teams, as in our project. This system is especially vital in Durrës, where modern development sits directly atop the remains of ancient epidamnos. The Dyrrachion excavations were conducted at the foot of Duarte Hill, on the former site of the Eftali Kochi School. The school had been demolished after severe earthquake damage and was due to be rebuilt under the UNDP EU 4 Schools program. We adopted an open area excavation strategy, recording each stratigraphic unit to follow the site's diachronic occupation. The area was divided into two large sectors, A and B. Two teams worked at the same time in opposite directions until they met in the center. Sector A, the area presents complexity. It lies beneath the former school building that had been demolished. The team focused on controlling and documenting the debris layers, including modern stone foundations. Horseshoes and bovine skeletal remains, possibly related to a socialist-era slaughterhouse, were discovered. Traces of World War I are present, including an Austrian military aluminum mess kit. Across the whole area, Wall 16 was a line of blocks composed mainly of limestone, conglomerate, and sandstone, preserved in its foundation. This structure was oriented east-west with a slight deviation of about 1 meter. Block sizes varied. Rectangular blocks were arranged without any binder material between them. 3 courses of blocks were identified in an irregular opus quadratum. Wall 33 was also composed of conglomerate, sandstone, and to a lesser extent limestone blocks. However, the technique and arrangement of the blocks differ from Wall 16. The line is preserved as a socle with an irregular rectangular masonry. The blocks are set without mortar in a pseudo-isodomic opus quadratum. The test trench to evaluate wall depth revealed up to 4 courses of blocks. A test trench to evaluate wall depth revealed up to 4 courses of blocks. The test pit showed the foundations were set into a purpose-dug trench. Stone working flakes were noted in situ. Between Wall 33 and Wall 16, the eplecton fill 35 consisted of rubble of varying sizes, with a width of 3.3 meters. It fills and links the 2 facings and is divided by a line of stones forming a kind of diaphragm in the middle. The remains of a long east-west Wall A measures about 23 meters long and 4.3 meters wide. This well-preserved foundation-level structure is located near the former port and marsh. The Daute Hills are rich in water supplies, both today and in the past, as attested by the current toponym, Chesma e Foros, in Albanian, which means the fountain of thorns, and by the presence of 2 wells. The archaeological deposits near the wall provided many clues for the dating of the wall's foundation. The material recovered spans from the late Archaic period to the present. In the north and northwestern profiles, many fragments of archaic and Hellenistic roof tiles and bricks were visible. A unique example is a fragment of an archaic tile decorated with colored floral elements. Fragments of black figure pottery were also found. A terracotta figurine representing a bird's head, as well as an almost complete amphora of a Libes gamikos was found with an orange slip. 2 types of bricks were identified: sun-dried mud bricks and fired bricks. The ceramics, tiles, and bricks are made from clay abundant in the Kurila region. As shown by recent analyses at our department's laboratory using XRF Tracer 5 spectrometer on samples of archaic and Hellenistic tiles, the conglomerate blocks originate from the hill's geological formation. Some sandstone and limestone blocks are also local materials. Sector B. What draws attention in Sector B is the continuation of the lines of Long Wall 16 and Implecton Fill 35. However, these are probably remains of a later phase, an intervention following the same orientation. The wall line is made of well-dressed limestone blocks carefully laid to form an isodomic wall in opus quadratum, stacked without mortar. The blocks supported a superstructure of tiles arranged in courses and were surmounted by a low brick wall. A blocked entrance made of bricks was also documented. Wall 33 continues from the western sector and disappears to the eastern extremity, where finely worked limestone foundation blocks were arranged from a base for a door or doorways. This could be an entrance with 1 or 2 doors on each side oriented east-west. In the northernmost part of Sector B, 2 bricks and mortar structures were documented. The upper part of these structures appear to have partially collapsed. Conclusion. The wall, namely walls A and B, represents at least 2 main phases of construction and use. 2 principal hypotheses are considered regarding its function. It may have served as an enclosing circuit wall belonging to the city's defensive system, or as a wall dividing funerary spaces in a necropolis, or sacred spaces as a temenos. In Sector A, we identify what appears to be the earliest phase preserved at foundation level, probably dating to the late Archaic period. Wall A continues into Sector B, where it underwent later interventions. These modifications show traces of subsequent phases dated to the Hellenistic period, 4th to 2nd centuries BCE, and later. Ceramics and small finds. The ceramic finds include a variety of vessels and fragments from the Archaic, Classical, Hellenistic, and Roman periods. The majority are locally made. Imports are attested for the Archaic and Hellenistic periods. Excavation at the extreme western end uncovered fragments of black figure pottery, probably of Corinthian origin. Red figure pottery is represented by local productions such as Onakawai and Lekithoi. Of note is a red figure vessel dated to the Hellenistic period around 340 BCE, showing the silhouette of a seated woman, although details are worn. Hellenistic black glazed pottery is abundant, with Scyphoi, small Lekithoi dating from the late 4th to early 3rd centuries BCE, plates, and unguentaria. Hellenistic tiles were found, some stamped by city or private workshops. We also uncovered terracotta figurines representing human and animal traces. In addition, large numbers of loom weights and amphora lids came to light. This suggests either commercial activity near the lagoon or local artisanal activity, typically located in peripheral areas of cities. Non-ceramic finds include a variety of artifacts that give valuable information about diverse human activities. Among these were fragments of perfume vessels in glass paste and globular faience beads belonging to a necklace dated to the Hellenistic period, likely imports from the Near East. The discoveries also include bone amulets and bracelets, as well as bronze tweezers, coins, and hairpins. The reconstruction of the pre-Roman urban phases of the ancient city in Archaic, Classical, and Hellenistic periods is very different. The traces are very few compared to later periods. I will try to summarize them now. In the mid-1970s, the first archaic traces were found in the modern cemetery. Architectural fragments, probably from a cult building or archaic temple, though apparently not in situ. The decorated architectural elements in the Corinthian style date to the 2nd quarter of the 6th century BCE, confirmed by Italian colleagues as Corinthian products made with white clay of Acrocorinth. A votive deposit, very rich in material from the sanctuary of Artemis on the Daute Hill, is under study by the Franco-Albanian mission. In addition, pre-Roman ruins include a 4th century BCE altar discovered in the marshy area and a Hellenistic dwelling. In May 2000, an intensive survey was directed by Jack Davis, Sharon Stalker, and Albanian colleagues in the hilly uplands north of Durrës to Porto Romano, identifying new archaeological sites of various periods. This led to a long-term research project to excavate and study the Archaic, Classical, and Hellenistic remains in the hill area between Durrës and Porto Romano. 2 years later, a cult building of Archaic and Hellenistic date was discovered on the chain of hills between the Jamala Gorge and the Spitala Northern Reservoir. The structure, probably a temple, was part of an extra-urban sanctuary in the Chora of Epidomnos Dyrrachion, built in the Archaic period and in use until the late 2nd century BCE. From June 2005, work focused further north on Cape St. Paul. In that location, remains of another extra-urban maritime sanctuary were discovered, in use from the Archaic into the Hellenistic period. Many terracotta objects were recovered. The roof combined Corinthian and Laconic elements. In 2006, rescue excavations in the town along the Agoga Street revealed remains of an archaic wall and rich Proto-Corinthian ceramic material dating to the mid-7th century BCE and 2 houses. A team of Albanian British archaeologists from the University of Cambridge in 2002 discovered a section of the Hellenistic circuit wall near the modern port entrance. This important find is one of the earliest traces of the Hellenistic defensive system south of the city. 2 test trenches opened in 2017 confirmed that the enclosure walls continued to the west. The recently discovered Section B of the wall in Sector B with an isodomic masonry seems technically like the southern enclosure. It could belong to the same defensive system discovered in 2002 and 2017 near the sea and might constitute the northern part of the circuit wall. 2 hypotheses can explain the newly uncovered wall section. The first, a defensive system hypothesis. The wall may be part of a single large archaic Hellenistic fortification linking the known south and north enclosure walls, delineating the urban core from the surrounding suburbs. Second hypothesis, the Artemisian Temenos hypothesis, and this is tentative. This section of the wall could belong to the Temenos wall of the Artemision. The preserved limestone base that frames the entrance with 2 doorways evokes Appian's account of Julius Caesar entering the Artemisian gates with the help of a local trader. In conclusion, considering both hypotheses, whether the wall section is part of a broad defensive circuit or a sacred temenos, the discovery provides important evidence for the city's urban organization. The excavation of the wall has clarified the city's boundaries from the Archaic and later periods, and the evidence of the north and south fortifications helps define its extent. Above all, the new find is important for understanding the city's urban planning and its division into sacred, funerary, and civic area/zones from the Archaic period. To ensure the preservation of the archaeological remains, our team recommended several measures to the authorities: relocate the school's foundations further north to protect the ruins in situ, create a separate southern entrance for site visits so school activities are not interrupted, and establish a small educational open-area museum at the school to display and interpret the finds. A month ago, a conservation project has been discussed and approved. The monument has been officially added to the National Register by decision of the Council of Cultural Heritage. The archaeological map of Durrës and the archaeological museum has been enriched by this 50-meter section of the ancient circuit wall. Thank you for your attention.
No. Stay. All right, he's doing the catwalk here. Our next and final paper is David Hernandez, and he is speaking on the origin of what I would term Butrint.
Thank you. I began working in Albania 23 years ago, thanks in large part to Jack Davis, who wisely planted the seed in my mind to study the archaeology of Butrint. The work that Jack and Sherry have done in Albania, from Emrap to Illyrian Apollonia, has been, to put it simply, transformative, and has had a profound impact on my own work. Indeed, my research at Butrint has been a team enterprise, and I would like to thank and acknowledge all the scholars, students, and team members, as well as the collaborating and funding institutions that have made this research possible over the years. With too many to name individually, I would like to give special thanks to my friends in Albania, and in particular to the project co-director, Dimitar Chandi, who has been there with me every step of the way. The subject of my talk concerns the origins of the ancient city of Buthrotos, modern Butrint, the UNESCO World Heritage Site located in southern Albania. Butrint occupies this beautiful headland on the Ionian Sea. The seaport was located on the northwestern shores of ancient Epirus. Its geographical location between mainland Greece and Italy has given the city a distinctive history, as it arose opposite the island of Kerkyra, the powerful Greek colony founded by Corinth in the late 8th century BC. This photo offers a view of the landscape of Butrint situated here at the mouth of a lagoon, with the island of Kerkyra in the background. Since 2005, our archaeological research has conducted excavations at the site of the Roman Forum, the urban heart of the Roman city. This photograph of the southeast corner of the Forum illustrates the excellent condition of its limestone pavement in situ. Digging to a depth of almost 7 meters below the modern surface and 4 meters below the water table, we have conducted wet site excavations that have given us an exceptional opportunity to investigate the origins of the city. From these waterlogged deposits, we recovered abundant ceramic, faunal, and organic remains, including wood, seeds, leather, and hair, as early as the 7th century BC. The earliest deposits contained abundant ceramics. All the fineware pottery was imported, mostly from Corinth and Kerkyra, but they also included Eastern Greek banded pottery and some Attic and Laconian imports. The earliest deposits yielded consistently mixed assemblages of pottery ranging in date from the second half of the 7th century BC to the early 5th century BC. This time period represents the entire lifespan of the original archaic settlement. The deposits formed during a period of the city's abandonment between circa 475 and 350 BC. Seriation of ceramics from all sites at Butrint and radiocarbon dates from the Roman Forum confirms this phasing. What became clear was that the lower city did not exist in the archaic and classical periods. We were excavating an ancient rocky coast that ran directly below what later became the city's agora and Roman Forum. In the archaic period, Buthrotos was confined to the Acropolis, and the entire headland to its south was submerged and did not emerge as dry land until the 3rd century BC. In the context of Greek colonization, Butrint's initial settlement places it firmly in the period when all other Greek colonies were founded on the Illyrian and Epirot coast, namely when Epidomnos, Apollonia, Ambrakia, Anactorion, and Lucas were founded. The archaeological and historical context indicates that Buthrotos was founded as a small dependent polis located in the Perea, or mainland territory, of the colony of Kerkyra. Buthrotos was a Kerkyrian enclave in Epirus. One of the most interesting and perplexing monuments from Butrint is the so-called Lion Gate. The lintel of the gate shows a worn relief of a lion biting down on the neck of a bull. The bull faces us as it takes its final breaths. The height of the gate is odd. The opening is about 1.35 meters or 4 feet 5 inches high. This is a photo of the former president of the University of Notre Dame, Father John Jenkins, and me. It shows how short the gate is. One has to awkwardly crouch down to pass through it. The lintel is evidently spolium, a reused block from an earlier monument that dates to around the end of the 6th century BC, judging from the archaic style of the image, comparable, for example, to the reliefs on the epistyle blocks of the Temple of Athena at Assos. The distinguished scholar Nick Hammond, who famously parachuted into Greece during the Second World War, proposed a theory to explain the enigmatic gate. Hammond believed that the gate was created for defensive purposes, serving as a false facade to protect the original gate behind it, which dates to about the 3rd century BC. He thought that the Lion Gate was built in late antiquity around the 6th century AD when the city had rebuilt its fortifications. I suspect that Hammond's military background, he reached the rank of lieutenant colonel in the British Army, may have contributed to this interpretation, which is widely accepted in the standard view today. However, I believe this interpretation is incorrect. The Lake Gate is located just east of the Lion Gate and is part of the same stretch of the circuit wall. This photograph shows the excavation of the gate in the late 1920s. Here, no late antique wall or false facade was built. In fact, no gates at Butrent show any signs of reinforcement in late antiquity. There is some debate today whether the block originally served as the lintel of an earlier gate or was an epistyle block from an earlier temple. To me, it looks like an epistyle due to the shape of the block and the tainia, the crowning horizontal band running along the top of the stone, above the relief. The block is oddly missing the characteristic reguli of the Doric order that would have aligned with the triglyphs in the frieze. In my 2017 Hesperia article, I proposed that the lintel originally came from the epistyle of the archaic temple on the Acropolis dedicated to Athena Polias. I compare the Butrent block to the epistyle blocks of the contemporary Kardaki temple on Kerkyra, dating to the late 6th century BC. Unique among temples in the Greek world, the Kardaki temple lacked a frieze, and thus its epistyle blocks did not include reguli. The Kardaki temple is located less than 15 kilometers from Butrent and was built at the same time as the Butrent temple. I offered a hypothetical reconstruction of the Butrent temple based on the dimensions of the epistyle blocks and the known elevation of the Kardaki temple. At the time of that publication, no other directly comparable block had ever been found in the region. In 2022, I revisited the urban sites of Greek Epirus, and it actually happened right after I visited you, Jack and Sherry, at Pylos. To my surprise, I found a block of nearly identical masonry construction reused as spolium in the fortification wall of the ancient city of Elea in southern Epirus. The stone is embedded in the northeast tower, which dates to the 4th century BC. Thus, the block is earlier, arguably of the Archaic Age. The block represents a third member of the Butrent-Kardaki epistyle type. Like the Kardaki epistyle, the Elea one is also plain, but the dimensions of the block and tainia are closer to that at Butrent. I later found that frontier of the Pariah of Kerkyra. It is possible that it came from another Kerkyrian archaic temple on the mainland, like the one at Butrent. The use of spolia during the incipient phase of urbanism by the Epirot tribes in the 4th century BC might point to an appropriation and reuse of Kerkyrian monuments in the Pariah during the period marking the transition from living in unwalled villages, katakomas, to urban centers. In Book 3 of Virgil's Aeneid, over 200 lines are devoted to Aeneas' visit to Butrent. Upon approaching the city, Aeneas proclaims, "We sail along the coast of Epirus and enter the harbor of Chaonia, and then walk up to the lofty city of Buthrotum. I advance, I see a little Troy, Parva Troia, and I embrace the threshold of the Scaean gate." The idea that Buthrotum was built as a little Troy was not invented by Virgil. Two other writers from the Augustan period make similar references. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, he writes, Buthrotum, built as a replica of Troy, simulata Troia. Dionysius of Halicarnassus writes, that there is a hill at Buthrotos called Troy, where the Trojans first encamped before founding the city. As a little Troy, Buthrotos had Athena Polias as its patron deity. Thus, Buthrotos was thought to have had an ancestral connection to Rome, and this allowed the city to gain considerable imperial favor. When we think about Roman Greece, it is important to keep in mind this observation by Sue Alcock. A city's antiquity in Greece could determine its fate under Roman rule. Much would depend on the histories, genealogies, and mythologies it could summon to its aid. It is for this reason that the bullhead was featured on the coinage issued by the Roman colony under Augustus that made reference to the city's founding myth and the, quote, wounded bull after which the city was named. The Roman colonists built an Augusteum, the tripartite building, in the Roman Forum for the public worship of Augustus. A dedicatory inscription to Minerva Augusta was found in the central room during its excavation. The central shrine was devoted to the city's patron deity, Athena, or Minerva in Latin. The Romans built a pseudo-cyclopean wall at the back of this shrine of Athena to give the room an aura of antiquity and rustication, to mimic the old temenos walls that would have been around her temple on the Acropolis. I believe that the Lion Gate was built by the Roman colony under Augustus from the ruins of the old temple on the Acropolis to showcase tangibly the city's antiquity. One needs to appreciate that the stone bears an image which by the Augustan period would have been more than 500 years old. In fact, there is no single work of art known to have been put on public display in this entire region of Epirus that would have been older than this image when the gate was built. Those who saw it firsthand were aware of its great antiquity, and it was placed there for that reason. This gate was the primary entry point to the Acropolis, leading directly to the temple of Athena Polias. So why did the Romans build the gate so low? Let's turn to the real Lion Gate at Mycenae. What resemblance could the enormous, monumental gate from the Mycenaean age have with this little puny gate at Butrint? Well, the gate at Mycenae did not always look this way. This is what it looked like to Edward Dodwell in 1834, and before that, to William Gell in 1810. Butrint's Lion Gate was built to look as if it were half buried, as a ruin from the heroic sites of old, to demonstrate that Buthrotos was indeed Augustus's little Troy in Greece. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful talks, eh? Yes. And a rousing finale. Let's see, do we have some time for questions? We'll begin with Mike Galati's paper on the Western Balkans survey work. Are there any questions? Questions? Jack? Okay. Okay, then. Are there questions for Bill Parkinson on his paper? Oh, okay.
There you are. I thought that was fascinating. I had the opportunity to listen to your talks and how you have applied what you learned in Greece elsewhere. So maybe it applies to both Bill and Mike. I'd like to know more about the challenges that you faced, both in applying the methodology, but also how did you manage to, make it more thorough, to have surface survey and excavation? This is something that still you cannot do in Greece. Any of your thoughts?
That's a great question, Effie. I think at first when we started in Albania, our colleagues didn't believe we were going to find anything. And the director of the institute, Musafer Korkuti, who at the time was already in his 60s probably, he surveyed on my team. And he didn't speak any English, and my Albanian was non-existent at the time, but the whole time he just huffed and puffed. We're not going to find anything, we're not going to find anything. And then we found a big Middle Paleolithic site, which is his thing, so he loved it. And then others of the Albanian members of the team were finding things that they didn't think would be out there. So I think pretty quickly they were convinced that this was a good method and it was worth doing. And that was a lot of fun to have them kind of embrace the methodology. They were at that time, Lawrence Bacall became the Minister of Culture for the country, and they were writing the heritage law for the whole country. And they wrote survey into heritage law and required that when survey was done in Albania, it was done using techniques that we helped introduce. And I think John Walrod even wrote the database for the country for recording sites. So the work we did and that Jack and Sherry helped introduce really had an impact. Once they embraced the method, had an impact across the whole country. And others have continued to do survey. Gilles Touché has done survey work. So it's really opened up a lot of interesting insights for us.
I just want to congratulate both of you guys. I'm so proud of you. And actually, I thought I taught Billy Latin, but I didn't teach you Latin. Well, it's not too late. We have so many stories about working in Albania, like how to measure the height of a tumulus. There were issues about how to do things. And we were contesting with a very old tradition that went back to the 1920s, and had been formed under the influence of French and Italian archaeologists in particular. So, but one of the wonderful things about working in Albania, I think, which we realized right from the beginning, is it was possible to pursue. To pursue things that interested us, that we, a much less complicated way than we could do it in the Mediterranean. Remember one great story where we had found a lot of Corinthian amphorae, and we wanted to do petrology on the Corinthian amphorae. I remember asking our colleague, the director of antiquities, could we maybe have 10 samples? And he said, take 100, which was terrific. It led to a wonderful database, petrological database that we never imagined. And that being able to test excavate sites was something that was really an extraordinary opportunity. And I think Bill's enjoyed the same. And this is all based on friendship and collaboration and long-term commitment to place. Your commitment to Attila, I had to laugh when I first heard the name Attila, seems so appropriate for the Hungarian plain, and Mike's commitment to Yorgos Papathanassopoulos carried on a tradition that Blagin had started, because Yorgos Papathanassopoulos was a great friend of Blagin's and had worked at the Palace of Nestor. So it's this commitment of place and trust that really makes a difference. Anyway, congratulations to you both. And also to David, I'm enormously proud of too. And if Iris and Lawrence and maybe even Muzafer, who just celebrated his 90th birthday, and Oslafe and others are out there listening to this today, hi to you all. And I think we all miss our Sherry and I miss going up to Shqipëri as often as we used to.
Other questions regarding these papers? How about any questions about David's analysis of the gate at Butrint?
I actually will be brief. I had NGL Hammond for 2 seminars. He visited Wisconsin, 2 seminars on Thucydides. It was life-changing. But you probably are lucky that he's not here. He was trying to encourage me to write a paper on Thucydides. And he said, Tom, the way you do it is you have 3 main arguments, but you only use 2 of them in the published paper. Why? If people just love the paper and no one objects to it, then you have an automatic follow-up paper. If somebody criticizes your paper, you already have an automatic strong argument to use an attack on him. So that was Nick Hammond's advice to me. I've never used it, by the way, but he was just wonderful with his stories of serving in Greece during the Second World War and trying to monitor the 3 movements, the Royalists, the Communists, and the Democrats. And so forth. I could go on, but maybe we can talk about him later. He was just a marvelous, inspirational teacher.
Yeah, we should all adopt that advice.
Oh, Florence.
Thank you. So if Euthrotos is a sort of a little Troy for its lion gate, does that mean that, Mycenae is also a little Troy?
From Mycenae, but rather that there were Mycenaean sites that were buried possibly by the Roman period. Obviously, you could see that in the readings of Pausanias. So there was a kind of interest, obviously, among the Romans into these sites. And Greece, a lot of the cities, obviously, what they offered the Roman Empire was to showcase that history. So I think probably one of the worst things that could happen during the Augustan colony is for Roman officials to arrive at Butrint and find nothing ancient about it. So the city did what it could, I think, in regard, and there was a lot more evidence that I have in terms of how the city attempted to refashion itself into a kind of ancient-looking city. There's other walls of rustication and such that you could see. I think it was, and I have to say this because it's one of the strangest things. When this occurred to me, I told one of my undergraduate students, I was explaining this, and the undergraduate student told me that she thought it was always buried. In her mind, she thought it was a buried gate itself. I couldn't believe it. So I think that it's, I'm convinced that that's what it is because it really is.
I loved your paper, David. Thank you very much. I was more interested in the comparison to the Kardaki temple. I thought that was a joke at the end, and I misunderstood. You need to remember that the Hellenistic period was a period where we have a lot of constructions at Delos, at Samothrace, that are imitating Mycenaean monuments. We have Tholos tombs and others that are revisited throughout the Hellenistic period. I doubt very much, and Kim may be able to answer this question if she's looked at it, that the Lion Gate at Mycenae was at all filled up in the Roman period. I'm sure it was pretty much wide open. After all, it was quite a Hellenistic settlement. Everything that Truntas dug was, the whole hillside was Hellenistic. I mean, you might be able to find a place here and there. I would have to go back to Pausanias and dig very hard to say that he's looking at buried monuments of the Bronze Age. I find it quite improbable. But I do have a question about the Kardaki temple. Yeah. I loved what you've done with the Kardec in the temple. It bothers me though that the dimensions are, I mean, that, and I can't, and I haven't taught Greek architecture recently, but I can't think of other places that have a continuous tinea like that. But the thing that's curious is that the tinea size and the block sizes are varying so much. Yeah. Okay.
All right, I think that's all that we have time for today, or you will miss your tea. But let's give a final round of applause to our speakers.
Welcome everyone to the final session of today. Session 11, Bronze Age Culture. We have 3 papers in this session. The first will be presented by 2 speakers, Eleni HATZAKI of the University of Arizona and Lauren Alberti of the University of Michigan, Go Blue, entitled Bull Leaping Spectacles, Performance and Politics in Bronze Age Palaces. Please, Eleni, Lauren.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is our honor and pleasure to contribute this paper on performance and politics to honor Jack Davis' legacy, and we thank warmly the all-star team of the organizers of this conference. I began my graduate studies at the University of Cincinnati in 1993. The same year that Jack Davis started his tenure as the inaugural Carl Blegen Chair. Now, as a faculty member in classics and anthropology at the University of Arizona, and as a recent NEH selected recipient at the school here, I remain deeply grateful for Jack's influence on my career. His mentorship, inspiring teaching, and encouragement to engage with anthropology and develop grant writing skills as we were writing NEH proposals as final papers in his seminars were formative experiences. His loyalty, his and Sherry's loyalty to the American school and Greek archaeology are also inspiring, and especially for the school, a place that I hold dear to my heart since its undergraduate times. Through my co-author, Lauren Alberti, with Natalie, ABELL, and myself as her current and former advisors, Jack's academic legacy continues into a second generation. To better anchor our exploratory leap in this presentation, we draw on our sustained interest in populating spaces of skilled activities and configuring their spatial patterning. In Tucson, the 2-week-long rodeo activities and its associated rodeo break across the K-12 school system permeate our daily lives and provide an annual reminder of ancient spectacles. Lauren has also developed particular expertise in reconstructing activity patterns in palatial centers and in analyzing gender performances within ritual contexts. Our paper today will feature a lot of capacity numbers, but our goal is to move beyond numbers and foreground the purpose of Minoan gatherings. This is the first step of a broader, refocused analysis of how palaces deployed spaces born within and beyond their walls to stage a large spectrum of spectacles, from bull games to processions and dances, and consolidate desired social impact. For the bull leaping spectacles in particular, scholarly discussion is often anchored on iconography of bull leaping and architectural analysis of the palatial courts, and we will be no different, especially with the newly emerging picture from Pylos. Alongside the fragmentary palatial frescoes, we now have 3 exceptional and intact depictions on 2 seals and a gold ring from the grave of the Griffin warrior. Combining these finds with Younger's 1993 dataset reveals consistent distribution patterns, more ceilings and Raita on Crete, and a stronger presence of gold rings on the mainland. That same trend appears when we look at both bull imagery in general and bull leaping scenes specifically, indicated here with yellow. At Knossos, which preserves the largest concentration of bull imagery, these scenes were incorporated directly into the architecture through both relief and painted frescoes. The architectural analysis of the Minoan courts continues to receive scholarly attention for their central role in palace design, movement, access, and rituals. The stoas were key elements of circulation, while access studies have highlighted the courts as both destinations reached from the town's roads and as the principal regulators of movement within the palace. While Aegean artists and architects display great interest in depicting bull spectacles and crowds of spectators, no surviving scene brings together space, spectacle, and audience in a single composition. We remain frustratingly uncertain about what spectacle the crowds in the grandstand fresco were actually watching, while bull leaping imagery offers virtually no clues about the settings in which these performances took place. Even on the boxer item, although the wrestling scenes are framed by elements of the built environment, including columns, the friezes depicting bull games unfold against a blank background. Archaeologists were largely left to populate these courts through artistic renderings. In 1976, Graham used a stepped platform in the northwest corner of Estos and a seal, reportedly from Priene, to reconstruct an unusual placement of a bull leaper with an otherwise empty court. 2 decades later, Maria Shaw's imagined scenes of bull leaping performances in the West Court at Knossos reflected a more deliberate effort to bring together space, spectacle, and spectators. Other scholars sought to estimate the number of spectators these courts could accommodate. In the Palace of Minos, Evans observed that if fully preserved, the miniature frescoes of the grandstand and the Great Sacred Grove would have depicted crowds of nearly 600 and 1,400 spectators, respectively. Ellen Davis, in 1987, commented on the same frescoes and suggested a number closer to 1,000 people. And in the same volume, Gesell, while studying the capacity of cult rooms in more static settings, proposed in a brief footnote that the central courts at Knossos could hold 1,698 million spectators, and as many as 54-35 people standing in a dense crowd. Gesell's figures and special requirements are often being adopted by later scholars for central courts, although, as I said, she has used them for smaller rooms. And I would like to offer an experiential moment here. One of the dimensions, seated 16.5 inches per person, is almost the width of your seats. I measured it. So our study seeks to move beyond these largely impressionistic estimates by comparing them with occupancy standards used in architectural manuals and crowd risk management. We also consider comparable approaches employed in the study of Andean and Maya plazas, where plaza capacity has been analyzed alongside demographic data. The open architectural layouts of these spaces, combined with more reliable population estimates through census numbers, have enabled scholars to assess what proportions of their communities could have assembled within them. By comparing these disparate, both arbitrary and regulated systems, we standardize the space requirements proposed across studies in terms of square meters per person and across a spectrum of density from low to high density. And if you also measure the depth of your feet in front, your little square in your seat is 0.3 square meters.
Hello, all. As Eleni mentioned, although some have provided estimates for courtyard capacities and others suggested that bull leaping take place in the central court, we were curious about what that might actually look like. And so, to help conceptualize how many spectators could take part in this event, we looked to crowd management and risk assessment models for modern crowd densities, particularly borrowing from Keith Still's crowd science. We chose to represent a low density of 1 person per meter square to model a low capacity close to what other scholars have suggested for these courts. A medium density of 3 people per meter square, which is sort of a sweet spot for a maximum capacity before movement becomes much more restrictive. And to cap off this spectrum, we chose a high density of 5 people per meter square to see how many people we could reasonably fit in these venues and approach the highest capacities suggested in previous scholarship. To people the courts of Knossos, Festos, and Malya, we decided to take a percentage of each court's area to mask out as a small ritual focal point. In this case, an arena that spectators would gather around. For this, we determined to build our arena to take up 25% of the court. This size would provide a base minimum space to accommodate a running bull and the athletic performers, while also being proportional to each court. At Knossos, this is about 7 meters in width, similar to bring back the seats and seating area in Kotzen Hall, similar to what this central section of seating is here. This decision is based on reference data from professionals associated with rodeo arenas in the US and the Corslandes. But we may also imagine that other rituals would require a section of the court set aside. So this may also be helpful for thinking about ritual use in this space more generally. We did not consider the surrounding porticos, balconies, or rooms of standing spaces here, but we should keep in mind that a couple hundred more spectators could attend and watch from these areas in addition to those in the court. Once the footprint of this arena was placed, an area for spectators determined, we used the different levels of crowd densities to calculate our standing capacities. Here are 3 scaled plans of the central courts of Knossos, Festos, and Malya. The dots represent the spectators in our low-density crowd of 1 person per meter square. Circulation is relatively free-flowing, and generally, physical contact between spectators is minimal. This density also grants more spectators a clear view of the event in the center, which would be less equal in more densely packed gatherings. At a medium density of about 0.33 meters squared per person, or 3 people per meter squared, circulation is generally unimpeded, although you may also have instances where there are much more densely packed pockets of spectators in certain areas, perhaps around the perimeter of the arena itself, as crowds do not typically gather in a regularly spaced formation. Additionally, the views of some spectators may be blocked as you get further away from the arena. In Still's congested and unstable spectrum, densities reach up to 5 people per square meter. High-density scenarios were not visualized in our figures, as they would appear as little more than a uniform block of color, requiring an extremely well-ordered crowd aligned and facing the same direction. These estimates come close to Gazelle's 1987 figures of 5,435, and led us to reconsider not just what these courts could hold, but what kinds of gatherings they were meant to support, not just potential but purpose, and whether central courts were a sustainable setting for such events. This raises a further question. Why would palace administrations, which appear to have carefully regulated access through these spaces, choose to compromise systems of controlled entry so consistently highlighted in other sources? The central court was a space where spectators can visually and physically affirm shared identities and belonging within a group, reifying what that group looks like on a scale that would surely not be a daily reality. While it is difficult to definitively understand the nature of each group or which cross-section of the population they are a part of, it may be useful at this point to calculate what percentage of the estimated surrounding population would be able to fit in these spaces at different densities to better understand the varying levels of exclusivity within this symbolically charged space. As we see here, at the low density level, which we see as the most feasible, a select group would be able to comfortably attend if an event were to only take place in the central court. The nature of the spectacle, its performers, animal participants, and pace of action would have been central in determining audience capacity. Our methodology allows us to scale up or down the arena space to account for more or less complex logistical factors. By providing a systematic framework for estimating court capacities, we can explore the range of options palaces may have had to adjust space for different spectacles. Most importantly, however, our approach encourages reflection on the motives and the social parameters behind audience size and the intended impact. Open areas like the West Courts allowed greater flexibility for community engagement, while a selective audience in the Central Courts could amplify the palace's role in forming and sustaining community building, both near and far. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eberhard Zanger, president of the Foundation for Luwian Studies. His paper is entitled Celestial Symbolism and Lunisolar Timekeeping in Bronze Age Cultures. There's the remote, and that's working?
Yes, I think so. Good afternoon. Jack and I, we met in 1984 in the restaurant run by Nicolas in the old Dimarchion in Nafplion. There are actually quite a few people in the room that were present during that dinner. Todd Whitelaw was there, Jim Wright was there, Jeremy Rutter is not here, I think, but he was there. Don Cherry, of course. And then we worked together in Pilus, and of course, Jack was a pioneer in the collaboration with natural scientists and the integration of natural science in landscape reconstructions during that period. And like the previous speakers, I would now like to talk about how this kind of collaboration was carried out in more recent projects. And for that, we turn quite a bit east towards Central Asia and look at Hittite Anatolia. This is the Hittite spring sanctuary of Eflatun Pinar, which was built around 1230 or so BC. And what is really important here is the depiction of the deities, which are, as you can tell, in a vertical hierarchy. So if you look at this more schematically, you can see mountain gods at the bottom, and then at least two levels of sky deities indicated by those winged sun discs at two levels. And then the underworld would, of course, be the level of the lake, the artificial lake that was created in front of it. So this is a very schematic image of what the Hittites thought the cosmos looked like back in those days. And this was recognized very early on. In 1941, Kurt Biddle, the excavator of Hattusha, wrote, "The whole, however, can only be a representation of the world view, because the large figures inside, just like the lower atlases, grow out of the water, that is, out of the element of the deep, the underworld. They support the winged sun disk above and thus the sky." And he published this in a monograph on Yasylikaya, the Hittite rock sanctuary, not realizing at the time that Yasylikaya is basically the same thing, only more complex. And we find this kind of vertical order of figures, for instance, also in this ivory plate from Megiddo. And this is one way to look at it schematically, the different layers. And I've put the sky and have distinguished it from heaven, 2 layers of celestial deities. And you can find that, for instance, also in the Odyssey. It says, the deathless gods who live above the sky. So there was something above the sky. And I call it here heaven, just for simplicity. So now we go to Hattusha. This is the political geography pretty much at the end of the Hittite kingdom, around 1200 BC. And Hattusha is, of course, located where the red arrow is there at the northern end, not very central. And it's one question. How did the Hittites come up with the idea to put their capital so far north? If we look at the highest installation there, Yakapa, this is at 1,400 meters above sea level. And that might be actually one reason why the Hittites went there, because they are closer to the gods in the sky. This architectural installation, which looks like the bottom of a pyramid, runs east-west, and there's a tunnel going straight through it, so that runs north-south. And you see a lot of foundations here of temples. There were no ordinary people living in Hattusha. It was called the City of the Gods. And the archaeologists who have been excavating there for over 100 years found no particular pattern to the arrangement, the alignment of the walls of these temples. But in 2011, 2 astrophysicists published a paper showing that the alignments are actually following celestial parameters, even more so than the alignments we know from Egypt. And there we know them for a very long time. And so this concern about celestial alignments is expressed also in the installation itself. As I said, there is a tunnel in the center that goes straight up here. And it is pointing towards north, not quite to the polar star underneath it, but it is indicating the axis mundi, the celestial axis. So there was some concern about these celestial parameters, and 800 meters outside the city walls is Yasylikaya, the rock sanctuary, in an obviously natural outcrop, and you wouldn't think that there's much room for alignments, astronomical alignments in such a natural outcrop, but there is indeed. This is where the stonesmiths had hewn about 90 illustrations, mostly of deities. Many of them are labeled, and they have the sign for God, so it has been clear for the past 100 years or so that these are deities. And actually, yeah, they have, some of them are, the more important ones are indicated by name. Here you see the sun god of the heavens, and next to it, the moon god. And again, celestial connotations. They have wings to indicate that they are in the sky. But the thing about Yasylikaya that made it such an archaeological enigma is that, as you can see here, all these figures are on the same horizontal level. Yeah, so there is indeed a hierarchy. There are many hints towards a hierarchy, depending on the size and the orientation. The more important ones are in the center, the less important ones are towards the margins. The more important ones have names, the less important ones don't, and so on. So there is a hierarchy, but it's not expressed geographically. And then on one of the panels, we have two bullmen, and they are standing on something that is actually in Luwian hieroglyphic, the sign for earth, and they are holding up something that looks like a banana or a moon sickle, and that is actually the Luwian hieroglyphic sign for sky. Yeah? So again, more celestial cosmological connotations. And this is the central group here, which is actually due north. This is the main group with the highest deities, of course. The ones from the left are all going towards the center. The ones from the right are all going towards the center. And then the highest deities, the couple Teshub and Hebat, they meet. And right between them is the north axis, again the celestial axis. This is in chamber A, and chamber B is naturally aligned with the north axis. So in 2011, the last monograph on this rock sanctuary was published by Jürgen Seher, and he said many researchers have worked intensively towards an interpretation of the site, but to this day it retains much of its mystery. It is still by no means clear today what function the rock sanctuary actually fulfilled. So 3 years later, we started looking at it from a more technical perspective with astrophysicists and an international interdisciplinary team. And I spare you all the steps that we went through over the years because it took quite some time to figure that out. This is basically the end result now. These are all the figures that have been documented by the German Archaeological Institute. And I want to emphasize in this particular slide only the 4 static horizons. The underworld, gray, netherworld at the bottom, then the earth on top, and then 2 levels of the sky in the figures. Again, the figures are all on the same level. The people at the time must have assumed that everybody knows where these deities belong, what their function is. And we know that there was a hierarchy amongst the deities because it's indicated in the text. When they took heaven and earth, the gods separated. The upper gods took heaven for themselves. The inferior gods took earth and netherworld for themselves. So the whole cosmos in all these static layers was populated by deities, and there was a hierarchy amongst them. And if we go a bit closer, look at it more closely, then we also see the regularities, the circularities, because within these layers. So the uppermost group basically reflects the undying stars around the circumpolar zone, today the polar star. Then there are the lunar months, and then there are the days, the waxing days of the lunar months. And those deities still carry wings, so they are in the sky. And in the green one, the green layer is the earth. These are mountain deities. They have springs coming off of their clothes, the dressings, the gowns. So it's clear some of them have wings, some of them have springs and are mountain deities. And then there is chamber B, which reflects the netherworld, and that has been recognized for a long time. And of course, the netherworld reflects transient death. Yeah, you could die, but you could also be reborn because time was circular at the time. You can see here on the very right, the great king is protected in this embracing scene by his protective deity Sharuma, because he guides him through the netherworld. Now, how do these cyclicities work? We put one camera in Hattusha. I mean, you can do that anywhere on Earth, but we did it in Hattusha, of course. We put one camera on a balcony for 5 days and took a picture of the moon every night at exactly the same minute, midnight. And there you can see how the moon is moving from the right to the left across the sky, one step at a time. And basically the same thing is reflected in some of these reliefs. The the person on the right is basically reflecting the first visibility of the moon sickle after the new moon. And then you have the waxing moon until we get to the bull man, and that always coincides with the full moon. There's a full moon indicated. And just so that you don't think I make this all up, I give you another example from Egypt, where we have this 1,000 years later in Dendera, the same image basically, only a mirror image, and there's no doubt that this is basically the waxing days of the moon. Astronomically correct is the upper part, as I've shown you. 1,000 years earlier, the moon was still traveling from the right to the left. And the way this worked is basically, I've put together here a slide which explains the Metonic calendar, where you have in a lunisolar year, where you have 12 solar months, which are either 29 or 30 days, because the moon orbit is elliptical. And so you end up with a total of 354 days after 12 lunar months, and you need 11 and a quarter days to compensate for the solar year. And this is done by adding an intercalary months every 2 or 3 years over a period of 19 years. And then you have basically correlated the lunar months and the solar years. And this is expressed in the figures in the form of a lunisolar calendar, which has a deviation of 6 minutes per year, basically, but 2 hours over 19 years. And this lunisolar calendar still works today. It works in perpetuity. Yeah. And this, I should say that this is not an observatory. This is not to measure anything. This is a display that people showed that they have understood how the cosmos works, yeah, and they could display it and they could arrange their festivities, the festivals accordingly. Make sure that the spring festivals actually take place in spring, which was sometimes a problem. So this is an artistic reconstruction of what it might have looked like. And then when night fell, you can see the night sky, and this is not an arbitrary night sky, this is the actual night sky on the day of the summer solstice in 1250 BC at midnight. And you can actually see that the polar star is up here, and this is our north axis, and it's not pointing towards the polar star because of the precision. The Earth axis is wobbling. At that time, north was not at the polar star. And one last word about alignments. This is one of the most famous alignments of the Karnak temple already 4,000 years ago. Its foundations were aligned with the rising sun of the winter solstice, shown here. And as I said, these alignments are very famous in Egypt, have been studied for 150 years. But we also have them in Hittite Anatolia to the same extent, if not even more. And this is the earliest building that was constructed in front of Yassilikaya Rock Sanctuary, and it is aligned with the sunset at the summer solstice. Again, not to measure anything, just to reflect that we have understood how the cosmos works symbolically. And you can carry that a bit further. Here again, the day of the summer solstice, 1250 BC, and this is the actual sun course, of course, computer simulated, illuminating a statue of a deity in the courtyard. So we can imagine that there was a religious festival in the courtyard where the higher echelons of the society, the royal family, the generals or so gathered, and they could see the statue, which was either taken there for the occasion or was sitting there, but it was sitting there all year round in shade. And then it was by natural light illuminated, which caused, of course, an epiphany moment for the people who were present and did not know that this was completely constructed. And it goes further. They could then go through that gate next to it into chamber A, and there they could see the image of the king, Tutaliya IV, who was paid basically for the construction, and his wife overlooked it. And on this particular day of the summer solstice, which is the only time of the year, the image of Tutalia IV is illuminated by natural light. And so they could, this power of the gods was transferred to their most important representative on earth, the king, and this figure falls dark for 2 minutes, and now you get a single sunbeam illuminating its cartouche. Ta-da! Hidden track. And this is all natural light on a natural outcrop. Of course, you could construct things like that, and that's what the Hittites did. They built in the middle of nowhere, chamber 1, just to catch the sunlight of the setting winter solstice sun. The perfect place for that. And we can imagine that during a festival, they carried some statue of a deity and put it in there and had their celebration, had it naturally illuminated, and then took it back to the temple. So, in conclusion, what have we learned? Yassilikaya depicts the Hittite view of the cosmos. It shows the earth, the sky, and the underworld, as well as the celestial cyclicities, and how the entire cosmos is inhabited by deities. We now understand the rock sanctuary and its function, and similar depictions of cosmology occur elsewhere in the Hittite Anatolia. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, Berhard. Our third and final speaker in this session is Tom Palaima, Professor Emeritus at the University of Texas at Austin, and his talk is entitled Testing First Principles in Mycenology, Epistemology, Paleography, and Textual Interpretation, and Tom will explain the other part of the title, I'm sure. Tom.
I have a timer here, and when the timer reaches a particular minute mark that we've negotiated, not just Dimitri, but also Florence, we made a negotiation. When that timer hits, I will absolutely go silent. So, and maybe it's because we're approaching the summer solstice, you know, could be. But I'm going to start now. Online in my abstract, you will find a reasonably thorough, therefore long, overview of key major publications in Mycenaean studies from the day of Michael Ventress's announcement of what he then was pretty sure was a valid decipherment on the BBC. That's July 1st, 1952. You can see the secondary title that I think will be familiar to Jack. Cool it with the boom booms over day. Stay sick, turn blue, you purple caniff. That is a character known as Goulardi, who was famous in the northern part of the state of Ohio. I did some measuring from Apple Creek to Broadview Heights, Ohio. We're not that far apart. It's only like 60 miles. But if you take a little diversion, you can get to Bath, Ohio. If you were hitchhiking, you wouldn't want to go through Bath, Ohio, because Jeffrey Dahmer's first murder was a hitchhiker in Bath, Ohio. And I spoke to a gentleman in Texas when I was talking about serial killers publicly. But see, I'm already digressing. So Ventress was sure about the decipherment, and that the equally gifted John Chadwick would help him prove it so to a tenaciously skeptical scholarly world. So from that point, July 1st, 1952, until the appearance of new documents in Mycenaean Greek, edited by Chadwick's Watson in 2024. I refer to John Killen, of course. My abstract is designed to show that the field of linear B studies, even with multi-volume and multi-authored handbooks, designed to get the best current ideas out there, has difficulty presenting to the outside world, whether to archaeologists or other specialists in Aegean prehistory, who need to know what is what in all the thematic areas of study our comprehensive handbooks cover. It's difficult to get across the degree of probability or certainty with which fundamental facts are put forward. Is Maka the mother goddess, the precursor of Demeter, or is it, I think, a nomen actiones, meaning for kneading purposes, barley for kneading into barley cakes and so forth? That's a big difference, as you see. In fact, our 2-volume Diccionario dates to 1985 and 1993, so it's already fairly antiquated. Let me run this forward. Boom. There's Ventris and the decipherment, and on the and then on the right, and that's the script that he was speaking from. Notice he had to stay to a few exact minutes. That's why he was crossing things out. And here you see the Diccionario in its two volumes. One half of the Greek alphabet, the second half of the Greek alphabet, and two key terms for understanding some new significant discoveries, one of which pertains, and Cynthia mentioned this yesterday, pertains, I think, to perfume manufacture, but that's debated. And two key terms, dekasato, he received, and then paro, which is really coming to a critical mass, especially with the new Ios Vasilios tablets, and I've been in contact with Rupert Thompson, Jose Milena, and I know John Killen is publishing something too, and we'll pretty soon, I think, have a definite decision on what paro really means. But the 2-volume Diccionario with supplement in 2019, and that just gives us the Thebes tablets. The publication date of New Docs is somewhat deceptive because its bibliography is full only through 2014, with a very few exceptions. I think the latest date of any publication falls into the period 2015 to 2017. So it's already 9 or 10 years old with its latest publication, and the oldest thematic chapter of which I know was completed in 2007. Sometimes it seems to me then that we Mycenaean scholars are writing for ourselves in the here and now. And sometimes it seems to me too that reconstructing history from the Linear B tablets is like continuing to build a building over many, many years without checking to see whether the substructure is sound or whether design elements are secure. There are unspoken and unseen assumptions, in fact, in the survey paper, right? What's hidden and what's there, really, behind all explanations of human actions in ancient societies. And it is hard, and worse yet, time-consuming, and our mania now to use our time every second to do something. Who can spend the time to go back and trace the development of what we think paro means? Well, I do that, but then I don't sleep very much. It is hard and time-consuming to examine ideas that we have taken as givens. I believe, however, that the essential research principle that was drilled into me during my Jesuitical high school and undergraduate days, when I was studying mathematics and classics, and focusing mainly on philology, literature, and history, and in graduate school, dealing with the texts of classical poets, historians. I mentioned N.G.L. Hammond twice teaching me Thucydides, philosophers and playwrights is rarely followed. Still in the 1970s, when I came of age as a thinker, or started to come of age, it was de rigueur to go back through past scholarship, prior editions, and commentaries of texts or inscriptions to see how even what we take to be established readings, word meanings, and interpretations came into being, and whether they really work, given the accumulation of ideas, new evidence, and new perspectives since they were put forward. I was recently satirized in Studi Mycenae et Egeo Anatolici as putting on a deerstalker cap and advancing an idea, I quote, that no one outside of Austin's city limits would think, at least at first sight, valid. That idea was lovingly stolen, to paraphrase our modern Nobel Prize-winning Homer, I'm speaking of Bob Dylan, directly from the scholar-author's own dear mentor. I happen to use the expression, under the care of, John Chadwick said, in the hands of. So I guess his idea back in 1956 didn't go outside the confines of Oxford. And as Margalit Fox, a former New York Times obituary writer, turned superb expert on the mental and inner lives of Alice Kober and Arthur Conan Doyle, would attest, there is a wise principle that we all not should, but must follow in archaeology, textual studies, and linguistics, a wise principle. And we all here know it, or will come to know it. Assemble all the facts, past and present, then one by one, eliminate all but one of the many possibilities for explanation of the facts, and the remaining possibility, no matter how apparently improbable it seems to people who think they know and that knowledge is immutable, no matter how apparently improbable, it is the right one. That's Sherlock Holmes. So I wear a deerstalker cap proudly. I think it is wonderful to appeal to the ghost of Bill McDonald that scholars connected with the University of Cincinnati are using past records to make progress into the Aegean past. My beloved mentor, Emmett L. Bennett Jr., whose name and spirit my only son now truly carries forward, was a reverent undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate student at his truly beloved triple alma mater, University of Cincinnati. Emmett was content with reasoning to his own ideas, and he made sure, just as we have seen attested in our many tributes to wise Jack Davis, that he, Emmett, never, ever, ever handed you something you could do or learn to do yourself. Jack, I think you are Emmett, still living. You don't know anything about linear B, but Jack, at our age, to riff on Solon, do remember that the greatest Athenian statesman told us through the story of Solon and Croesus, and as Adrastus, the murderous exile whom Croesus purifies and befriends, reminds Croesus ever after, count no man epthemon, eudaimon, happy, wise, lucky, or wise until he is dead. Yoicks, you rat fink. At the same time, Emmett was always there and honestly delighted if you could go back over the fundamental evidence and his own reconstructions and published or spoken thoughts and come up with a better way of thinking. I think you have that quality too, Jack. You invite people to explore what you know and move it around, change it, even oppose it, because that's the way we make progress. And it's not something that should be satirized, by the way. And come up with a better way of thinking about any common problem than the way he had devised. My MA thesis, under Mr. Bennett, as I called him at the time, was an attempt to disprove that hand 2 was a separate hand from hand 1. It took me a full semester, took me a full, this is now in Cincinnati, by the way, if you want to go look at it. It took me a full semester to reach a result that I expect Bennett knew I would reach. But I came away with an understanding of the scribes and how they wrote and worked that at least put me in the same solar system as Emmett. And thank you for the solar and lunar observations. Nothing could have been more timely. Emmett was in his own, well, in any case, I felt like I finally had moved. I was like the planet Pluto. Am I going to be there next year or not? As Emmett, who I believe even with, or maybe because of his non-binocular vision, he had non-binocular vision. He only saw out of one eye and the other, and they switched at all times. You know, he never knew when it was going to switch from one eye to the next. Will never be matched in his, in his understanding of how scribes were handling and writing and even painting on clay, unfired and fired. Not following this principle has had serious epistemological consequences for what we think we know from our textual documentation about the protohistoric Aegean and what progress we have made into the past. The reasons this has happened are, except in rare cases, not connected with any noticeable unilateral or willful character flaws of the scholars involved, including myself. There are all sorts of factors involved, but the chief factor, I believe, and again, Jack lacks this factor and shows its importance thereby, is not caring enough about the human beings who were born and lived comparatively brief lives, most of them under what we would consider, with our modern sensibilities, unendurable conditions. At my age, I have to go to the bathroom a lot. You'll see me running out and back. What happens if you were my age in the center of the palace of Minos and were an attendant on the king in the throne room? What did you do then? Yeah, and remember on AegeanNet a while back, there was a big discussion of where did they do number 2? And what did they do with it? How did you remove it? Well, we could talk about that in private, I think. But the lives people lived back there were really, really, really hard. Lefteris Platon and Vasilis Petrakis, Michael Kosmopoulos, and Nikos Samartzidis know this. We've often talked about this. So we need to take care to ponder in our souls, in our hearts, in our guts, like George Bush, that magnificent human killing machine called now the Griffin Warrior, whom Sherry and Jack have worked so hard to resurrect and meticulously contextualize for us. And I'm really looking forward to the exhibit on Friday. Is he an Achilles who nobly laid waste over 9+ long years to 23 communities by land or sea to sustain the Greek forces at Troy? And on one such expedition, Andromache tells us when she's talking to Hector, right? He swept through the hillsides surrounding Thebe and killed Andromache's 7 brothers and then her father Aetion. Or is the Griffin Warrior an Agamemnon who wishes in the 10th year of the war, as he tells us in Book 5, to kill all males in the city of Troy, including the unborn male fetuses in their mother's womb? Or is he both? He's probably both. How long would we survive as a young woman born into a small shareholder family at Timito Akko, the upland glade of the terebinth tree? So there's an Apple Creek in the Mycenaean text. As I made clear at the Amsterdam Hudor Aegean Conference, brilliantly run by Robert, Gert, Jan Paul, and Jan, hill country women in Texas in the 1800s and into the 1920s and 30s and 40s spent 30 hours or more a week just drawing, carrying, and emptying water in two-gallon buckets using a heavy wooden shoulder yoke. A gallon of water weighs 8.34 pounds, 3.78 kilos. The buckets will weigh 4 to 5 pounds, depending on the weight of the type of wood and metal bands or staves the buckets use. A modern poplar shoulder yoke, they still make these things, with metal hanging hooks weighs 6.5 pounds. The total weight, therefore, that small women in the Bronze Age were hauling long distances uphill. Well, this is in this is in the Texas Hill Country. Hauling long distances up hills weighs in the range of 45 to 50 pounds. Their exertion, including first pulling the water in a heavy bucket out of deep wells. By the time they were in their mid-20s, this is documented. Robert Caro, who wrote the 3-volume biography of Lyndon Baines Johnson, has a wonderful first chapter where he interviews some of these women, the older ones. They had permanently rounded shoulders and acquired varying degrees of spinal deformity. This is a fact of life, like scoliosis, abnormal sideways curvature, or kyphosis, forward hunching. Look at what we do now with this. Oh, gee, this is fun, Mom. I would like to do this, you know. The Linear B text mentioned bath porridge, rewo, toro, kowo, but no hydrophoroi per se. Why? Because women slaves and women in extended families did the job. They didn't have to be paid. This is what their lot in life was. No hydrophoia. Some of you may have read Papa Diamante's spectacular 1903 social reform novel, Iphonissa. Old Hadula in there, a grandmotherly type, also known as Frankisa or Franco Ioannou. Mercy kills young infant girls whom she cares for so that they won't suffer the miserable, unrelenting, dreary life she and all women live on the backwater island of Skiathos. And I say here, paging Medea's reasoning to the sympathetic Corinthian women. So this stuff is right there for us to see in literature and all around us if we take the time to look at parallels. So I got to see my clock now. Hey! Well, so I'm going to have to stop. Will reading the Linear B tablets help us do that? I think so, if we continue to work hard and reading them right and take time to smell the roses and the sage, as Cynthia Shelmerdine has done recently, and as she's always done as long as I've known her, and go back and see where we as individuals have got it wrong. These are real records written by real people living in hard and dangerous times. We owe it to them to continue to do the work at the level Jack Davis has set for us as a target. Thank you so much.
Not a word about Linear B, Tom says to me. Wonderful. So we have some time for discussion. Florence is nodding. So are there any questions for the first paper by Eleni and Lauren about quartz? I see a hand there.
Yes, thank you very much for your paper. I enjoyed it. Also because it gave me such a feeling of déjà vu. Because in 1992, in the PNUX conference, there was this discussion about exactly the same thing. How many people could you squeeze into the assembly place and the 3 different building phases? And the leading expert on democracy at that time, Mogens Hermans Hansen from Denmark, he suggested that you should follow the Danish building norms, which, if I look at the seats here, are very close to the American building norms, or seems to be. But part of the audience was ridiculing him and saying that in Southern Europe you have different norms and it was not correct to use modern Danish building norms for calculating how much place one person needs to feel comfortable or to sit or whatever. There was also a discussion about whether the people were sitting or standing in the assembly place and how they were sitting, whether sitting on seats or the haunches. I just wanted to, it's published, some of the papers, and you can follow it. It's, of course, a different period of time, but, and I also remember that we were discussing this bull fights, and have you looked at the bullfights? There are different sorts of bullfights. If you look at the Pamplona race, the people are extremely close to each other. And then you have the bullfights in the arenas where it works very differently. So I just wanted to say that it's very complicated.
Wonderful. Any questions for the next paper? So we can, no? Any questions for the next paper? Zanger on celestial calendars? If not, oh, yeah, Bobby. Cool.
I was just wondering if you've applied any of this to the Aegean, to the Minoan world or to the Mycenaean world, these alignments.
Very good. No, we haven't, but that would be really interesting. What I did is I read, with the Christopher Nolan movie coming up next month, I read the Odyssey. Emily Wilson's translation, really liked it. And I had the feeling that what we have shown, depicted, what the Hittites have depicted in Yassilikaya, is basically graphics, but what you get in the Odyssey, the description of the deities, is the voiceover to go with it. There are, of course, differences, but there are also many commonalities. And one of them is, for instance, that in the Greek pantheon, the deities are also in a hierarchical order. You have many references to the sky and the area above the sky, but you have also local deities, spring deities, mountain deities and stuff, and it's basically a description of what we are seeing in Yassilikaya. And it would be really wonderful to bring the two together and see where are the commonalities and where are the differences.
Sorry, just to say, and maybe you're already aware of this, but you know Lucy Goodison has done a bunch of work about the rising sun and midwinter and the solstices at Knossos and also for the Tholos tombs on Crete. So you probably know that, but yeah.
Yes.
I have a master's student who's also working on it.
In Patnia, I think, right? Was it one of those? In the Patnia conference and another Aegean conference. Yeah.
And also, if I may add, the importance of peak sanctuaries. I haven't looked into it, but it is very obvious that the people in Hattusha wanted to be close to the deities. And if you are there, it is just incredible how you can see the stars because there's no light pollution or so. And I think that might be a reason why people chose peak sanctuaries. Yeah.
Okay, I also wonder how Stonehenge and other Neolithic, or whatever that is, sites fit in too in Western and Northern Europe.
So what is the question actually? So
Stonehenge, does that...
I mean, I don't know that we can reconstruct Stonehenge deities, but they certainly understood a certain amount of celestial astronomy in their planning of Stonehenge and similar monuments. So this seems like a very long human tradition in Europe, at least.
Yes, all across the world, at all times, basically. You have these references to the sky in very different forms. I mean, I showed you 2 levels of the sky in Hittite Anatolia, but in Babylon in the 2nd millennium BC, they distinguished 3, and in Aztec Mexico, 13 levels of the sky. So there's similar concepts to distinguish between the area where birds fly and where the stars are, and the stars that never sink below the horizon. So Stonehenge, another commonality is that, again, it's not an instrument to measure. It is displaying that we have understood how the cosmos works.
Okay, we should wrap this conversation up. I see Cyprian is holding the mic. Maybe he wants to make one final comment or question.
Sure. I was... no pressure. I was interested in this because, in a sense, the closest parallels are not places like Stonehenge. They're with the Mesoamerican early state societies, where their calendrics and astronomy and cosmology are very wrapped up, but they're wrapped up with action. So they're about when people fight or marry or sacrifice. And I wondered, given that we do actually have a very full Hittite textual record of activity, of a quite different, more narrative variety from what we get in the Aegean world, whether you could actually test your hypothesis to see whether there's enough in the Hittite text to see that actually these observations, celestial and other, are actually driving the periodicity and the behavior of royal activity.
Yes, of course we've done that. We have collaborated with Hittitologists and looked at the references, and there are plenty, dozens, no problem there. And also the concern that they have to make sure that the festivals are at the right time, and I will take care of that. I make sure nothing goes wrong, things like that. But what we never get is a description, like a manual, how things were done, because this was probably secret knowledge that was passed on from priest to the next generation, yeah.
Okay, so from the high sky to the low earth, any questions for Tom's?
To the clay from which we spring.
Jack here, I see, has his hand up.
You just made me wonder with your comment that I don't know anything about linear B, which is doubtless true. But did I? Is it possible that I studied linear B with Emmett before you did? Because in 1972, when I arrived at the University of Cincinnati, Mervyn Popham, for whom I'd gone to Cincinnati to study, had left for Oxford. And Emmett came in Emmett filled in, and I found myself in Emmett's swimming, of course, in a seminar with Emmett in my very first year of graduate school. Anyway, I totally agree with you. And also about how wonderful Emmett was. And Sherry had to step out for a minute. But one of the most amazing things from our perspective is when Sherry said about reorganizing the containers in the storerooms in Pylos in the late 1990s. Emmett volunteered his services to read his own handwriting. And Emmett spent endless months. And Emmett surveyed. Emmett was a member of the Pylos Regional Archaeological Project. He walked the fields.
Yeah.
His curiosity was insatiable.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not asking a question.
Well, you're being me, Jack.
I'm just honking on. But another thing, there's a lady in this room who is passing the microphone around, whose assignment in my seminar this spring was to calculate the number of trips that women would have had to make up and down from Anglianos into the river valleys on either side in order to supply the amount of water that would be required for the community. And she had a good time with that. Yeah. So I'm really pleased that you raised the issue, Tom, because it's spot on.
Well, that's a tribute to Robert Lafeneur. Yeah. Is he here? I mean, the GAIGNEROT conferences over the years.
He had to leave.
Yeah, have really been spectacular. Yeah. I wouldn't have discovered all these things I discovered. I had the Caro article sitting aside somewhere on my computer. You know, I scanned it. Or those pages, and they just always niggled at me. When am I going to get the time to get around to it? And then HOGUE happened.
Yeah, but then think about when they built the aqueduct into the palace, into courts 42 and 47. They must have had a big party to celebrate that.
Oh, yeah,
or somebody did, whoever was taking advantage of that water. Maybe Cynthia's right there that it was had to.
Yeah, and these are things again we take for granted. We just don't think of the hardness of life. There are two things about Emmett, though, if I can now remember what they were. The one is when I gave my first report, which was on one of the Mycenae spice tablets. I'm unwashed. I'm in like my 6th week of linear B, and I'm supposed to talk about the GE spice tablets. So I come into the seminar room, and I'm giving the report. And somebody said something like, well, why do they have this spice? And why this? And how would you use this? And I said, well, I don't know. I didn't look that up. And Emmett, with his normal understated manner, said, look them up. Why didn't you cook them up? So I went to the co-op where I was volunteering and getting half price on the food I could buy there, and I got all the spices and got about 6 tea balls, and I had 6 cups, from the common cups in there, and we made teas out of each one of the spices and drank them. The second thing was. Who was the scholar who did the wonderful study of weights in the Cyclades?
Carl Petruso.
Carl Petruso, yeah. Well, Carl eventually became an assistant vice president or provost at one of the UT system schools. So he was down in Texas, but there was a lead weight that he had in his mix, and so I went up to Emmett and I said, what's lead like? What does it take? How can how can you mark lead? And he said, come along. And he was an avid bicyclist. He had in his room the whole map of Dane County, and he had gone on every road in the whole county around with his bicycle. There were just a few outliers, but he pulled open a drawer. And the weights they put on automobile tires to keep them in balance? Those are little, like half-lunate pieces of lead. He had about 17 of them. Because whenever he would see one, he would pick them up, because you never know when a student's going to ask you. And lo and behold, I used he said, well, write on it. I said, what? I said, use your hand. And I said, what? I thought lead.
and I used my fingernail and was able to scratch a nice line on the lead. It was that, that soft and malleable. So yeah, he was wonderful. Before I close, I want to say that
perhaps tonight, perhaps tonight you would like to tell us.
No, I want to say that
tonight?
My abstract actually does lay out all the different publications. I think it's about a 4-page abstract. And then the real paper I have available, if you'll see in the final publication, I actually do talk about paro and decashato and things like that, but it's more important on an occasion like this.
Are you giving your paper now?
What's that?
Are you giving your paper now?
Oh, no.
Okay. I think Florence has an announcement to make, no?
I'm done.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for a wonderful last panel and for a wonderful third day to this conference, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning.